It's so funny. Literally, this topic first instantly. Alright. Is the stream kick connection going to work today? Apparently it will. Apparently it will. I know, it's some bullshit, ain't it, Pass Carl? That's absolutely right, real Carl. That's absolutely right, real Carl. That's what I'm saying now! I don't know why the fuck that wasn't working yesterday. Anyways. I'm gonna hate every single bit of this. Oh. I did not pre-watch anything because I don't ever pre-watch anything. So, we get to have the joy of finding out how painful this is going to be in real time. Now I need to do my bit. Boop. Boop. And I gotta make the room. And I need to answer my woman. Okay. Open this up. Grab this link. And then post this onto Twitter. And then I need to go find the post from yesterday and add that there. Boom, done. Retweet, 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 retweet. Alright. Did I get some sleep? I have a semblance of something that people call sleep. I never feel well rested. There's only one way that I do. But I have not gotten that, so I'm going to say No. But I have enough energy that I can be able to do this in one sitting, in one go. Come on, load faster. And meanwhile, I'm going to put this up on the screen. Because more than likely, we're going to be adding to this document. All my stuff should be updated. But if it's not, let me update that now. And then updates here. Update to the updated version. New fixes. Right. Hands. Have to catch this on the rewatch, but oh boy, you'll bet this will be a screamer. Who knows, Bogdan? Who knows? So, context. For the people who are lazy and don't intend on watching the 5-part series, I suggest you watch 1 and the finale at your leisure. Leadhead is a transgender video essayist who gets the majority of their money from Patreon, like most commies and most gobbledygook people. They live in the Appalachia region of the world, somewhere either to the right of me in the Carolinas, or somewhere around me in Georgia, or somewhere to the left of me in Alabama. I believe it's the Carolinas. They have gone on a road of exploration and growth where they have done everything from having feuds with their family members because they don't understand them because they're trans, but they've never made the attempt to teach them, to actively grooming a boy and a girl into being a male to female and a female to male transgender, in trying to attempt to insert themselves as an authority figure in that found family's authority cycle over other adults, such as trying to insert themselves into a relationship between the parental figure of the female to male transgender child, grown adult children, but child, after being responsible for the grooming of both of these children into becoming transgender, a relationship factor that only began when Leadhead chose to open the relationship in such a way, after having cheated on their then spouse, now fiance, and reconciling the situation by actively saying the only way that I'll feel normal is when multiple people are having their way with me. So after opening up the relationship, they decided to be some type of transgender cuck queen. And between them and their fiance, who is also transgender, they decided to put out lifestyle updates about their transgender house situation, where they're all members of a found family together, which is basically created of the network of all of the friends of the woman that they cheated with. Now wife. Oh, Jesus, Lord have mercy. And all of this only happened because Leadhead was attempting to hide the truth about their relationship from their now wife, then fiance, that they had cheated on with, for the reasons that, from the thumbnails in the series, Leadhead carving God from the wood of her hunger, was because they couldn't control the depression in the romantic partner. So they focused on trying to control the happiness in what would eventually become their cheating partner. And the cheating partner revealed the information that they were actively hiding from the relationship partner. All of this to culminate in glorifying and bragging about how they're so much better of a mother than their own biological parent, while falling in the same pitfalls as their parent, such as expatriating emotions and opportunity for family bonding that they knew would trigger people with emotional responses, actively caring more about their feelings and what they got out of a situation than the happy Kodak moments they claimed their parent only cared about having so that they would feel some level of normal. Constantly shitting on their father, constantly shitting on dads in general, and then when attempting to understand how they found themselves in this situation, when they confided in a family friend that had been basically a family member to them the entire time they lived up, and they found out that the reason why things happened in their household is because they cheated too, suddenly what Leadhead does, there's a reason, there's an excuse, and you need to understand. If you do it, you're a demon monster! And now, a choice spattering of readings. We started out with bad cop, good cop, and completely suitable carrot and stick tactics. Then one overlord overall, because GCBC can't. Someone would be able to feel shitty about having to give discipline because good cop got bad cop. Then we went towards mutual bond sharing and stuck with switching off to make the kids feel more receptive to direction and opinions granted by either of their child. This comes from the time sets at 21:05 and 24:17. Earlier inside those sections. Such choice things, such as, we're barely mid-20s trying to raise kids. What are we doing? My mother would call me cuckoo for wanting to eat a big lunch, so now I second guess if I'm allowed to marry a girl from Detroit unless I feel safe. Also, in the same sections beforehand, speaking about the found family members. I just thought that we were going to be friends with benefits. My fiance and I were going to open a relationship. It was on the table. He wasn't just a friend. This sexual person I looked at, like friend with benefit, was my boy. Ever since my teens, my sexual thoughts have always been in the forefront of my relationships, but this young man taught me how to love as a mother. Excerpts from the first series. Then, later on down here, as they talk about the living situation, as they decided to repatriate their sexuality so that they could be, as you'll learn later, puppy-brained. I have a need for sexual dependency for being loose. I like having sex constantly through my hyperactive bottomism. That's why I needed to accommodate for our relationship by having an open relationship for it to work. I spent my life from 15 years old fucking my friends. What exactly is the problem here? I'll speak deeply sexually to anyone, but I will literally kiss the homies goodnight. She was willing to flex for me and wanted to have the first hall pass. This was the first time I felt happy about acting on temptation about my hypersexual cravings. Anything I say and do, this is me paraphrasing, but some of these are direct quotes, some of this is me paraphrasing and telling you the actual truth of what they were trying to bullshit around. Anything that I say and do is co-signed by my woman to tell, so I'll drop the Boston's Harbor worth of tea all over my sex life, but don't you dare fucking judge me for it. I'm a trans woman living their life. My cheating partner was being annoying by trying to convince my fiance to leave me, but my girlfriend/wife convinced them to be friends with me again. And so now, we all live together. Always lucky, never punished. It's just me, you, the woman I cheated with, her friend, and this random person, all living together as a real family. Because I became the moral compass of sex for the house, having to take on responsibility while all these crazy, kooky kids just kept fucking nonchalantly. That is a direct quote. It took me cheating on you and having a sexual open relationship with your extended friend to know that I wanted to marry you. While you all are then given the thanks in the form of, thanks to all my Patreon supporters, you helped me fund profiteering off of my bad behavior. And other choice statements, such as the things that were going on when they were trying to survive after Hurricane Helene. Such as, I feel comfortable calling a grown woman my child because they are severely and emotionally and mentally stunted. My daughter is a digital spook. She means it the other way, not the other way. My daughter is a digital spook. They were escaping a horrible home life of potential abuse and moved in with us. I was worried to tell my fake daughter to chill with the technology. I'm scared that she'll take off to use the internet. My trans son stuck it to the man. I'm so happy that they chose to have me over their very concerned biological father. Your dad put his comfort and mentality over... excuse me, this is something that Leadhead's actual father did. Your father put his comfort about his own mentality for your lifestyle choices over his personal icks to try to grant some comfort to your children. And you couldn't even be able to have a conversation with your mother or your father about any kind of respect or respect in any way moving forward because you didn't want to actually talk about with your parents the things that you had a problem with. Or my personal favorite, direct quotes. I want to confuse people about puppy girls while not being honest about their own sexual interest as a Therian. They were pushing their kinks into people's attention on the video, editing themselves about barking and being petted, literally admitting to that they want to be treated like an actual fucking dog. The more that I wear the dog collar, the more I morph into a dog person. I'm in your walls. I will eat your homework. This being a reference specifically to the section where they said, I love acting like an animal because I can just go simply empty-brained and say I'm not responsible for anything. Other people can take accountability for the things that I don't have to think about. Literally, I can retreat into the mental doghouse. Direct quote. And the quote that's on the screen, as they're being called out by their partner, which was just a girlfriend at the time. My girlfriend is the one who got me wrapped up in the fantasy of being subservient. I know that you're puppy-brained, but you still know right from wrong. All of these videos are in backwards chronological order. The further to the right, the longer, or rather, the further back in history, it is relevant. So, all of these lead up to this point, where when they're openly admitting to saying that they're a better parent than their parent could ever be, because found families are meant to stay together, unlike biological families that will be torn apart as they effugely destroy a tree to prove how the book of the giving tree will prove that they will be a better parent than their mother could ever be. They have a message where they're telling people, how dare you give attention to people criticizing me for the shit that I put out there on the internet that I have on my channel for them to consume. They're just stalking me. You should ignore them. Don't address this. They're gonna let them yuck their yums. We're now catching up to the real time. So the newest video is the one that is the most recent, where they decided they now want to colonize Tyler the Creator. Let's find out how dog shit it is. Since my Windows screen decides it wants to not open my download folder fast enough today. Literally downloaded this thing specifically because, as I planned to already, I just simply knocked it out when horror reminded me about it live on camera. And my shit's loading slower than fucking molasses. Why is she telling the world this? There's a lot of answers. The simplest answer, Sedwin, is that they are stupid. That's the simple answer. Simple answers are stupid. The complex answer is that Leadhead is a glutton for punishment. They love to treat themselves like they are a martyr. They treat themselves like a perpetual victim because they don't take accountability for any actions that they do with other people. They perceive themselves as a victim at all times. They are never responsible for anything, especially the parts that they should be responsible for. And even if you try to hold them to account, they will act like it is impossible for them to understand why people are judging them for their behavior. They like the attention of being able to say that they're being victimized, but they don't do anything at all to demonstrate that they aren't just wound collecting. Why is all of my shit loading slowly? Do I need to reboot my PC? I will deadass reboot my PC if that's what I gotta fucking do. That will suck because I'll have to put the links back out again. But there's no reason this shit should be loading slowly. I'm just gonna go into janky way. File Explorer is being lazy and being stupid. Rather. Let me see if I can use this tactic. It might break something for a half second. I just need to reset File Explorer. File Explorer, File Explorer. I believe it's under Windows Explorer. Where is it? 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 Am I blind? Yes, I am. Now, does it want to work? No. File Explorer, File Explorer. That's weird. It's not under the name that it usually is. I need to look up what that term is. I can do that later. I'm just going to do it the easy way. Open it from inside of the process. Make sure what I named that file. Here it is. All right. Mini player. Bigger. Bigger. Make it bigger. Big enough. Move shopping at the top. A little shopping on the right. There we go. Let's begin. I've adjusted the sound a little bit. I'm playing this from a raw file. Oh, and fun fact, because I'm playing this as a raw file because Horror was worried about it being deleted and gone, that means you're watching at 1 times! You have to watch the whole thing in real time. You're here for a minimum of 2 hours.
I'm gonna go do my actual job. Babe, you wanna go to the park and film with me? No, literally, just stop. I'm not doing this anymore.
All of this is being done for attention, by the way. Yes, she scripts this. She scripts this. All of the reactions, all of the bits, all of the sidebars, she scripts these into the process to make it look more cinematic and real. That's another thing that they've admitted to in the back end as like an epilogue to the series of content that she does in this play series. Because this is from the Honesty playlist. Tell you something that you don't know? When a moon is in retrograde, it affects men more than it affects women. There's something you didn't know.
Okay. I'm gonna get the car started. I love you. Stay safe, okay?
I fucking hate you, but I love you. I'm bad at keeping my emotions bubbled. They're good at being.
Because I'd like to get some kind of fucking money from this, it is very important for you to understand that this is probably nothing more than Leadhead having an Anthony Fantano moment. That's it. They are liking his music because they wanted to pick it back up, or pick it up for the first time since he put out Chromacopia, and they wanted to gush about it in a video combined with some news. Now I have some predictions, but we're going to have to do it the hard way, chat.
He's so sick.
I fucking hate you.
He's that fucking psycho. It's just like, man, if she would just leave, us alone, that's all I need. That would just make everything better instantly if she was just gone. I don't know what she's getting out of staying here. I don't know what she's getting out of hanging around us.
I don't know what we're supposed to be getting out of watching your partner lovingly caress you on your thigh. I don't know why you're choosing to tell this shit to people in this way, as though this is going to help people understand the context. So, assuming that she does mean the biological she, this would mean that they must either be talking about the female to male, or if they're talking in the transgender perspective, the male to female child. I don't know which one it is. Do not spoil me. It won't make this less satisfying for me. And yes, they are intentionally showing you this angle to elicit this from you. Horror, what did I just say? See, now it's not going to be as fun for me, because now that information is in my brain, I'm going to pretend I didn't read that.
I'm sorry. Okay. Work mode. I'm gonna just read through the script real quick. I'm just gonna go off of memory. Okay. There have been a lot of musical obsessions over my life. Roger Waters, John Lennon, Jim Morrison, Aphex Twin, Tupac, Mac Miller, Carsey Headrest, Pierce Edens, the Stereophedalics. My memory of my childhood is, like, scarily fuzzy, but I can pinpoint exactly what was going through my head when I first dove into all of these different artists.
No, I had to tell you because the lover isn't boy or girl. Hopefully that makes sense in a few seconds.
Memory of my childhood is, like, scarily fuzzy, but I can pinpoint exactly what was going through my head when I first dove into all of these different artists.
I can confirm to you that you definitely fucking did not. You probably know the energy that you were going off of, but you did not know exactly in any way whatsoever what your young mind was thinking. Period. I know that because I don't know sometimes what the young me was thinking, but I can genuinely come up with an idea of where he must have been from where he was behaving, because usually, that motherfucker was horny.
how my life was changing, how my perspective was developing, what I thought the meaning of life was at all these different points. These things were all, at least in part, influenced by who I was listening to at the time.
Which means you're just easily influenced. Surprise, surprise.
It was, like, kind of the only thing that kept me going for those first 18 years. School, friendships, family moments, even my girlfriends and boyfriends, nothing mattered more to me than my music. So, when Roger Waters told me that religion was just a tool of the state, you bet your ass I became an atheist. When Tupac said that the ruling class invents conflict between the lower and middle classes so that they can run off with the money, you bet your ass I became a communist.
But Tupac Shakur's not a communist. That motherfucker was a capitalist. Till the day he fucking died. Allegedly. So not only are you just easily manipulated, you will go and believe anything without any source of evidence and proof to assess the issue because, my favorite musician believes it. My musician must be more intelligent than me. I know everything about the world because I heard a Kendrick lyric. Turn his TV off. Turn his TV off. Turn his TV off. Turn his TV off. These kinds of people shape my soul. They shape my soul. They shape it. Shape it. Elijah Schaefer, even. The same motherfucker that will glaze somebody like Kendrick without understanding that Kendrick is the type of artist that will actively tell you, I am not your savior. You should not be listening to me. And is the same type of artist at the same time will make music for his audience and then will punish a white member of his audience for repeating his lyrics if it has nigga in it. And shame them while doing so on stage. Maybe musicians are just people who make things that make you feel better. And you shouldn't put so much stock into, because I listened to some tracks from my favorite musician, I will now subscribe to all of their philosophies, beliefs, religions, or lack thereof. Maybe that's dumb and hyperbolic and childish. No? We all know that Leadhead doesn't have their own opinions. So funny. It's so funny.
When MF Doom told me to take things less seriously and just have fun, you bet your ass I became a nihilistic optimist.
So, because MF Doom had good rhymes, you changed your whole core philosophical outlook on life. Yeah, you are definitely easily manipulated, Leadhead. We already knew that, but you're just confirming it, bro.
I say all of this to demonstrate how seriously I take my music.
If you took music seriously, you would realize that it's just fucking music, bro. You'd learn how to write music. You'd become a musician. You would not listen to a piece of communist propaganda and then become a communist! You are suspiciously susceptible to propaganda.
How much it's always meant to me. How many artists completely changed me to my very core, so that you'll know that I've put a lot of thought into it when I say that Tyler, the Creator, is my favorite musician of all time.
Because he's gay. Technically bisexual, but it's because he's gay. And he's been leaning into the queerness with Chromacopia.
So, in this video, I'm going to be going through Tyler's discography and doing what I've always done with it, introspecting. I think I'm going to end up being maybe even more honest than my audience is used to today. I've been going through some things, and
Is some things a lack of dick?
with how long I've wanted to make a video about Tyler's work, I can't think of any better way to talk about my situation with my audience. Let's see if these albums can help me cope.
And so we go on this hard trek journey to go through the video essay of a leftist that is puppy-brained and is used to being completely unresponsible and completely demanding of attention and authority on why listening to Tyler, the Creator, helped them figure out how they were going to remove a person from their found family. Where's my drink? I ain't got a lot of drink. Let us begin and fill our cups, ladies and gentlemen. And as this is official VsChat, I would be remiss to start this program without our usual bit, but I will skip the music and we'll go straight towards the credits. Sponsors for Single Player Carl and Radio Coon are provided by BBC Migraine Powder, Jib and Toby's Ethnic Enrichment Playground, Cringe on Demand, Blockbuster Entertainment, Uncle Tony's Riot Seasoning, Smart Negro Brand Colonized Sheets Dating App, Immemorial Malt Liquor, and PointDexter.com, and the generous donations and watch times from viewers and haters like you. Thank you! And if you'd like to support Carl, consider leaving a wonderful donation at Ko-fi.com, Subscribestar.com, YouTube.com, and Twitch.com/SinglePlayerCarl. Make sure to support your victory today, or you hate black people. Alright, let's begin.
I was a little late to the party. I didn't get into Tyler until a little bit before his fifth album, Flower Boy, came out. For those who don't know, Flower Boy's the album where Tyler came out as bi, and when you know it, I had just recently realized that my couple gay experiences weren't just a fluke and that was just part of who I was right around the time that album dropped. As it turns out, every album that Tyler's dropped since then seems to have come out at the perfect time for me when I could really relate to it. So, what I really want to do here is talk about each album. We're going to briefly go over the mixtapes, Bastard and Goblin, but to be honest, there's not too much that I have to say about those, so let's just get started and we can work our way to the meatier albums.
Whatever you say, Anthony Trantano.
Like I said, I didn't get into Tyler until his fifth album, so
God damn, listen to that fucking microphone peak. I can hear the static.
while I can't say, yeah, Goblin came out at the perfect time for me, what I can say is, holy shit, I wish I had this when I was in high school. My high school cynicism was scored by Pink Floyd telling me that all of this was a waste of time because I was just being indoctrinated into a system that consumes everything it touches.
Because you're a wallflower with no real personality and you are easily manipulated by all music, as you've told us.
Now, that's true about school, even when you take Thatcher out of the equation, but
That's not. School is a transformative era. For some people, it's the only time they'll have proper socialization. Because a lot of people, as wallflowers, don't like social contract. They don't like social interaction. Do not like social exchange. Most people are private people that prefer their space and their boundaries. And school inserts themselves to make themselves socialize with other people. They use this as the tactic to get you to socialize in college now. And they do this as a nature of getting you to be prepared and ready for the real world. In some people's cases, it's go through school and become capable of being a functional factory worker. Show up on time, don't ask too many questions, regurgitate the information necessary to be able to pass general writing exams, turn in your quotas, blah, 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 blah. But realistically, school is a time where you discover yourself, so you can find your interests. And I do mean the entire formative period for where you're basically taken in from pre-K to kindergarten, all the way up until your senior year. Or, for those of you over in Britbong land, the comparative time inside of grade school. If you got nothing out of school, nothing out of your connections, nothing out of your extracurriculars, nothing out of your friend group, no principles, no values that you hold intrinsic to yourself, then you are a wallflower. And as a wallflower, it means that you're somebody who's going to end up being a late bloomer. because at no point in time did you ever blossom. That's what a wallflower is. It is a bud of a flower that was snipped before the actual bulb itself fully opened. In other words, someone clipped your wings, if you ever had any, and you never learned how to be your own person. You got all your viewpoints and all your philosophies from involvement from music, art, film, stage or screen, and the writing conventions and the ideas based therein. But you take no kind of information from history, because that's not what you care about. You don't care about old shit and old people and old foggy crones that have already either died or dead or are buried or are, Chuck Schumer. Or the turtle that lives inside the Rhino Party. No. You care more about who's writing who and who's in a relationship with whom and what's the new content creator's content and if people are talking about your personal life. More than likely you were a nepotistic child. And so you thought you knew everything because your artist knew everything, because nothing could defeat your artist. They were infallible. And you never really got out of that social circle, no matter what you could do, no matter how you tried. Because your vision of the world is slighted. How the fuck can you have 4 eyes and 0 vision, bitch?
Man, all Pink Floyd taught me was that I should be depressed about it.
Exactly! 4 eyes! 0 vision! Oh, school sucks, I should be depressed. Wah!
If I had Tyler's early albums in my headphones back then, the lesson I would have learned would be fuck all the bullies and all the teachers. Be proud of being a freak and don't be depressed because you're different.
You needed a music video to tell you that? You needed a music song to tell you that? Wow!
To be honest, it's pretty easy for me to believe that I would have gotten a backbone way earlier in my life if I was hearing kill people, burn shit, fuck school, instead of shown how to feel good and told to feel bad. I've got that backbone now, but that's a relatively recent development. To be even more honest, having a backbone a couple years ago probably would have spared me from the whole situation that's motivating this video. I'll get into that stuff later, but just stick with me for now while I lay down the groundwork with these first 3 albums.
Yes, they're censoring the heads and faces of these people in the background with pictures of cats.
I'll be quick about it. Really, what grabs me about Bastard, Goblin, and especially Wolf is the aesthetics of it all.
Because you only care about aesthetics. You are just an aesthetics queen! An aesthetics cuck queen!
Music videos, the YouTube videos, the merch, the concepts, Odd Future, Loiter Squad, Camp Flognaw, they...
Now, you can't say Loiter Squad. If we're going to attack and cancel somebody like Sam Hyde for $1 Million Extreme, you cannot say that you love things like Loiter Squad. Because it's just Black Nazi the other way around. Or rather, it's shitposting alt-right humor being expatriated by black people. That's it. That's what Loiter Squad is. Sam Hyde does it, he deserves to be canceled. Trevor Moore does it, you eventually want the whitest kids you know to be taken off air. Only now that Sam Hyde have the ability, after all the effort and work that he's done, to be able to bring back $1 Million Extreme 2, World Peace. But you will ape it the second your favorite content creator does it. Because of course you do. No different than a fucking Redditor.
I'll play a role in what these 3 albums are really all about for me. This juxtaposition comes up immediately upon finding the first mixtape, Bastard, online. Weird, unsettling imagery of a bunch of kids with some uncanny photoshopping, mixed with that goofy-ass taco truck font.
Okay, yeah, and yet every single time that other artists tried to do this, where were you for that? Because I know where I was when I found Hobson. The same place I was when I found Nerdcore. That's why the Taco Belmont poster stays in the background. I know where I was in my life, and I have gotten there not through the music, but through the connections with people who listen to the music too, and a connection to the artist who made the music. Your shit is completely surface level recognition. You care more about the aesthetics than you do about how you felt when you listened to it. And that's the difference.
See, these first two albums are all about that juxtaposition where all these dark, intrusive thoughts are turned into edgy jokes, rhymes and wordplay turn murder and kidnapping into punchlines. It's like the old Slim Shady thing, except for two major distinctions that elevate the music and take it a notch above just shock value with some transcendental Dre beats.
And just like that, she attempted to claim Eminem too. Marshall Mathers III is not your fucking idol. Get your nasty, crepid hands off it. He's just as much as a sellout as anybody could be. However, the old Slim Shady thing isn't the old Slim Shady thing. It is how Eminem raps. The only thing that has changed is that he's decided to get more political now. That's it.
First off, the instrumentals just feel uncanny.
No, they're the same as everybody else who was doing it at the time.
Any rapper in the world could sound good over any of the beats that Dre produced for Eminem, but only Tyler and a couple of his friends can really body the instrumentals on Bastard and Goblin.
I disagree with you. Hobson would tear it alive. Logic would tear it alive. Fucking Glow would tear it alive. Ice Spice, of all people, could tear it alive. Pink Panthers could tear it alive. And nigga, don't get me started on Doja Cat.
Weird chords, weird instruments, weird MF Doom-inspired drums. It all shares the...
They're not MF Doom-inspired drums. They are coffeecore. They were the beats that were created when lo-fi started taking over. Where DJ Cutman and his company of Game Chops went in the direction of taking music-inspired beats and designing something new and interesting and original, and the official Sonic Team Orchestra created the Sonic Symphony, which then led to Tetsu Omura and all of his team for their music to create the Kingdom Hearts concerts, which unironically led to the creation of Melody of Memory, the song memory game that very few of you ever bought for the Switch. It was the coffee core. It was the lo-fi beats to study and work out to that created the MF Doom tracks, which were themselves an origination of asset flips using things like the Godzilla soundtrack or the Godzilla Scream. That was what made those beats possible. It's like somebody trying to claim that it's called Spit Up. No, bitch, it's called Nightcore. No, it's not called Sunset Fruity. It's called Fruitager Arrow. And multiple types of Fruitager Arrow, such as the Microsoft Wave, the Memecore Wave, or just quite simply the, not Cyberpunk Wave, but the Vaporwave design, is integral to the musical concepts. No, it's not called Dark and Dirty Drums. It's called Drums and Bass. I don't know why you're trying to reinvent these terms, like you are actually a part of the scene, but you were in fact not. That's probably the biggest downside about concepts or franchises like The World Ends With You. When they tried to take it over, and from The World Ends With You, they tried to put their fucking writing into things like The World Ends With You Neo, people like Leadhead think that because they heard music once, and they heard the story talk about, I want to live in my own world, but it's only when I took the headset off that I finally was a real person. They then turned that into a goddamn fucking fiction about how it's great to be a communist and be gay and do crimes. Based on where they are in the moment, not where the musician was when they wrote it. Marshall Mathers is Eminem, but Eminem and Slim Shady are two different people. Claiming that you can claim Eminem because you say the old thing he did is anything comparable to the things he does now, or the writing he does now, or his effort and skill that he has now. Bro, that's like trying to compare fucking Nas to Tech 9. Are you crazy? Yes, you are. You are desperately insane.
Same jazz and R&B roots that most of rap music can be traced back to, but it's just different sounding. To this day, even Tyler has never really made anything that sounds like these first two albums do.
Because it's called your first experimental album. It's when you're discovering your sound. It's the same thing we do as content creators when we're making our first content. You gotta put in the reps. Or, if we use league terms, you gotta put in reps of games. They have to throw 100 games in order for you to understand what your skills are. You gotta put in 100 hours. You gotta put in 1,000 tries. You gotta throw 1,000 hands, the Balatro, before you can really figure it out what you're trying to do here. Because you gotta develop raw talents and skills.
It all works musically, albeit in a really dissonant way, but it falls into this uncanny valley of sound in a way that recontextualizes those edgy jokes. The fact that it all sounds so weird both re-emphasizes the larger message of fuck everybody else, do what makes you happy, and makes you think, or at least feel, like maybe this guy's serious. Maybe he does literally have a plan to kill Bruno Mars.
And yet, when people said this shit about Marcus Hobson, and I remember it to the day because it came from the first of many, boys. We're getting it in soon. We're getting it in early and soon. And just to text the connection on the other side. You didn't accept my friend request on Discord. Well, I don't have to in order to read your DM. I did say the day that you sent me that request, Fairly Spark, that while I appreciate your offer, that I wasn't interested in it. And testing. Has anybody else noticed that behind your behind your usernames on YouTube, they now have the @ symbol? Is that just me that's noticed that? What the fuck are they doing at YouTube headquarters? And just to test if I'm crazy. Kick making me redo my 2-factor authentication again. One moment, ladies and gentlemen. And F. I don't know why they'd be copying Twitter. I find it really weird. Okay, it's only YouTube. Don't know what's going on there. Anyways, back to my talking point. Let's replay that section.
Fuck everybody else, do what makes you happy, and makes you think, or at least feel, like maybe this guy's serious. Maybe he does literally have a plan to kill Bruno Mars.
So, when people like Hobson and people like MF Doom originated this idea in their music, people called them tryhards and weird, and said that they have a childish aesthetic that's really stupid and dumb. When Frank Ocean and Bruno Mars and also Tyler, the Creator, do it, suddenly it's super cool, it's super based, it's super quirky. When Doja Cat does it, at least up until y'all motherfuckers wanted to turn on her, when she then started getting recognized for her fame, and did not live in the Planet Her era, instead continued to do work, right around the time that she did the soundtrack for the Elvis movie featuring Austin Tyler, before he then went on to go do Dune 2, you actively decided to say, when women do anything in this way, it's an instant success and hit, and we should give them all the support of the world. So, it's bullshit. Leadhead, it's bullshit. You just make excuses for your faves. That's it.
Tyler's not actually that twisted, but...
Yes, that nigga is. He has a horrible sense of humor.
Man, some people are. Secondly, there's this little rhyme scheme trick that Tyler does a lot back then, where he sort of backs up what he's saying, making it feel a little bit more legitimate, no matter how ridiculous whatever it is. Take a listen to this.
For some reason I liked it and it was really exciting. Couldn't stop the addiction. And the irony is a couple junkies went missing and I know right where they're hiding.
See, a more traditional rhyme scheme would end with something that rhymes with and the irony is. But by bringing back the previous bar's B rhyme, liked it and exciting, with hiding, it kind of sneaks up on you. And a lot of the time I hear him doing this trick, it's like I can't even immediately pinpoint what that last phrase was rhyming with unless I'm paying closer attention, because my brain was just primed to hear a different rhyme.
Because it's called slanted rhymes. So now, a musician admits they don't understand music theory either. And an SATV trained vocalist is sitting here in his attitude, judging her and giving her red marks. High level pseudo-intellectualism.
But I know it rhymes with something that I heard not too long ago. Not only does it just tie the verse together in a nice and unique way, but it gives the verse that vibe. Like, it really doesn't care if I'm internalizing the lyrics or not. It all just feels so matter-of-fact, which is emphasized especially in this example by the cold drop into the chorus after that last bar. Like I said, it's sort of a vague, abstract, vibey thing, but the confident, uncaring energy that this rhyme scheme gives off just adds to that feeling, as if someone's listening to it and they don't like it, they're the one with the problem. It's like it's saying, you either get what I'm going for or you're completely irrelevant.
Yes, that's what most pretentious artists do. They say, if you don't have and see my vision, then you're bad and you just don't get it. A lot of them are like that. That's how a lot of new artists can be. Because they usually don't have a lot of people who believe in their concepts. Because when they do, and everybody's supportive and nobody's against it, that's called a industry plant. Kind of like you, Leadhead.
That's kind of a philosophy I can really get behind as an artist. I make these videos for myself and for the people who like them, and that's literally
now. Don't lie. You make these videos to brag about yourself and your intelligence on the internet, so that when people criticize you, you can say ignore the haters, and you can use them as a springboard to get more attention, so you can get yourself more money from more people supporting this really weird, quirky, transgender YouTuber. That is what you use it for. That is what it's posted for. I didn't need to learn any of the information that I learned by proxy, by watching your content and effectively having that content put in front of me through a combination of Horror and Hellfire and the OpBlock's Foggy.exe. That shouldn't have happened to me, but it did, because I live in this timeline. And unfortunately, Leadhead, in this timeline, I'm still good at my job of pattern recognition and archival analysis. All of your behavior is done because nobody told you no. You like attention? You like recognition. You like to be perceived, but you hate being misunderstood. Thanks, Stormcloak Carl. And you have that fear of being misunderstood so integral to your core that you will go out of your way to make sure that if people misunderstand you, you will remove the information and then say, how dare you talk about me? That was your first reaction on the release of your video. On the, what was it? The personality traits or the lessons learned from the Giving Tree? You don't care about these things that are deeply important. Because you're too busy worried about stuff that isn't actually your concern. Eye roll.
Really it. I don't think about expanding my audience for even a second. I just don't give a fuck about that.
Then you wouldn't care about who's watching your content. You wouldn't react to it. But you react and you scream at that stimuli every time and every chance you get. You haven't stopped bitching since the last time you started bitching.
So you've got all that darkness, all that fuck you. You've got Tyler eating a cockroach and hanging himself in the Yonkers video, or fucking a doll in a sex dungeon in VCR. But that's contrasted by the bright, silly, and sometimes sentimental side of the Odd Future era. Songs like...
Because it was meant to get you to talk about what he did? Something that was then parodied by other people who called him out for that? Such as Marcus Hobson and the members of Funk Volume?
Her or Bastard or Ass Milk, turning the tone from anger to pure sadness or goofiness. After hearing these two albums, you really get a thorough look at this whole spectrum of where Tyler's head was at the time.
In the same place that Marcus Hobson was. The same place that most rappers in their youth are. In trying to create goofy music and living through their life and dealing with the circumstances that come with it. Because this is before Tyler got truly big and was an industry insider.
see what makes him mad, happy, depressed, scared. We see what he thinks is funny. We see how he copes with his anger and depression.
No, you don't. What you're seeing is his methodology to cope with his fame. Because if you're going to cite Loiter Squad as your jumping in point, that was you watching him try to navigate the social networks of syndication. And he didn't like it. That's why he stopped doing it. Loiter Squad ended, girly.
These two albums, more than almost any other album I can think of, feel like perfect representations of what it's like to actually be in another person's brain, in a way that I think is really special. Then that feeling is just elevated by the merch, the videos, and all that stuff. When you first dive into Odd Future, you really are just entering Tyler's world. And
so you have a parasocial relationship to the early parts of his content, the same way some people have a very strange attachment to the early part of Childish Gambino's music, as Donald Glover made the difference between his music persona and his acting persona. You would be in love with Mr. 3000, and you would be in love with Redbone, but you explicitly hate anything that is nearby This Is America.
it's an interesting ass world to be in. Okay, one more album.
This transition's taking too long, Leadhead. Get on with it.
I say that Bastard and Goblin put you in the mind of the artist better than almost any album, but truthfully, I only had one other album in mind. Wolf, the third album, and if you ask me, the answer to everything that Bastard and Goblin were setting up. It's just the final word on what these two albums were trying to achieve. Wolf is long, like 20 minutes longer than any of his other albums, unless you count the extended version of Call Me If You Get Lost. It's weird, it's varied, it captures like a dozen different genres and subgenres of R&B and rap. It's uncanny, it's sad, it's funny.
The word is experimental. Why can't you say experimental?
It's angry, it's forgiving. It takes that idea of putting you into Tyler's mind and it turns it into this giant musical epic. Wolf, more than any other Tyler album, feels like an odyssey. It feels like this polished, refined version of everything that Bastard and Goblin were, while also foreshadowing a lot of the ways that Tyler would elevate his work over the rest of his career. If you ask me, Tyler knew that this juxtaposition of comedy, unseriousness, and really raw emotional vignettes was the best thing about his work at the time.
It was. It was what got him most of his audience, because they were like, haha, he's funny and he's maudlin, unlike Marcus Hobson, who's dark and brooding and weird.
One of my favorite traditions of his really came to be during Wolf, where at the end of his music videos, he would just cold cut mid-measure into a totally different music video for a song with a totally different vibe.
It's called giving people a promo of the work in the middle of the work. There are parts inside of the middle of some songs from 112 where they will break into the part of another song, like in the middle of Cream. They'll just break into another measure of another song, and then back again. Lots of artists do that. You should know that, considering you're supposed to be a lover of music and a performer of music, but you know.
Look at this.
Kind of disgusting. Fat time and before I flatline, Clancy chimes in my room and catch me. This shit's so damn embarrassing. Like.
This is just the best marketing. Coming from somebody who wasn't listening to Wolf back when it initially came out, this just made me so curious about what the hell this album even was when I first saw it. More to the point though, it just emphasizes how broad of a net this album casts, how complete of a picture you're going to get of who Tyler is when you drop yourself into this world and listen to the album.
Not clear one, because that's Tyler when he made the music, not Tyler as he is now. How is every word you're saying getting more pretentious?
Wolf is also significant for being the first album of Tyler's to really have a concrete narrative. Wolf is a story about this feud at a summer camp, Camp Flognaw, between a character named Wolf and a character named Sam, all centered around Wolf coming in and taking over Sam's life, replacing Sam as a member of the friend group, a little goon squad called the Dead Sams. Wolf steals Sam's girlfriends later before Sam eventually gets himself killed in a fight. The fact that the album is sung from both characters' perspectives is a really raw example of that juxtaposition that I appreciate so much about Tyler's music. There's always this sharp dissonance between the individual songs where whenever an album drops, you can't really tell if Tyler's doing okay or if he's really going through it. At the end of this album, I'd say we get an answer to that question, a full summary of Tyler's headspace. This is where Tyler learned how to give his album such great endings, using the final song to recontextualize the narrative of the album and tie the story up in a way that makes the album feel complete in a way that his first two albums didn't. In this case, the whole thing ends with the song Alone, where Wolf is talking to the therapist at Camp Flognaw about how he wants to give up on music because all the pressure from the fans and the pressure to always improve himself in a genre that he isn't fully committed to has stressed him out to the point where he was emotionally numb during his grandmother's death.
Which is normal.
This is also something that I kind of relate to in my own way.
Everybody can relate to it. Death happens.
If you're somebody like Drake, then the death of a family member shouldn't really have much of an impact on your artistic career, but...
Okay, just out of nowhere, random, he not like us. What was the relevance of mentioning that in this moment, Leadhead?
For the rest of us, everything tends to get jumbled together. Especially if you're like Tyler and all of your work is so personal. Suddenly, all those fans wearing the Odd Future socks and playing your songs at the skate parks just become a reminder of how things were when your life was simpler. Similarly, it's incredibly hard for me to think about my channel right now, amidst all the stuff that's been going on with me.
How is it hard for you to think about your channel? Your channel is an extension of you, which means it shouldn't be hard to think about your channel, because all you gotta do is just think about, hey, I want to tell people what's going on in my life. How is it hard for you to think about that? You sit in front of a webcam and you just start yapping. The fuck?
Just thinking about all the things that I've shared with you guys over the years and how much of that stuff is relevant to my current situation.
Or whether you should have said anything about it at all because you're using it as a form of shame and wound collecting so you can get money.
It makes me feel like I should just go to making bland, shitty game reviews or Drake songs or something, so I can have a little bit less of an emotional investment in my own life. It's not like I don't appreciate all you guys and all the love that you give me, but sometimes when the mood's right, it just makes me feel that much more lonely and isolated.
Good, you deserve to be lonely and isolated.
Sometimes it's just a reminder of all the things that I've lost or that I never had to begin with.
Because you're a wallflower that continues to live vicariously through being transgender as a personality trait.
Wolf had everything he could want. His rival, Sam, was dead. He had a huge friend group. He got the girl of his dreams, but he just wasn't satisfied. He still wanted to give it up. Similarly, Tyler also had everything. He was one of the most successful up-and-coming musicians in the world at the time. Every kid in every skate park across America at the time was wearing OF socks and listening to Yonkers, and he did it all without ever having to sign up with a label. He did it all without ever having to compromise his vision or change his creative intentions to fit someone else's requirements. But Tyler wasn't satisfied. He didn't want to be known as nothing but a quirky rapper with a knack for marketing. He wanted to be a creator, someone who would change the genre forever, just like MF Doom, one of his biggest inspirations, managed to. Wolf was the end of an era. The next album proves to me that Tyler wanted his music to change. He didn't want to be pigeonholed into just being an edgy rap artist, end of story. I think Tyler wanted to change his style up so much that he didn't know if Wolf would be his last album to find success or not, so as a goodbye to this era of Tyler's music, I think Wolf was intended to be the logical conclusion to everything that was so great about his first two albums. He wanted to show us all that he had mastered what he was initially doing so that nobody could say shit when he switched it up and started doing something else.
Not really. He didn't master this until he got to his 4th album. And it wasn't really something he mastered either. It was something he was fucking around with.
As far as I'm concerned, he proved it. Nobody could have ever made this album better than Tyler did. Wolf is, for all its quirks, basically perfect as far as I'm concerned. His next album, Cherry Bomb, while being my favorite album of all time, is a lot less perfect than Wolf is. This is when things start to get interesting. This is when the songs start to feel more and more relevant to the nightmares that I've been having, both
Nightmares like?
when I'm asleep and when I'm trying to push through the day. More than that, though, Cherry Bomb is the album where we can start to lay down the foundation of who I am, so that all the albums that he made afterwards can tear that person down.
So, what you're telling me, Leadhead, is that you are not good enough to navigate the social waters. And if I were to map it out, like a map of V-Rising, you can't even play the easiest part of the challenge. And you gloviate and you glaze this man's nuts because it makes you feel special. That's funny. More pretentiousness. Oh no, the female conjoined family bathroom is locked. I guess they just gotta go to the other side. Symbolism!
Hey, baby, I'm so fucking sorry to wake you up.
That's so lame that you decided to come into your bathroom for a fucking music video and the equivalent of what is a pointless essay about your desire of a music video. That's so lame. That's okay.
At Salem Park, and I've got a lock that needs picking. I'm so fucking sorry. Do you think you can come over here? Thank you.
Now we're at Cherry Bomb.
More than any other album I've ever listened to, Cherry Bomb understands how it feels to be me. One of the traits I'm happy to say I share with Tyler is ambition. I'm someone who can always see what change I want to make in my life next. I've always got a goal in mind, and a lot of the time, I've got a plan to work towards it. This is a positive trait, no arguing that, but man, the other way that you can look at it is that no matter how good my life is, no matter how many of my goals I've achieved, I'm never satisfied. Something's always
Because you're a control freak?
missing.
Because you're a control freak?
Those problems, those imperfections, whether little or big, become my whole world. No matter how good my life is, I'm a compulsive problem solver, and so if there's ever a problem, no matter how slight, it's all that I can think about. My wife and I have this rule that we need to do everything we can to make sure that we never go to bed while there's still something we need to talk about, or while we're in the middle of an argument or whatever. That hasn't really been possible lately, unfortunately. Her and I are doing fine, but lately there's just so much shit that we need to talk about and figure out, and so many perfectly fine days have ended with me keeping her awake in bed for an extra hour and a half, making sure that we're on the same page about some small, irrelevant issue in our lives.
Uh-huh.
Ambition is the reason that I've achieved everything that I have this early in my life, but it's also the reason that I can hardly ever appreciate any of it. Jesus. Cherry Bomb, Tyler's fourth album, is a love letter and a promise to music.
Put some
And
fucking earbuds on! You're in public! Humble bragging 101, 100%. Thank you. As you can all notice, we now have a new proper donation sound. It kind of irritates me that they're sitting directly on a nasty-ass, piss-covered floor. But you know, as long as I'm not looking at it, I'm not upset. Thank you, Mr. Girl.
A treatise on the Sisyphusian struggle of the ambitious.
And what does anything about your Sisyphusian struggle of trying to keep yourself relevant have to do with Tyler?
We'll get into the ambition side of things shortly, but let's start with the love letter and promise to music part. Like I said, Wolf was the end of an era for Tyler, and if the last song, Alone, is anything to go by, he was starting to get pretty tired of doing his original shtick. Cherry Bomb can be seen as the awkward transitional album between old and new Tyler. Both of his eras have been so distinct that I guess everybody forgets that Cherry Bomb is out there blurring the lines between the two. Cherry Bomb is all about wanting something that you aren't allowed to have. In Tyler's case, that thing he wanted seems like it was just to be an R&B pop artist instead of an edgy rapper. Like I said, I don't really have any place to talk about racial issues, but I'd say this feeling like Tyler was betraying how everybody saw him at the time is probably the motivation behind the Buffalo music video, with whiteface, blackface Tyler getting lynched.
You're so close, Leadhead. You're so close.
Let's get into the music now, though. It's...
Yes! Because you started this chapter and you just started yapping too much.
intense. Audibly, Cherry Bomb is a higher contrast album than pretty much anything else I've ever heard. It starts out so angry and high energy that it's just genuinely difficult to listen to. Just blaring, distorted guitars, bass so heavy that it'll peak anything but the absolute best sound systems a broke audiophile like myself can afford. It's not even that it's mixed badly, it actually sounds incredible on equipment that can handle it, but the music itself is just so pissed off and frustrated that your Apple headphones or your car speakers just can't really parse it. The mids get absolutely crushed with every bass note, and it becomes so incredibly hard to even understand what Tyler's saying. Again, unless you're listening on relatively serious audio equipment. When I'm so mad that I feel like I could scream at somebody, what I do is I go on a drive, crank this album up to 10, let it get all distorted and fucked up sounding, and just scream these lyrics in the car. If I'm not mad, the first few songs on this album just give me a headache, but in those rare instances where I'm as mad as I'm just capable of getting, this is exactly how my feelings sound. I don't get that mad very often, but when I do, it's almost always because of one of those nagging imperfections my problem-solving mind likes to hyperfixate on. Then I get mad at myself for not just being able to appreciate all the good in my life. If you listen on speakers that are actually good enough to understand the lyrics here, you'll realize that Tyler's rapping about that exact same shit. I'm famous, everybody loves the music I put out, but I don't. I think Yonkers is ass, but everybody keeps sucking my dick over it. I worked so hard to get where I am, and now all I want is to be somewhere else. I've got this desperate need to do something different that all my fans are going to absolutely hate, and I feel like I'm gonna fucking explode if I don't do it. This is exactly, to a T, how I feel every time somebody talks to me about my old Half-Life videos, or really anything from that first era of the channel, knowing full well that they don't appreciate what I'm going for these days. I worked my ass off to make those videos. I cared about them so much when I made them, but Now they're just nothing but a reminder of the fans that I'm letting down when my artistic goals as a creator change. If you want to talk about imperfections in my life that make it hard for me to appreciate the things I worked towards and achieved a couple years ago, that's a big one.
Why is it big? Why is it big, Leadhead?
So I throw on Cherry Bomb and I wake the neighbors up, blasting it in my cars.
So you're insensitive to fucking neighbors around you too? We already knew that, let's be honest.
Peel out of the driveway. Then, the next thing I know, after I've worked through a bit of that anger, my brain turns back on and I realize that I'm listening to this.
Cause I'm in first class, but I feel like coach.
This absolutely beautiful music. This music I could sleep to or cry to or find the motivation to change my life to. This album starts out so incredibly difficult to listen to in any other headspace besides as angry as you can possibly get. And then it turns into just the most beautiful music in the world. Listen to it and you'll see what I mean. You won't even realize that you're listening to something beautiful at first, but the second it hits, you're just on this completely transcendent ride up until the very end of the album. To be honest, that gradual transformation does a lot to calm me down when I am in one of
I didn't hit tab.
Those horrible moods. So that's what it sounds like, but what's it really saying? Well, this is where the whole love letter to music thing comes in. If you ask me, that angry, difficult stuff towards the beginning of the album represents how Tyler feels about his old music and the reputation he's earned with it. It's edgy, it's dark, it's noisy. It's like everything Tyler was doing on songs like Radicals or Trash Wing, pushed to the point where it doesn't even sound like Tyler anymore. And it leaves you just missing something. Don't get me wrong, these songs still slap in their own way, but that thing that they're missing is the nuance. The nuance that makes his older music transcend past the likes of early, edgy Eminem. It's like Bastard or Goblin or Wolf if you sucked out all the sentimentality, all the heart.
So it's like if you listen to music completely for the tonality of the music instead of understanding it as a piece of art.
All the happiness that was hiding behind the edgy talk of school shootings and kidnap. It's about halfway through song 3, Pilot, when he's talking about how badly he wants to hijack a plane and go do 9/11, when suddenly that anger turns into yearning, with the beautiful voice of Sidney Bennett harmonizing with him as he just says, I don't want to crash anymore, I just want to find my wings. Then he goes on to deliver a verse all about how he just wants to find somewhere where he can be himself without any expectations placed onto him, and how he can buy anything in the world, but you just can't buy that kind of peace.
Because it comes at a detrimental cost to your soul. In your case, it comes at you destroying everything around you, the people around you, the homes around you, the family around you, biological and found. It makes you an insufferable fucking bully.
If you want to fly away to a magical place where you can do what you like, you can't buy your wings. You have to just find them for yourself. It's the first time that this album softens up a little bit and stops sounding so angry. Then, that just gets immediately cut off with the most hectic, angry track on the whole album, Run, in which this pissed-off voice just tells him that he's trash and that last song was preachy and weak and that nobody wants to hear that shit.
Because that's the voice that would have come from an onlooker who's watching and reading and consuming. I don't care about none of that soft shit. We ain't trying to hear none of that shit. I'm trying to be out here and shake my ass, bro. So, that one's a one-off, but we're just going to go ahead and write down Leadhead doesn't understand Trap Bunny Bubbles either. And put some fucking earbuds on! You're in public! Nuance is one of my least favorite words due to people like this. If I hear somebody call something nuanced, I know immediately to avoid it. See, that's giving them too much power over you, Jag. Nuance is the thing that requires understanding. Leadhead can't do nuance. They can only do context. I mean, quite frankly, shit, Leadhead ain't trying to hear nothing. She just want to fucking dance, bro. Uh-oh.
Moving forward, there's this push and pull between the soft, yearning, flying side of this album and the angry, grounded side telling him to get his head out of the clouds and just go make Yonkers 15 more times and call it a day. One particularly interesting song on this album is Fucking Young / Perfect. This is a tricky one to talk about. It's supposedly a true story about a time that Tyler got a crush on a minor. If the song's lyrics are to be believed, then things never got any more serious than a dance and a couple FaceTimes, which, for the record, is way more than should ever happen between an adult and a minor. But, like I said, I'm not here to talk about real life. For the purpose...
I'm not here to talk about real life. I'm talking about projection about things that happen in real life. What is music except the fucking soundtrack that fills our days? Ah ha ha ha! What probably pisses me off the most when it comes to Leadhead, and anyone who tries to be this pedantic, is the inability to understand. You can't want people to understand the uber, ultra, oh so serious shit, and then look aside from themselves at you and see that you are playing both sides while being hypocrites. It's very frustrating. You're so smart and you're so dumb at the same time. And smart, dumb niggas, that's weird. Because the music is telling you what the artist is feeling in the moment when they wrote it and when they're performing it. That's why stage performances are always different compared to the acoustic live. Sometimes it's based on the energy, sometimes it's based on the emotion, sometimes it's based on healing. You're just cutting the human out.
Of this album, this is, like most of the others, a song about wanting something so badly even though you know that you can't have it. It's uncomfortable to listen to in a way that everything else Tyler's made before just isn't, because it's in the context of his most heartfelt, vulnerable, and emotional album yet. That said, that discomfort is part of the experience of the album, so I guess it is what it is. Personally, I'm of the belief that the reason this song is here is to draw that parallel. The girl from the song, and by extension all the women he addresses at different points in Cherry Bomb, represent his musical goals and creative ambitions. He's in love with something he can't have. And in the context of this metaphor, that thing he can't have is a career where he's known as a composer and as a musical genius.
Tyler is not Lewis Cole. I'm not expecting him to behave like Lewis Cole. I will let him be Tyler the Creator. Stop trying to make him sound like the second coming of an undeserved Lewis Cole. Because he's not Lewis Cole.
Instead of just a quirky rapper with some well-composed beats. I also just have to say the second half of this song, Perfect, is one of the most beautiful things I've ever heard. Kali Uchis fits so perfectly into Tyler's world, as do all the other singers on this album. Tyler's singing hasn't really reached its full potential yet. He gets better at singing as his discography progresses, but in the meantime, it just kind of adds to that punkish vibe that his early music always had. It's just an acquired taste, really. Moving on, though, I said that Perfect was one of the most beautiful things I've ever heard. Well, the final song, Okada, California, is the actual most beautiful thing I've ever heard. With Okada, California, Tyler hits the trifecta. My favorite song of all time is in my favorite album of all time from my favorite artist of all time. Okada is about that magical place that Tyler wants to fly to. This is the promise part of this album's love letter to music. As far as I'm concerned, this is Tyler promising to his music that he's going to get to Okada and leave all of this edgy shit in the past. He's scared, but he has to do it.
No, he doesn't. He could leave the edgy shit behind and just be himself, which is not what he's been doing. Lewis Cole, look up the band Nowhere, then look up Lewis Cole music, then look at his discography. You can thank me later.
Here's a snippet of him talking to that music. Okada, California, for me, is about those rare moments in my life where it feels like all of that yearning finally paid off.
When? What did you yearn for? When did you yearn for it? Every time you've ever wanted something, you reach out, You force situations to get them. By lying, cheating, and manipulating.
I finally achieved my goal. I got what I wanted. I'm finally satisfied. I might not feel that way forever, but right now everything is perfect, and I know in my heart that I earned it. Everybody talks about Igor's musical loop, how the album ends on an unresolved note, which is then resolved by the first note of the album, implying that the story is cyclical. Well, Cherry Bomb does that too, in a little bit more of a subtle way, with some unresolved feeling drums that lead perfectly into the beginning of the album. Take a listen.
That's called a leitmotif. A guitarist doesn't know what a leitmotif is. Probably the most important thing to detail character when told through song. Every single time I watch a Leadhead video, she finds something that then pisses me off more than I would have already been by the revelations. Fuck me running. Holy shit!
Even with that cool little detail, I do my best to never let this album loop because it's just too depressing for me every time I hear that transition.
Stop sighing, bitch!
Thing. For all the time.
Hello, horror.
Stop sighing, you fucking trifling ass hoe. You are not deep. Stop it.
She's deep in something.
Times that you work your ass off and finally make it to Okaga. Eventually you're going to just be as pissed off at the next problem as you were at the last. I may finally achieve what I've always wanted and have the life that I've always wanted, but...
Being a cum dumpster? It's right here! It's in the notes! It's right here! You want to be a cum dumpster!
I also want to point out that she says that her life is perfect, or is gonna be perfect. No, you can't rewrite history, Leadhead. If you started this out literally saying that you just wish that your ex that you hooked up with behind your wife's back would just leave you alone, your life isn't perfect.
The situation.
Stop.
The situation that was caused when you had the ability to try to help your partner, and you said, "Yeah, I can control you, so I'm just gonna go ahead and start working on this." Oh my God! What's my penis doing?
It's not so much trying to control her, it's that you're not meeting my sexual needs and touching my princess wand enough. I need to go get somebody else to do it for you behind your back. Even though you've conveyed to me that that's your worst fear. So it's worse than you're putting on. Yes, Carl. It is legitimately, the situation was legitimately worse than how you were describing it.
I know. The way that situation was rectified is even more annoying.
I'm a human, and an ambitious one at that.
Are you sure about that?
Now, excuse me! I was told that you're a puppy. It's right here under notes of video 5, alongside the picture of you with the fucking head, okay? It's right there, in black and white. Fucking earbuds on!
Just a girl. I don't think so. It's been postulated because there's some pictures that Leadhead has put out of drawings that she's put on a refrigerator where there's 5 people. So we have a sneaking suspicion that there's 5 people involved. I'm not sure if Rachel and Ashley are different people or if they're the same person renamed. But I know that what I was trying to convey in the chat earlier is that in that picture there's 5 people in the family. Leadhead, her wife, boy, and girl, and then somebody else that she doesn't name. So we're not sure. We're thinking it postulated they're either 2 different people or it's the same person, but Ashley was the name given to kind of hide her, and now that things have blown up again, she's not trying to hide her anymore.
Yes.
Continue.
And sooner or later I'm gonna find a new problem, and suddenly my life doesn't feel as complete as it used to.
Because that's how life works.
Your life felt complete? When?
That's how life works, Leadhead. You say, "Oh my God, my life is over. I don't know what I'm gonna do with myself," and then you turn to the next album cover, And then you're like, oh my god, this music is so deep. Why was I complaining?
Just wait. Just wait. She gets to layer ones and she just absolutely goes off the rails.
The worst part is that when that happens, it really does feel like this transition. Just going from the most beautiful song of all time directly back into that difficult to listen to anger that started out the album.
Because that's how life is. It's cyclical. Or rather, it happens in cycles.
Yep.
I know I'm moving forward, but whenever that happens,
No, you're not.
it just feels like I'm
No, you're
losing
not.
all of that progress.
Because you can't keep your princess wad in your pants.
You are addicted to the dick.
Literally. Literally.
You run to the dick! It's like you run to the tip! It's like you run to the clip! Because you can't find that shit!
I was gonna say, you sure she could find it?
I don't know. Allegedly, they have years of experience as a minor kissing on the homies. Kissing, sucking, and fucking them good night. So I hope they have
Being an
experience.
Apparently being a child alcoholic.
But Leadhead do sure be creating content for Carl, though.
Should have just put the fries in the bag.
You should put the fries in the bag instead of putting your dick in the bag.
Fries in the bag instead of dick in the ass.
Step 1, find a box. 2, cut a hole in that box. 3, put your dick in that box.
It's a wand in a
I'm in the middle of
box.
that right now. A few months ago, I was talking about motherhood and love. Shit, I even got married recently, but as of lately,
See, there you
on
go.
the chart, I'm directly at the beginning of this album in Death Camp, and I'm as mad as I've ever been this month. Yet again, it feels like everything I've ever worked for is either falling apart or like it was never even enough in the first place.
Because you work from chaos.
Son of a
Congratulations!
bitch.
Congratulations!
You better have washed your hair after this. Because you got piss all up in your hair. We know what dudes do in bathrooms. They do not aim for shit.
And that's just the ones that aren't drunk.
And women are worse.
Congratulations, Leadhead. You now have discovered what happens when you put your life on the internet for everybody to consume. Oh my god, why are you guys going around judging me and my actions? Why can't you just shut the fuck up and leave me alone? Why won't you just shut up? Why won't you stop? Why won't you stop? Why won't you stop? Why won't you stop creating this shit?
This is what I like to call the Amberlynn Reed effect. Where they will put everything out on the internet, and then later on they forget how many lies that they've told and which lies they've told, and then they start contradicting themselves. Because they want, like I said in the chat, they want to flex in the form of pulling their princess wand out and making the helicopter happen, and then telling you, I'm better than you.
To impress a chick, do the helicopter.
Helicopter wand. Am I wrong?
No. Oh, my mind fragmenting and only I am that's coming out of nowhere.
She couldn't have kept this to herself. See, she couldn't have because she's a narcissist.
Very.
She's a sex-obsessed narcissist.
She's bigly. I'm pretty sure the majority of most of the influence that comes with putting out the content that she does like this is the ability to say, I'm one of the most honest content creators in the world. I tell people everything.
She literally made a video called Honesty.
In which she chose to detail to us in explicit and excruciating detail, not only that they lied, and that they are a liar, but that they were going to intentionally lie. Only revealed the lie a year and a half, I think we got the timeline worked out, or you cheated on
Something
them,
like that.
and then you started playing your multiplayer sandbox Minecraft server so you could cope about it.
This is coming from somebody who has, and I quote, called themselves the greatest manipulator in the world.
Why can't you manipulate yourself into therapy? I would definitely not
Manipulate
call...
yourself into a toaster bath.
I would definitely not call Leadhead a Mission 2.1. Mission at least knows...
close.
At least knows how... He at least knows how to shut the fuck up sometimes.
Sometimes.
A lesson he needs to teach Mama Max.
No, because then we wouldn't get the content.
Aww. Now...
Remember.
Now, in a little bit of defense of Mama Max, he did try to go and do work somewhere else, and people stalked him to make him lose his job. So,
Yep, and I disavow that.
However,
Massive disavow.
However, I feel like it's more like a autistic transgender discaff of Dark Viper AU. See, Dark Viper AU can't shut the fuck up because it's by design. He wants to exhaust you. Leadhead, she wants to exist in front of the camera at all times. Everywhere inside the corners of the box, that is her space in her frame. Why are you in her space? Why are you in her way? Why are you in her frame? Why can't you just shut up and watch the picture? I mean, I can have opinions. No, you can't have opinions. If you have opinions, that's bad. Sorry, I'm going to have opinions. I'm going to judge you for even attempting to stop me from having opinions. That control...
Why don't you just listen and seal clap whenever I say something quirky?
Like, that nature of wanting to present and prostrate and perform. As we pull from the knowledge of Stormcloak Carl, being perceived isn't wrong. Being performed for is. If you are an all-dancing, all-clapping seal at all times, and the moment I stop clapping, it hurts you, who is the performance for? Is it for me or is it for you? I don't need to be performed for. Because I, in fact, am a performer. I am your midnight ballerina. However...
Oui, baguette.
Don't you talk about my baguette. My mama said it was nice and flaky.
I went to the store and I got a croissant. Croissant? I'm so retarded. And then I went home and I ate the croissant. Croissant? I'm mega retarded.
Did you miss a lot of filth and degradation? Yes.
That's because
Foster.
I've lost brain cells.
Yes, Foster, you missed a little bit. You're coming in at the 1/4 mark. Anyways, if people not clapping along and watching silently and giving you their money, the money part is the important part. If people coming into your space and not giving you money, witnessing your actions, and then seeing that you are a person who is not really to be properly trusted, you're making it very easy for people to tell that you have a problem. Yes, it's 1/4 because it's a 2-hour video, and we're watching it as a raw file that I have saved in case Leadhead had pulled it down. So we don't have the benefit of even going quickly. But I don't think it would benefit us for the true entertainment value if we did not go at 1x speed. So
no, you would miss so much shit that this bitch says.
When you perform in the way that Leadhead does, right? So let's use a parallel right now. The biggest fucking topic on the street for most people is Jason Thorhall, Pirate Software, and his inability to accept being wrong. 1 + 1 = 2. But in Thor's mind, 1 + 1 = 3. And if you disagree with him, it's because you're reading it from the wrong place. He's talking from a different perspective. That perspective is the perspective of being a part of the board of an upcoming live action game or live service game that's going to be making money off the fact that that live service feature would require him, in terms of laws that wouldn't even apply to his game, that you would still need to plan for end-of-life functions. So, from the presentation I did the other day, These functions already exist, they're already actively being used, and they already can be incorporated into anything that you want to use, should, when you make a game, and it doesn't pop off, but the game is still form, fit, and function, everything functions under the hood. The only thing it requires is a person to do the server back relay. The only thing you have to do is just, instead of the server connection pointing to your digital file, you put that shit out on a platform like Steam and say, instead of having to download Hamachi and learning how to port forward and all that extra gobbledygook bullshit that makes it harder for people to play video games with friends, you can just run the private server off of the connections that you'll make as users playing our goofy little dodgeball game. And or insert concept here. For some reason, in Thor's mind, he can't say, you know what, you're right. I'm misreading this. I apologize. I'm coming out of left field. He has to be right. His problem isn't a fear of being perceived. It's a fear of being misunderstood. Or an outright desire to dominate and control. And for that, I have footage. I've posted it once. I posted it again. Because he started lying blatantly. Blatant lying. The blatant kind of lying that he was caught on tape lying about.
On top of it, I went through the Reddit.
Let me pull it out really quick. There are multiple clips that exist on multiple platforms. This happens to be the one that I copied to make sure that it's spread around. He claims when he's getting addressed by all the people that have addressed him, that he is just simply a streamer. He streams so many hours. He can't remember everything he does and says. VODs get deleted over time. And yet, here's him on tape admitting that because of not Ross of the Accursed Farms and the Stop Killing Games movement, but specifically Redditors that were talking about it, who wanted to use the technique of stun locking to get Thor to talk about Stop Killing Games after he had already poisoned the well, and thus stopped the majority of people from being able to get into it because he just simply gave such an official statement when he had the gamer mandate of heaven. He had this to say in response to those people and the tactic of stun locking. If the video ever properly plays.
We are getting derailed.
Don't worry, I got it.
On top of it, I went through the Reddit for their initiative for that, and there were a number of posts in there that were people saying we should keep baiting him and attacking him because if we do that, he'll keep talking about it, and then more people will sign the initiative. They were planning that shit. And those threads are still there. They're still up. People are still talking about that shit on there. So instead of that, I just deleted all the VODs where we were talking about it. I kept my videos up, and I walked away. They can eat shit.
This is a choice that exists to do one thing and one thing only, and that is to compound the narrative. Because if at any time that a person is choosing to single you out for attention, whether it be a group or it be a person or a community that is dedicated to a particular viewpoint about you, your antics, and your behavior, then the fear of being perceived is the intentional choice from others to have your story misconstrued. But unfortunately, for both of these figures, for Thor, everybody can see the evidence! And it's not just because of people like Awkward 20K. It's because of the fact that everybody has eyes. They can download VODs. They can download VODs and they can see what you said. The energy that you said it in, the VODs that still exist that are up, the ones that have timestamps that are missing, the same shit that we did to Alana when we went through her content and found the sections that she was editing out of her shit live, that was then reported by other members that were concerned about it, starting back from that one guy whose name I can't remember, and then was expressed by harmful opinions. Everybody did to Thor. Everybody saw it happen. Then, when you're getting confronted, not by some dumbass Redditor, but by people like Moist Critical, and they're calling you, and they're doing it off camera, so you can't say, oh, well, these guys had an intention of trying to, put me in front of an audience and monetize me, but they're just simply trying to have a conversation with you and understand what exactly it is you don't get. And even Charlie saying, you're dedicated to misunderstanding people, you're dedicated to fighting to be right. Leadhead has the same problem. You don't want other people's opinions of you. to become the meta-narrative because she wants to have, ankle bracket, she wants you to understand that she has the transgender mandate of heaven. If Thor believed that he could be doing nothing wrong, because at the time before the OnlyFans 2 crash outs, some of which are legitimate and some which are not, these crash outs here over Stop Killing Games, 100% he bought the farm. Leadhead has done the same thing with their life. Every single bit of what they're being criticized for and they're mad about, saying, oh my god, everything's changing, everything's good, everything's moving forward, but why do I feel like I can't advance? It's because we're looking at you. Because we're looking at you. Why don't you look away? Nah, I'm fine, I'm gonna stay right here. Why aren't you supporting me? Because I don't want to give you my money. Well, that means you're next. You're evil and toxic. Nah, I just want to see what happens next. Crunch! Do a flip! This pisses Leadhead off a lot. Hell, you could even say that a little bit of this could affect people like myself. Because I don't like Chaos Doom.
There it is. There you back.
F.
F's in the chat.
There are instances where people are going to use this kind of technique to control the way that you can react and the way that they are being reacted to by information. The word is frame control. I literally dropped a short before we went live just about this topic. You have to take this power away from them. For Thor, his gamer mandate was because, oh, he's a chill guy. He's just a guy that's just dominating YouTube Shorts. He's a really smart content creator. He's really big. He's known for doing stuff. But then the more people started picking apart that personality, the more you could start seeing the inherent character quirks that are intrinsic to his abrasion towards responsibility. He wants the authority without the accountability. Leadhead wants the recognition without the true perception and removal of the filters to be truly accepted at their core. As we learned from Cypher J, Stormcloak Carl, the fear comes from being seen and holding within something that has been stripped bare and is witnessed for what it is at its pure sense. So, Leadhead's entire personality is a facade. It is the creation of hypersexuality casted on top of open, blatant honesty. Well, see, I'm a slut, but I'm not a slut just because I'm a slut. I'm a slut because I've been like this. I have so much experience. There's so many things that I know that you don't. So, this is the inverse of the bunny rabbit tactic. Or rather, the inverse of the Carl method. Rather than, I'm going to tell all these people something about me, so that when it comes time for you to try to expose me, no one cares, because you can't tell these people something that they don't know about me. Looking into her history gives you the ability to perceive them as just a horny, incapable, self-assured, lacking self-circumvention and self-perspective, egomaniac, who is a manipulator, who lies, who cheats, who steals, ethics, benefits, logics, arguments, all to build up the opinion and the view of a gonzo-style YouTuber who's down to earth and is one of us. Salt to the earth. Salt to the hole. I'm getting carried away. That wants you to put your attention and your eyes on her, but not her actions. Look at the performance. Don't look at how they are when they take the makeup off.
It's worse because it's translated to real life. I don't think you touched on it earlier.
Oh, I touched a little bit on it, but...
No, hold on. Pause. She says specifically that she keeps her wife up, sometimes an hour and a half at a time, and her wife works at least, I think, 2 jobs. Mm-hmm. Because she wants to make sure they're on the same page about shit. Mm-hmm. That is patent abusive behavior. Mm-hmm. I will not let you sleep. I will not let you eat. I will not let you do what you need to do unless you agree with me. I will wear you down. Mm-hmm.
It is effectively the Dark Viper method. Dark Viper's method, as we learned from the 16 hours of reacting harder, is that he's pedantic about reaction content. Not because people are just thieves, but because he doesn't want you to necessarily have an argument against his work. So rather than coming up with a justification for why you shouldn't do reaction content, his goal is to effectively piss you off enough that you just fuck off and do something else, or pivot, or change your behavior for the better. And unfortunately, in some places where this will help somebody like Moist Critical, because never-ending reaction content will fry your brain, because it's going to then affect the way that you feel about people. You know, if you hear about somebody's negative behaviors and actions all the time from somebody saying, this person is toxic, their content is toxic, their environment is toxic, a normal man is going to be like, okay, so if this person is toxic, why don't we just get rid of this motherfucker? The woman reaction is, no, I don't want you to get rid of them. I'm just talking. We're men. We're about action. And to their credit, even though they attempt to present female, at the end of the day, Leadhead acts like an abusive man. So going back to what I said on Clean Your Spirit, bucko, if you act in the capacity of somebody who carries the energy and the behavior and the pattern recognition cycles of the person in question that people are comparing you to, you say that you're not a narcissist, but you have the patterns of a narcissist, you have the language of a narcissist, you have the manipulation tactics of a narcissist, you utilize all 3 points of the dark triad, and you are more than happy to try and take frame control away from other people and give it back to yourself to be a professional victim, you're a narcissist. In the same capacity that, even if you say you're not a Christian, you live by Christian values, you take care of yourself with Christian philosophy, and you are able to fit into a parish that is incommunal to its values, you are functioning in the capacity of a Christian. Even though the last thing that you'd have to do is then take part of the traditions of the culture, such as the Eucharist and the communion. So, in Leadhead's world, because we're not acting in the capacity of transgenderness, which would mean you listen, you shut up. When you don't have personal anecdotal experience, you don't know anything, so you have to shut up and sit back and be a good ally. Because we're not being good allies, that makes everybody criticizing her toxic. That's why, on that content, they tell us, why are you paying attention to my work? You don't know anything about this. You need to fuck off. You need to just leave me alone and let me make my money off of this. As they announced to all of us on their Blue Sky. What am I even supposed to do with it? Why are people who are in my community even watching the streams in the first place? Why would we listen to criticism from non-trans people? I'm a sex worker. I'm a communist. I'm a YouTuber. I'm self-critical. I don't need you to tell me about me. I tell me about me. Except if she told herself about herself, she wouldn't be here. None of this would be happening. And she wouldn't feel so unfulfilled and unsure of herself. Because it's the facade that she's putting back together. It's the facade. It's a cloak. Mm-hmm. Without that cloak, she's exposed. She's trying to get the cloak back. And we're like, what you trying to hide, girl? Shout off to the world. You said you do this for a job. Come on, you're a professional dancer. Dance for me. Dance for me. Show me something. Bust it down real quick. Let's get back to it.
I'm sitting here thinking about what I could have done to stop this from happening, and
damn, what a pause. Damn, what a pause. Isn't it weird how Call does it, chat? High five.
Just stuck with the knowledge that nothing I could ever do would have been enough to cut out the metaphorical cancer that's in my life right now.
That's bullshit. Of course you can learn how to cut the cancer out of your life. Start with the cancer shit you're doing to yourself. Good intentions. Go ahead.
How about you, find a creeper in Minecraft because you are the cancer. You literally are the cancer.
Like, find the things that you're doing in your life. Stop doing those negative actions that keep bringing you bad outcomes. Ask questions. Start listening instead of waiting to speak. Because I doubt you listen to your friends or your partners or your found family to give them what it is that they're asking for. Now, for the person who's supposedly stalking you and making your life a living miserable pain, who just won't let you be gone and leave you alone, maybe if you had told the truth, back in honesty before you put out Early Impressions of Motherhood. That was the title. The Early Impressions of Motherhood. And you instead told your fiancé the whole fucking truth instead of the version that allowed you to control the frame of their relevance and knowledge so that they would then sent spiraling about your behavior where they were worried and you confirmed their greatest fear and you actively manipulated them away from that information because it didn't help protect them. You actually made that crestfallen situation worse because you withheld information that would directly affect the way that they would then decide their actions and their behavior. You are the actual cancer. And the best thing you could do is leave these people's lives so they can be able to start healing back healthy and build back stronger. But that doesn't belie the fiction that you've created of your perfect life. So, betraying your own work from Early Impressions of Motherhood, which you've unlisted on your channel, it probably should still be unlisted, or you can check for me on the side if you don't mind. You're now coming back with this, and you're telling people, oh man, this person that's just making my perfect fucking reality. They're just so goddamn obnoxious. If they just disappeared,
Which
everything
one am I
would be
looking
great. Early Impressions of Motherhood, the one where she's shitting on the giving tree.
It's probably unlisted. I'd have to go back and find the links that I sent you. Because I don't have them on hand.
Let's see here. Kimono, Blue Sky, YouTube, Mother Manipulator. This is from the app block. Did Foggy put links here? Yes, he did. Yep, it's still unlisted.
Okay. That's what I thought.
So, even with your self-fiction, you're still not being honest, Leadhead. And you're still trying to manipulate people. You can dish it out, but you can't fucking take it, so you won't eat the quinoa. We didn't ask you to make this nasty-ass quinoa of your life. But for some reason you want us to consume it, but you don't want to be able to eat it at the table too. What a professional hole.
Mm-hmm.
Or stop it from spreading so far in the first place.
Well, there's an easy answer to that. But if I say that, somebody will make a Frank Horrigan edit of me with red eyes. Not today, Callum. Not today.
That cyclical feeling to it all. Like everything I'm ever gonna fight for in my life someday just won't be enough, and each fight will just be replaced with a new fight, a new fear.
Because the things that you're fighting for, you have not stemmed the root cause that's causing them. So you keep finding yourself in the same situation because you don't define... Well, first, you don't respect boundaries. And then, the boundaries that you want to have defined, you don't actually work towards upkeeping. Because you explicitly, by the way you live your life, don't want boundaries. Hypersexuality means I could just walk in a room and just slap and start drilling it. Just start slapping meat. Twink man slapping lean meat. Veal cutlets all over the dinner table. Just, hey honey, how's work? Honey, this smells funky. I better go down there and get a better look. That's you. Boundaries means you can't do that. And you're in an open relationship with multiple people who are transgender. So it's just a big old fucking fuck party in your house. By design, that is the equivalent of a manipulative man that chains his wife up to the fucking radiator in the kitchen and keeps her barefoot and pregnant. And then spousal rapes them every night. They can never be allowed to tell you, no honey, I'm not in the mood, not tonight. No honey, please, I've got a cramp. No. Nah, you gotta get your nut. So boundaries are a problem for you.
New thing that it feels like I'll never have over and over and over again until I'm dead. It hurts. The looping transition from Okaga to Death Camp is maybe the most cynical thing I've ever heard an album do. And the worst part is that it's
so incredibly accurate how it feels to be ambitious.
How would
Every
you
time I finish making a
know?
video, I usually hate it by the time a week's gone by, and the non-donating viewers get to see it.
Oh, we're adding poor shaming too? Close enough. Welcome, transgender Pokimane.
Saying the soft part out loud is what they doing right now.
For free!
My life.
Content for free!
Yearning is the human condition. I want to change that for the world. I just wish that it didn't have to come with anger and sadness every time.
Stop it.
I'm so sad. Things are so bad. I can't do anything to improve them.
I'm so deep.
It just reminds me of those fucking gay edits that they were making. All about fucking lion chicken shit. Wait for the face of this
I hate it so much. Oh my god, if you made a drinking game out of taking a shot every time she sighs like that to try and sound deep, you're gonna go in the hospital.
Don't say things like that. My birthday's coming up in 3 months. 2 months? I can't count. 2 months. Ah, I can see the piss spot that they were sitting in. Oh! I can see the reflection of the water on the floor. Now, how can you be able to place a camera on the outside for when the car pulls up if you aren't just faking being locked in the bathroom, by the way?
Because they are faking being locked in the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
This is all performative.
Remember, chat, this part is by design. They want it to look like it's a movie.
I'm so happy you're here, honey. I didn't just purposefully lock myself in the men's bathroom and make sure that nobody else can use it.
You mean they locked themselves in the water closet?
In the piss hole.
She sidesteps my joke. It just rams it straight on home.
That's why the ladies love me. I'm blunt.
Oh my god. Ooh, I'm deep and edgy. Listen to my self-made THX home entertainment sound effect, bro.
This is where shit gets so fucking bad.
And before anybody asks, yes, she was wearing a dog collar.
Uh-huh. That's puppy play.
You're missing the tricolor fade-in. You need to make this more like a prog rock album.
You can't blame me, Carl. I'm just a sad little puppy girl. Ooh-woo.
Somebody needs to get this puppy girl spayed and neutered. What
Stop it.
size?
Flower Boy. This is kind of a tricky one for me to talk about. I haven't worked on the script for like 5 days because I've just been listening to this album over and over and over again on repeat.
You shouldn't need to talk about it like it's a script. You should just be able to tell people how you feel about it when you listen to it.
I'm not trying to figure out what it's about or anything, but trying to find that personal connection with it. See, I could focus on the queer angle. It's the album that Tyler used to come out of the closet, and that's the most obvious connection I'd have to it, right? I was still in the closet to a lot of people when the album came out, and as someone who had only recently gotten into rap music at that time, this hyper-masculine genre, honestly, Flower Boy made me feel like a little bit less of a poser for caring so much about this genre when so many of its artists would just hate me on principle alone.
Pause.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way, but you're wrong.
Like, you think you said something deep there, but you in fact did not, Leadhead. Okay? You know how I know that? I witnessed the exact moment that Busta Rhymes said, you know what, I guess that slur. I've got some there! He was talking about Frank Ocean, because Lord knows Busta Rhymes is an old head.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about how he felt listening to Frank's new album. And the more or less answer he gave to the interviewer during the segment basically was, I can't believe my homosexuality hatred was stopping me from listening to good music. This nigga's got bars! Who cares if he takes it up the ass?
Literally.
No matter how hard the fucking genre is defined and then redefined, it doesn't matter if it's Frank. It doesn't matter if it's Amy and her husband under Queen Herbie. It doesn't matter if it's Hobson. It doesn't matter if it's Logic. It doesn't matter if it's Twitch era T-Pain. It doesn't matter if it's new up-and-coming TikTok musicians or up-and-coming fusion musicians that are one part influencer, one part actor. Every single time, you niggas keep telling this goddamn lie. And, I'm sorry, you're a fucking poser. You're a poser, Leadhead. Sure, there was a lot of homophobia in the 80s and 90s. Because a lot of the homophobia extended from Crips and Bloods, West Coast and East Coast rap gang violence. In the era of Suge Knight having a higher than 50% chance to plug you because of some comments that you made backstage on 106 in Park or on TRL Live, there is an opportunity where just for the camera, you have to say, man, I ain't down with none of that gay shit. But in private, at the drug party, in a Diddy party, there's a good chance that you finna get turned out just like these men getting turned out and turned into fucking audio stems on TikTok. Just cuz. Because if that man's name is not international superstar and mega writer Quan Mills coming back again with another urban fiction,
another one.
The homosexuality that is latent inside of rap comes from the inner city. And in the inner city, the rappers, assuming that they were not people from the era of KRS-One, and more from the era of Marshall Mathers, they were people who ran in packs of guys. They were skirt chasers. Drew Hill, skirt chasers. Jodeci, skirt chasers. Boys to Men, skirt chasers. Keith Sweat at his peak, skirt chasers. I'll Be Sure, still skirt chasers. John B, skirt chasers. Rough Riders, DMX, the entire crew of Tupac, and the entire anthem that more or less was the powder keg that started the feuds between West Coast and East Coast rappers that would only really come together on an all-star album while hanging off the arms with women like Maya. Skirt chasers. This is the same era that Cassie came from. It's the same era that Ciara came from. It's the same era that Lil Mama came from. It's the same era that EVE came from. It's technically even the same era that you could say Queen Latifah grew up from. Even though eventually Latifah decided she liked Coochie more. Also, thanks. Good job. I'm proud of you, struggler. Good job getting a job.
Yay.
You cannot tell me that you are a fan of rap. Because if you're a fan of rap, you would know that this entire function went away. And the reason why it went away is because the young generations do not fucking care. These children are out here experiencing sexual functions that would make you feel fucking embarrassed. So, for the most part, the majority of them They simply gave away the homosexuality angle because most of them themselves were already queer and or questioning. And they just simply said, love is love, bro, I don't give a damn. And in the modern era, when they started to adapt to the fact that the homosexuality would actively stop them from record deals, music deals, collaborations, that shit went away like that. And the exact moment that happened was SNL making the Lonely Island, and them doing the crossover with Lady Gaga, and all the other references that they did in between too. T-Pain unironically had a hand in that. Deadmau5, technically for the EDM era, it's less Deadmau5 and more Avicii, God rest his soul, and Foxes, and artists and composers like DJ Snake, and so on, especially people like Luna George. But somewhere within Swedish House Mafia, Daft Punk, and the majority of most people inside the scene of electronica, with a lot of heavyweight being carried on the back of people like in video game scene, Anamanaguchi, and in the music scene as a whole, before the TikTok musicians like Young Gravy and Baby No Money even got relevance and clout, Lewis Cole and Noah, working around the groups of people like You're the Worst for FX, which was his end to eventually get his music to pop off for the years in which they had been making it. It was his type of brand and his type of music that would then lead to bands like Noah and so on to make their names known and make their case known. All of that homosexuality hatred went away and it was gone. And what you were left with was a bunch of old heads like Anthony Fantano then giving the impression to fucking new heads like Anthony Transtano, making you believe that it must have always been hatred. Because they listen to the old music and it's like, oh, well, you know how Manelli was back then. I can't listen to Shake a Tail Feather. It's so misogynistic. Meanwhile, at these fucking parties and functions, you've got girls dancing on top of girls, bro. The studs out here are feeling emasculated by how aggressive and hypersexual the girls are being. And how younger they are getting. Because this is just normalized amongst them now. The men are terrified to do shit. Because they're not sure they're finna get raped. How the fucking song go? You better keep your man because here's a chance I'ma snatch him and I'ma fuck him on his back. This shit's real. I don't know, but
that sounds about right.
This shit is real and it's not a joke. They're too hopped up on party drugs and having fun from streamer culture to let all of that homosexuality stop them. Hell, the racism doesn't stop them. I'm not the only person who's of the opinion that artists like Kendrick Lamar cannot write words with nigga in the soundtrack and then tell his white audience, you can't repeat my songs. In that way,
that's pretty gay.
In that way alone, Drake already wins when it comes to beefs like that, because J. Cole understood that this was not a question about issues, and it certainly wasn't a question about culture. It was a question about appeal. And the appeal of rap has never just been, oh my god, they hate the queers and the trans. Because realistically, the rap was created by those that were already a little bit flamboyant and out there. It just so happened to be that the Jackson 5 are out here dressed up in polyester and latex, hitting fucking moves like brothers that are in sync. Just think of the Jackson 5, and I guess also the sisters of the family, like several different copies of Mario and Luigi and Wario and Waluigi and Dry Bones next to Peach and fucking Daisy, and it helps you understand how crazy what you just said was. Excuse me, I need to pee. I'll be right back real quick. Entertain the people while I'm gone.
Oh god. And I gotta entertain the people on my own. My god, oh damn. I'm just gonna start saying it. I'm just kidding. I'm just joshing. I don't have the right to say that. And I wouldn't get Carl in trouble either, so. But yeah, chat, this is, it's only gonna get wilder. The revisionism is going to get insane. And some of the shit she's about to say will blow your fucking mind. I'm tired. I'm tired because I had jury duty stuff this morning and then I just got home right before I hopped on. So I'm sleepy. I've had a day. Hope everybody else is doing fine.
So, for the benefit of anybody... Oh, sorry.
Neo J said, this is the first time I'm hearing your voice. Well, I mean, I have my own channel, so if you want to go over there and hear me more, you can.
Not allowed to
Shameless plug.
Not allowed to talk tactical N-bombs on stream anymore. It's not kosher. Says the master of the tactical N-word. He's got the nuke in his pocket right now. He's thumbing his key.
Say it for me, Carl.
Nigga.
Thank you.
So, for anybody who was here yesterday, when we got to the portion of the Black Voices in Gaming stream, and we watched Megaran do nerdcore rap for about, 10 minutes?
Yep.
That is where... That's the energy you're speaking from, okay? There's a reason I keep mentioning... Marcus Hobson. He came from the same fucking era. You can actively watch it in real time. It's called the Illmind of Hobson. Illmind of Hobson 1 through, I think the last one is 8. It goes from when he's doing his normal shit, to when he was hanging out, to when he eventually started making music about how he felt in high school, to how he felt with him and his friends working through the struggles of Funk Volume, to him going solo and leaving Funk Volume as he was getting fucked over by Dame, taking percentages off the numbers of their shit, to him finding out that he had a child, and then how to deal and reconcile with himself. And then how he felt about that nature of, am I Marcus Hobson, or am I the character that I portray in Hobson? Am I Marcus, or am I the Ghost Hobson? Which then gets clarified in the case of Witch Doctor. And then by the time you get to Bella Ciao, this motherfucker's vibing. Not even to mention the rap that he did during lockdown in COVID, where I think he was in Singapore or some shit, when he was stuck up in a mansion. Period. Like, you can see how he built. You can see how he came. So you cannot tell me in the same time period, at least in the music era, that this is somehow, it was a broken moment where everybody wasn't really on board with it. Bitch! Stop lying to me. I know the GLAD acronym by heart. I knew. We all knew. Y'all didn't care. You'll bump the music anyways. Sometimes on purpose saying, well, I want them to know that I'm trans and I like their music. And now you're the corporate favorite sponsor.
Yep.
The thing is, though,
sad but true.
This album isn't just about being gay. It's not about hiding your queerness from the world. That
Stop
might
being
be
a
what the
whore.
song Garden Shed is about, but that's 4 minutes out of a 47-minute long album. No, to me, Flower Boy is like an album all about self-discovery. Realizing you're gay, coming out of the closet, all that stuff can be part of self-discovery for some people, but there's so much more to it.
Not by the opinion of people like you, because apparently coming out of the closet and saying, I'm trans on the inside, I'm a coming little bottom boy is all it takes. You don't gotta do work. You don't actually have to do self-discovery. You certainly don't gotta shop for new clothes out of a closet. Nah,
nope.
I am a boy now, I'm a girl now, and today I felt like I was a boy, but I'm still gonna dress girlish because I want to feel cute. Especially for that boy that's at the Starbucks. Stop it.
Get some help.
Time for a little story about self-discovery.
Here we
I
go.
didn't discover myself when I was hanging out with my friends. There wasn't any self-discovery back on the hikes or the drives or the camping trips. I didn't learn anything about myself in the hot box or during sex or after my first kiss. The only time I ever self-discovered were the loneliest, most painful times of my life.
So what you're saying is that being a non-stop degenerate left you empty inside, and you didn't truly feel like you were yourself until you were alone, dealing with the consequences of your actions and of your ego. That sounds a lot like I Told You So in Ego Death. Sorry, I had to learn the hard way!
I realized I liked dudes after a super close family friend died, and I plunged into this alcoholism that drifted me apart from my high school girlfriend. After a year or two of drinking and getting bent over at parties, I fell into this friend group of other teenage alcoholics, and
Whore.
by the time we were about to hit our 20s, every single one of them, each pursuing life goals in a way that was totally foreign to me, just slowly drifted out of the friend group until eventually it was just me again, all alone and as depressed and addicted as I'd ever been.
Yes,
That
because having
depression and-
constant chase the dragon moments is going to make you feel empty, and everybody's going to want it to stop. Or you're going to end up dead.
You know,
That's how it works, Leadhead.
you know, the other outcome that comes with being gay. You know, allegedly. I heard there's these wonderful people at a building called Stonewall that could tell us about it.
My loneliness led to a bit more self-discovery. I gave up drugs and drinking, and then I just had literally nothing. Not even vodka was there to keep me warm at night. Even more loneliness, for me, meant even more self-discovery. I started this channel, and for the first time in my life, I was passionate about something that was actually good for me. Accordingly,
I mean,
all was good
sex
for
can
a
be
bit
good for you in
until
moderation,
I
but you
blew
don't know
up.
what moderation is.
Yup.
And suddenly, over the course of about a week, I went from sharing my thoughts on some niche topics with like 300 people to having a platform that was more than a dozen times bigger than the population of the town I've spent my entire life in.
Because you sold yourself on the internet as a whore. But this time you were a whore for your political team.
No. It was because she didn't sell herself on the internet as a whore. It's because she put the fries in the bag and did Minecraft content.
Well...
And then decided, I don't want to do that anymore. I want attention.
Well... Isn't that how it always starts with those that have no true thoughts about themselves?
Yeah, that's exactly why I call her Boblax 2.0. Or should I say Man-She-He 2.0.
The less I think about that person and how he horribly wore that dress, the better. So, there are two lines here, Leadhead. I've been going to put myself on the other line. There are two roads. One of them leads to Path of Exile and Autism Simulators, and learning to sparse yourself through your actions and think before you do things. The other one takes you to Minecraft and Vibes, where you just go in the direction of what feels good. This is where your life divulged from, when you lost the ability to use drugs as a coping mechanism. Going towards the route of Minecraft did not help you express yourself. You just learned how better to present yourself for the purposes of consumption to a wider and larger audience.
Suddenly, there were a couple 100,000 people out there who would love to be my friend, and yet somehow I didn't have a single friend, or at least not in real life.
Because that's called parasocial relationships, and you didn't feel like the connection was real because your projection to them of yourself isn't who you really are.
It was just me and my childhood bedroom and my computer and a pile of money like nothing I'd made before or since. The money was so good, in fact, that I was able to move out and get my first apartment a few months after COVID started and we were quarantined.
You put the fries in the bag.
Finally moved out of my
And
parents'
because you
house.
stopped doing it, now you're fucked.
I was making enough that I was able to cover the rent entirely on my own, with plenty of wiggle room too, so I was successful at everything, except getting back that social life that I missed more than anything else I'd ever had.
Oh my god, I have all this money and I can't figure out how to live by myself. What do? Someone's gotta fill my holes. Why would I can't buy sex toys. The sex toys don't vibrate and pulse the same as a hard penis doing its beep in my beep.
And so I sat alone in my fancy apartment and plunged even further into my loneliness.
Wah, I'm rich and I have too much money and I don't know how to do anything with it to give it away to feel fulfilled on the inside. Support Ukraine! Don't you know a trans woman is dying on the inside?
Fuck, man, all I wanted was to get back to the days of my childhood and my teenage years when I was just chilling in this park with my homies every afternoon.
And getting blown and blowing them every time that they did a axle wheelie ollie flip into a method. You are literally saying, oh my god, I wish I could go back to when I was drug addicted.
I wasn't living on my own for like 2 months before I realized, oh shit, when I'm not living with two people who have been calling me this one name for 22 years, I actually stopped feeling like that's a good name for me after all. So, at the loneliest point in my entire life, I ditched my old name and my old gender and became Penelope. All that loneliness, all that emptiness, it turned my life into a blank slate, basically. You know, the
Tabula rasa theory beating the transgenders' asses once again.
perfect arena for self-discovery.
No, really technically isn't. Not for you, because you don't know how to be by yourself.
I had my channel, but that was basically the only thing that I decided to keep about myself post-transition. At my loneliest point, I figured out what clothes I like to wear, what types of people I like to date, how my voice sounds, how I feel about my parents, what my kinks are, who I can and can't be friends with, what my channel was going to be all about moving forward.
Yeah, but you would have done that in school if you were a normal fucking human being that was not addicted to sex and stimuli. Which is why you're fucked up. Your brain is wired for stimuli. So when you're not receiving stimuli, it feels weird. And rather than take the detox the correct way, because you didn't detox with the intention of slowly replacing one thing for another, and instead deciding to go the worst route, which is hard cold turkey, without having the stimuli and the strength to survive, you ended up creating a feedback loop where if your brain does not have somebody glazing you at all points in time in the future, so that you can feel like you're a properly seen adult, that makes you feel like you are a non-stop failure to everyone around you. And in that failure of your content, of your work, of yourself, and how you believe your actions to be normal, it leads to the only outcome that can happen, which is the bottom falls out, and you find yourself stuck in a cycle that never ends. This was what you expressed with your disassociation versus self-expression in the puppy girl psychoanalysis. You don't want to think. You want other people to make choices for you. Because the more you think, the more aggressive you are when you see a bunch of people make you feel sad, upset, angry, or nerved. To answer your question, Neil J, it's 343K. And amongst those over 3,000 eyes, or 3,000 plus pair of eyes watching you, you don't have any of those answers because you never did any of the steps to properly go through the process and do it. Not with a support structure, and certainly not even as your own best friend. So you don't know how to live by yourself. You don't know how to live with yourself. You don't know how to think for yourself. And you don't want to trust the people who gave birth to you to help you have the moral system, at least at minimum, for your personal survival, let alone your self-fulfillment, to help you do it. So you just did the same shit you've been doing, which is you ran to the dick, you ran to the tip, and you ran to the drugs that make you feel good. And nothing makes you feel more whole than something in your holes.
Just so many things. It didn't take long before I was dating again, after like a year of being single and 4 years since I'd had a single relationship that didn't last for like a month before I gave up on it and broke up with the other person.
That is the worst way you could have put those words together. Let's listen to that again.
Since I'd had a single relationship that didn't last for like a month before I gave up on it and broke up with the other person.
This is the equivalent of a person who buys a video game that's a roguelike, then gets mad that there isn't relationship meta progression, and then refunds that game saying, oh my god, this game is really bad. I don't understand it. This person's weird. I don't get their quirks. They keep telling me about this one particular story that's deeply innate to who they are as a person. Like, oh, I just can't handle it. Send it back, send it back, send it back. People are not dishes in a restaurant. Good gamer boys are not dogs that you adopt from the gaming store because they are not Humane Society for boyfriends. And the Sephora and the Spencer's and the Hot Topic booth is not a recruitment center to find your emo goth girl waifu. You want to go find people, you have to meet them where they are. And that means you have to not only go where they are and introduce yourself and put yourself at the risk of getting rejected, but you also have to meet them halfway. And unfortunately, you're not willing to come halfway. Come halfway. Come. You are not willing to come halfway to understand them. Because you're not even willing to admit that you could probably be loved in a relationship. That's the actual truth of the matter. Because if you're transgender, oh my god, I'm literally gonna get fucking murdered if I don't tell somebody that I'm trans! But if I tell them that I'm trans, then they're not gonna be into me. That's the lie that your motherfuckers have been saying for the past 10 years, right? So that's why it justifies stealthing, it's why it justifies hiding, it's why it justifies lying, and then springing the information on somebody, instead of just being open and honest from the front, from jump. Because the loneliness and the fleeting relationships help you be able to sympathize with the fact that if you don't tell them, and then when the moment happens, it can let you still live in the fear-mongering fiction that nobody could love you for you, or even like you for you. So they would willingly say, in the way that only men can if they have enough hair to put up in a rat tail, you know what, let me see what I can do. Women already dealt with this in the 90s. They've dealt with short kings. They've dealt with men that ain't got a lot of money. They're ballers on the budget, like I used to be, and still technically am. They remember being able to find out their first grower and not a shower, and be like, I don't know, there ain't a lot here. And then after breathing it to life, oh my god, it's a monster. All of that started with getting to know people for who they are, not for what they have. And unfortunately for you, because you have a lot of money, you don't see them even as wallets. You just see them as empty vessels. This is not a joke about cum. You see them as empty vessels that they're not even waiting to be filled with ideology. You can't even convince them to become communists because you're a horrible salesperson for communism. Horrible. Well, technically, you're a perfect salesperson for communism because you're such a person who's obsessed with money that it makes it easier for people to call you a commie because you're willing to spend other people's money, but not willing to spend your money to fix up your life. Not in the ways that matter, because there's no gods, only men. Or femboys. And cute skirts. And Hello Kitty.
Go watch my video, Honesty, if you want the most recent example of loneliness and emptiness leading to self-discovery like that.
So, hey guys, the last time I felt really bad and empty like this was when I cheated on said partner and caused the situation that I'm currently complaining about. Lack of self-perception. Right there. Black and white.
Out of all of that loneliness, that shit life I had acting as a fertilizer, a flower grew. Enter Flower Boy. One of my favorite things about Tyler is how he's always talking about his friends. His old syndicate, Odd Future, had songs where people who didn't even rap came on just to do a verse just because they were his friends. Loiter Squad, Odd Future's old Adult Swim show, was all about Tyler and his friends just hanging out and having fun. Especially in those old Odd Future days, Tyler was completely inseparable from this friend group. The thing is, after Cherry Bomb came out, Odd Future, that massive friend group, was basically dead. I don't know if it had anything to do with all that talk of wanting to burn everything down and start over in Cherry Bomb, but thematically it sure makes sense to me if Odd Future breaking up was a result of all that Cherry Bomb stuff.
I can tell you exactly what it's a result of, because it's the same thing that happened to Eminem and D12 and World, his rap group. Other than the fact that one of their members died. It is one of the things that is actually talked about by Hobson, which was the factor for what made him decide to leave Funk Volume. It's a quote that comes from Dr. Phil, yes, that Dr. Phil, and about the fact that sometimes in life you have to grow up and you have to lose the wrong friends so you can find the right friends. Now, I can tell you from personal experience that I lived that verse, because my own shortcomings has cost me not just friendships, but has cost me hardships and losses, because I was either not willing to do something at a certain point in time, or I refused to do something at a certain point in time because I'm not my brother's keeper, which then led to situations that have recently metastasized in the form of something that I basically now have to deal with in my own way every time it chooses to rear its ugly head. It is unfortunate that that's the case, but the Carl in the past from 2 years ago would not be capable of having this conversation with you all in front of the camera, because he would have said the same thing that I would say, but I say it out of the fact that it's not how business should be done, but he would say it out of the fact that he does not want that fear of perception that then leads to being misunderstood in places where he can't see it. Because if there's something that my family has as a curse, generational curse, it's control. He would not be able to tell you, man, I've lost friends, and I've lost female friends and male friends because I just know how to shut the fuck up. I can tell you, for certain, of those friends that I've lost, some of them outright lied to my face about an outcome. And I went on believing that that outcome was there. Because I wanted to make sure that I was understood. I wanted to make sure that I was on the right page with everybody and that everything was copacetic and that there was no problem. Because usually when a person comes to me, say, Star comes to me, she was randomly call me in like 5 seconds about something. She needs to specify that she wants me to listen and not act on things. Because after having done the shadow work to deal with a problem, if you tell me that there's something going on and I hear you complain about it more than 3 times, I'm just going to start automatically doing the work for you. Because if it's a problem of, oh man, I'm just so overwhelmed. I need somebody to take things off my plate. I just feel so stressed. The first thing I'm going to do is when we get in your house, I'm walking to your kitchen and I'm doing your dishes. This is not on me wearing a collar. It's just on me making life easier. Because if what you need is somebody to pick up the work, okay, no problem. My hands are open. If idle hands the devil's plaything, and the only way that you can solve your life is by putting at words and wisdom with dexterous hands and minds of wisdom into action, like I talked about on Clean Your Spirit, bucko, then you just do the fucking work. Oh my god, I'm just overwhelmed. I need somebody to watch my dog. I'll do it. I need somebody to wash the dishes. I'll do it. Oh my god, we're just so swarmed at work. We don't have enough people who learn how to do the positions. I can learn it. It's the same method as the yes mentality. Yes, I can do it. Nothing stopped me from doing it, so I'm going to go do it. In doing this, eventually I started not paying attention to the things around me. To friends, to situations. Then, when I lost a friend due to another person, that shit irritated the fuck out of me. Then I closed myself off. Then as I slowly started opening myself back up as I became a content creator, opening myself back up, going from an introvert to an extrovert, back to an introvert, then back to an extrovert, meant that I didn't have a lot of respect for boundaries. Or rather, I perceived that it should have been fine because I too have gone through this, so if they're learning to open themselves back up again, I should be able to clap along and celebrate from the sideline. And for the people who much that was important for, Horror knows who I'm talking about, that wasn't my place. And by opening my fucking mouth, I made things worse for them. By a significant magnitude. Whether they would have left the internet or not, without that event, does not matter. What matters is that I was a factor in making them do that. So, in deciding things, as I've started growing up, mellowing out rather, some people would say, by having to deal with the problems that a normal business person would deal with. Life, work-life balance, and personal struggles. The more people that push me out of the direction of my goal, the more I pull away from them and then separate from them. For the one that came up from the Saberspark situation, that I then had to address the following Sunday, that was probably the 4th instance of it happening. That then finally metastasized publicly, because they were looking for attention. And as I've learned from the multitudes of times where people will take something happening, use frame control, and say, the only reason why they're reacting like this is because they're upset because they know that they're guilty of something, with a smile on their face, to poison the well, and then retreat behind the sensible, that's just my opinion, it has now led to me being extremely hostile and biting people's heads off. Because the last thing I want is for someone to lie about me. That's why I use the tactic of telling people about my shit. I don't have much to hide. If I have anything to hide, at this point, it's protection for other people. Like a small child that doesn't have agency for himself yet, who doesn't know the meaning of OPSEC. But me? I'm an open book. I'll talk about me all day. But what I'm not going to do is play the fiction in somebody else's head. And unfortunately, sometimes in some friend groups, some people can't be there. In streaming, it's giving your friends a free career. Just, if you're the mentality like I am, where everybody comes up with the shit, you don't want them to miss out. So you want to get them on the same page. But if they're pulling away from what your goals are, you talk about it, you work it through, you make the plan, everybody agrees to the plan, and suddenly somebody's not committing to the plan, it's like being a micromanager at a job, where your job as the middle manager is to figure out what's the disconnect between the people who are working the line and the people who are giving the shift lead commands. Because people aren't numbers. You have to talk to them. Once you talk to certain people and you realize their goals have changed and have shifted, you start drifting apart naturally. In the business world, this is where they automatically replace you. That's why it's called human resources. But in friend groups, it's hard to tell a friend who is addicted to drama, nigga, you gotta stop focusing on this shit. You need to work on your life. For me, my wake-up moment was dealing with the last person I was responsible for toddler wrangling. I had to sit up and say, you know what? I'm not doing anything positive here. None of this is helping me. This is just benefiting someone else. And I took myself out that situation. Lost that friend group. Learned the lesson. Moved to the next one. Learn the next lesson. Next one. Lesson. Pain. Lesson. Pain. Lesson. Until I start recognizing the patterns and I break the pattern. This is very hard to do if you're in a circle full of people that, wait, that's my homie, that's my day one. Well, your day one's on drugs. And he wants to be a gangbanger. And he's going to get him killed, and his friend killed, and his brother killed, and his sister killed. You got to cut him out of your life. Hard, but true. That's why a lot of the 80s and 90s rappers, ironically, all sold out. Snoop sold out. Eminem sold out. Queen Latifah sold out. And not just the fucking rappers, but singers too. Singers, songwriters, actors, unless they were already inside of the system and they were more than happy where they were. Some people live their lives to the truth. Others, they were caught up in a world where they had to put on a persona. No matter how hard you can work towards it, especially now in an age full of people that are addicted to social media and addicted to the frenzy of wanting to know all the information, but not wanting to be directly involved so that they can stave off being bored. You cannot have people that do not have goals that are aligned with yours, that don't at least share some level of creative passion. Because your environment isn't just shaped by the things you do, it's shaped by the people you hang with. If your friends, if you ask them something like, hey, let's go become streamers. If you try to do what Aiden Ross tried to do, if you try to do what Kai Cenat tried to do with his AMP network, when you've got people like for Kai actively destroying a project like Streamer University into the ground, even though it was bound to blow up because he didn't have the right perspective about it going into it. He expected it to be content farm. And then he got mad when the sheer result of a bunch of fucking motherfuckers who don't respect things, treating it like a content farm to get clicks on their channels, did what click farmers do. All of a sudden, when he's on the hook for X amount of millions of dollars, people are losing eyes because of Orbi guns. People are just raising and moving into people's houses, going into people's rooms, stealing their objects, opening the doors of women who are in states of undress, who should have locked the doors to begin with. And people are laughing it off like, oh, this is so cute and so funny, and not treating it as the fucking horror story of liability that it is. And it only becomes real when it starts to accost the brand. This is the shit that makes the influencer culture and ultimately the broadcast engineer and system of syndication so fucking caustic. Unfortunately. The everyday existence of this social media clout game is an active tryst on your soul. Some people cannot do it. That's why there are more people who are video creators than broadcasters. Because keeping up with the Joneses will actively poison your mind. Especially if you just consume it nonstop. But it's even more annoying when you have to do that and you're in a group circle full of people who have the wrong intention and the wrong outcomes. Sure, you could say a bunch of things about the friend group and about whether or not who changed first, you or them. But at the end of the day, you changed. Values change. Perspectives change. Goals change. Life situations change. 2.5 years ago from this point, I was a single man who was entertaining the thought of whether or not I could be able to even just be friends with my ex/old flame. Fast forward now, I am a stepfather, and I got 2 framed pictures from the last 2 Father's Day sitting on my shelf where I can see it at all times when I'm broadcasting. In this concept, in this perspective, my outcomes and my goals have changed. Now, ultimately, the final goal, which is to be happy and successful and make money by entertaining people on the internet, that's never gone away. But the way in which I go about it, that has shifted. My priorities shifted. My philosophies shifted. Whether it be for that friend who can't be here in this success with me, and hoping that I'm not only doing right by myself and doing right by this child and doing right by this woman, but also doing right by all of you, but also right to the spirit of what I wanted in the beginning, I also have to take into account for the fact that there are some people that want nothing but bad things. Whether it be for themselves or for me, and my job is to remove myself from them. Maybe that was the case for Tyler. I know it was the case for a bunch of broadcasters and a bunch of fucking artists. Some, like the guy that made that Try That in a Small Town, discovering that his wife is basically a cheating, manipulative whore who would backstab him and sue him for 60% of his future earnings. There are plenty of ways that we find out some hard truths about people and ourselves. And unfortunately, it appears that Leadhead is one of those people that doesn't understand what it looks like when people are making those choices. It looks like what they described earlier, which is when everybody's moving away from you. Maybe they're moving away from you specifically. Maybe they're moving away from the circumstances that you're in as they build out their lives. But when you're stagnant and staying in one place, people doing good things for themselves looks a lot like you're being abandoned. The same way that equal responsibility and equal treatment after a long period of preferential treatment feels a lot like oppression and targeting. Because if they're not catering to you at all times and giving you an easy ride through life, you have to now supply the ride yourself. Hard knocks, girl. Sorry to hear that. Fuck off, though.
Listening to Flower Boy over and over and over again these last few days, I think you can really feel that same feeling I was talking about a minute ago. You really feel that emptiness, that loneliness, that boredom, and you feel that self-reflection and the self-discovery that comes from it. To me, that's what Flower Boy's all about. It's about being that flower that grows out of a pile of shit life.
I'm pretty sure that that's probably not the right lesson, but okay. The job and the goal of this music is that I want to be able to grow out of the shit pit that is the fertilizer that I've sprinkled all over my outcomes.
Nowhere in this album is that concept captured more clearly than the 12th track, November. It starts out as this contemplative, doubtful song talking about the fears Tyler's living with.
What if Clinton fucking me over? What if who that boy is rhetorical when this shit is over? What if I'm hustling backwards? What if my accountant ain't paying my taxes, filling his pockets, and the IRS show up asking me questions I couldn't answer because I was too busy trying to make classics? What if my music too weird for the masses?
Then we go into this little interlude section where all these voices talk about the best times in their life, their Novembers. The music does this little twist where suddenly the sentimental, nostalgic vibe to the sounds turns into this dissonant, distressful beat, and Tyler sings about how badly he wishes he could go back to November, before we ultimately end on him rapping to a hypothetical love interest on the phone, talking about all the creative inspiration he's felt as these feelings welled up inside of him. And he's stuck in this lonely life, regretting ever letting the past out.
That was not a mess up of my material. That is the vocal fry and the consequences of it on the mic material that she had. She somehow is breaking her microphone with the vocal fry.
Like I said, I think this is the clearest example of this idea I'm talking about here, where the lowest points in someone's life lead to the greatest self-discoveries and the greatest change. One of the cool things about working on these videos for me is that sometimes in the process of creating, I discover that my emotional connection to some piece of art goes deeper than I realized. Ironically, Flower Boy was always the Tyler album that I had the loosest emotional connection to. Every other album of his, I've always been able to tie very directly to a particular point in my life, but I always had trouble feeling like this album was about me in the same way that his other albums had been. Well, after writing all this down, after spending these last few days listening to Flower Boy over and over again, I think I have an album that's about the year that I sobered up and started this channel, and all the loneliness that led me to those decisions. When I committed to making this video, I got these shoes. The original LaFleur 1 stars that Tyler created to coincide with the release of this album.
That's very nice of you. You're a good little supporter that buys the merchandise. What does that have to do with you finding out about your transgenderness?
I really like the shoes, and I really like Tyler, and I wanted something cool to wear for this video, but
so it's just affectations that you stick onto yourself. Okay, got it. Performative, thank you.
The irony wasn't lost on me that these shoes were made to pair with my least favorite album of his. Now, though, after writing all this down, I think they've taken on a new meaning for me. These shoes, for me, now represent one of my favorite things about myself. These shoes are a symbol of how I'm able to take a pile of shit and make a flower grow out of it.
If that flower's poison ivy. If that flower's poison ivy, then yes. You just take it, you rub it all over your genitals, and then you ask yourself, oh my god, why am I itchy again? I thought I fixed this.
I guess I already hinted at this a bit after I was talking about Cherry Bomb, but right now in my life, I'm staring at another great big pile of shit. All I can really do at a time like this is introspect and hope that I can turn it into something beautiful. It's kind of what I try to do with all my negative feelings in these videos. I just gotta hope that I can do what the musical outro on Flower Boy suggests and enjoy right now today. I guess making this video is my first step towards that. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna talk a little bit more about this pile of shit I'm staring at than I was originally intending to. Frankly, I'm afraid of the consequences that might come up if I do talk about it.
Why are you afraid of those? Don't you live in your truth? What do you have to be scared of?
And I'm afraid of the... I'm afraid. But I don't think this video is going to feel complete if I don't talk about this. But to do that, we're going to have to move on to the next album. So, I'll see you in a minute.
I have a secret, but I can't tell you right now. I need a scene change and a musical update. Yes, and I'm very certain that the change of scenery also had to come with a change of wardrobe. How emo goth of you!
I got a bit of an ego on me.
A bit? A bit of an ego? You have a bit of an ego? No, you have a mammoth-sized ego. One that is so large that you believe you can control how the entire world perceives you.
If I make a bad judgment call or do something wrong, I'll own up to it, but...
No, the fuck you don't! You liar. If you did that, I wouldn't be able to milk you for content. The fuck? I wouldn't be able to do it. The Op Block wouldn't be able to do it. Horror wouldn't be able to do it.
When it comes to subjective things, matters of opinion, I'm the most stubborn bitch on the planet. If someone corrects me on something that I did wrong, you know, it's whatever, but if somebody...
Well, that's not the case, because you did something wrong in your relationship, and you have the audacity to say, how dare that person who revealed the information that I lied about, revealed it to my partner, and put me in this situation that I've now worked out for the best, and I still haven't learned consequences, because instead of actually suffering them, I instead was given an out when they gave me what I wanted. The fuck?
whose opinion I care about says that they disagree with me on something, I will sit there and debate them for hours and hours and hours.
And there's what Horror was talking about earlier. The use of manipulation and control and dominance to crush people's opinions about you and make them agree with your position.
To be honest, I'm just not a humble person.
Not even close. There's nothing humble about you. Except the humble bragging.
I've got my self-esteem issues like everyone else, but I tend to trust my own judgment on just about everything, whether I have any experience or expertise on the subject or not. In and of itself, that's totally fine. It's a good thing, even. It means I'm self-sufficient, and I'm not afraid to just put myself into unfamiliar situations and learn as I go. Shit, it's the whole reason I can do this job, to be honest. As long as I'm not an asshole saying to people things like, oh, you're wrong to feel that way, it's fine, right? As long as I'm not talking over the people in my life or ignoring their thoughts and concerns, I'm still a good person, even if I have a big ego. Well, it gets a little bit more complicated when you start considering my own mental health. Back in those lonely days I was talking about in the last chapter, I'd always be coming back to the phrase, I'm my own best friend.
No, the fuck you're not.
Sounds like a positive mental health thing, right? Well, the issue is that if I'm my own best friend, nobody else can be my best friend.
That's a lie. You can have multiple best friends. For every era, for every phase, and for every cornerstone of your life. They're like waystones. Or runestones that you draw around a sigil. Every single person has another piece that makes up the tapestry that weaves the grand legend that is your life. Unfortunately, your tapestry is old and tattered, and it's got maggots in it. It's like one of those ruined rugs that gets used and that gets put in videos from rug cleaning operations. Except, no matter how much somebody tries to scrub and scrub and scrub and scrub, they can never get the dirt out of your fucking carpet.
I use that phrase to cope with my isolation, but now...
And you can't, because you don't.
Now...
That was fast, F. You are stuck in a position where, in your ability to try and be reflective on your behavior, you don't have to be reflective for long. And you certainly, as I play the section back one more again.
Friend. I use that phrase to cope with my isolation, but now, years later, now that I have a healthier social life, all that logic does is just isolate me more.
Because of your inability to properly work with your found family, to not instead be isolating, but instead act as the loving matriarch that has to get shit done around here, as you like to present yourself as, you would realize that it is not how you make relationships work. Fertile planets, maybe. A drone that has living life forces comparative to something worth it at minimum, then you wouldn't feel the way you feel whenever you have to deal with these problems that are fallout by the direct opinion of your antics. But you do, as they are. But unfortunately, that's not where we live.
Very, very often, I feel like people are misunderstanding me because they disagree with me. I catch myself thinking shit like, God, if only I could just explain my perspective better, you'd realize that I'm right about this thing. I know that shit is incredibly toxic, so I keep it to myself, but it's something that's happening.
That's the worst kind of thing you could have said at your mouth just now. I know that something's toxic, but rather than inform everybody else who's touching the toxic thing, I keep the information to myself, and I then move forward, abusing the fact that I know something they don't, and I don't help other people outright. Fuck. That's fucked.
In my own head with just about everybody in my life at one point or another. Maybe I'm a narcissist, I don't know. Because I've got this voice in my head constantly assuring me that I'm right, but I know that it's toxic to always assume that I'm right, I've got to just sit there and be stoic about it the whole time. And stoicism fucking hurts. And
yeah! It's a quality you should have learned beforehand. It sucks having to bite your tongue, but it's because it's good for you.
Igor Tyler's 6th album, is a story about this bi-curious man cheating on his girlfriend with Tyler, realizing that he'd rather stay committed to his girlfriend and just being tormented by Tyler's insistence that the guy must be in love with him and not his girlfriend, and that him choosing to go back to her is just him being ashamed of being gay. But that's not really the story as it's told. The whole thing is told from Tyler's perspective, which is just, I helped this guy realize he's gay, and now he's just repressing it and running away from me, even though I know I love him and he loves me. It's an incredibly human story. Back in high school, I put the guy who gave me my first gay experience through basically the same thing, ultimately choosing to end the break that I was on with my girlfriend and leave this guy who helped me discover some pretty important things about myself with all of his unrequited feelings for me. Oh, and so people don't think I'm contradicting myself from the previous chapter, I'll clarify now that the relationship with my girlfriend didn't last much longer than that. They rarely do when a couple decides to go on break, but
I'm out.
digress.
I don't think it had anything to do with the break. I think it had something to do with the fact that you weren't getting the relationship feature that you wanted out of the situation, so you broke it off the way that you admitted to before.
It's a bit weird to talk about an album like Igor. See, I have literally no idea if this album is based on a true story that Tyler went through, or put somebody through to be more accurate. And the same is true for the next album, Call Me If You Get Lost. In both cases, if these are real things that happened to Tyler, I'm essentially going to be out here analyzing and giving my perspective on some super personal, heartbreaking things that happened to another human being, a complete stranger. I don't really like that idea, at all, but the simple fact is that anybody who's paying attention to these albums is already doing that in their own head. Based on what all is said in the next album, Call Me If You Get Lost, I'm inclined to believe that Igor is a fictional story, all about the darkest thoughts that Tyler was having during a different romantic situation, but whatever, let's just get on with it. Igor is ultimately 32 minutes of Tyler begging this guy that he hooked up with to realize that he's lying to himself and that Tyler's right about the two of them belonging together, followed by 8 minutes of apologizing and realizing that their friendship is never going to be the same after he showed how possessive and manipulative he can be when it comes to love. Tyler, in this album, is, like me, so sure that if he could just find the right words to say, this guy would realize that he actually agrees with Tyler and that he actually doesn't love his girlfriend and that he's gay. Listen to this.
Take your mask off, I need out the picture. Take your mask off, stop lying for these niggas. Stop lying to yourself, I know the real you. Holla when they fall, man, lose the costume.
If you want to break down the structure of the album a bit, which I think we should, Igor's theme, the first song, would be their hookup. This song's sparse lyrics are, to me, a double entendre. We've got two ways of looking at it. First off, lines like, he's coming, riding around town, they gonna feel this one, and got my eyes open, sound like, oh, Tyler's back and he's about to drop an album that people are really gonna emotionally connect with, because he's realized some things that he thinks are profound. Alternately, we can read this as Tyler's interpretation of the sex. Maybe he's coming literally means he's coming, and riding around town they gonna feel this one and got my eyes open refers to Tyler feeling like, wow, that sex was amazing, this guy must have felt it too, and now has his eyes open too, realizing that he's gay. Moving forward to Earthquake, this one is pretty blatantly just Tyler talking with this guy after the sex, saying, that was incredible, I think I love you and I know you love me too, so are you gonna break up with your girlfriend and stay with me or not? We get the guy's perspective on it all, with him just saying that he's got super strong feelings about Tyler and he's feeling really conflicted about the feelings he has for his girlfriend. For some context, Woah Vicky is this famous white Instagram model who caught a pretty huge controversy after using the N-word, but I think it's safe to say that this is an unreliable narrator situation where what we hear here isn't the guy's actual thoughts, rather what Tyler is projecting onto him after that magical sex. Anyways, moving forward in the song, we get Tyler's perspective, where he really just wants an answer from this guy on whether or not they're going to stay together after the hookup. Play it. From here on, we can take a step back and not analyze every individual song quite so closely. We get Tyler now starting to lose his connection with this guy, realizing that he really is just straight up in love. Then he realizes that if he and this guy drift any further apart, he'll run out of time to make him leave his girlfriend, so he makes his ultimatum. Leave his girlfriend or lose Tyler. Okay.
Oh, fuck, that's so stupid. Okay.
Starting to lose his connection with this.
I am listening to this fucking storyline to see where Leadhead is revealing information, and I have found what she's talking about.
Guy realizing that he really is just straight up in love.
So right there, the musical sting.
Then he realizes that if he and this guy drift any further apart, he'll run out of time to make him leave his girlfriend, so he makes his ultimatum. Leave his girlfriend or lose Tyler. Okay, last one for a sec.
Take your mask off. I need out the picture.
Next up, we go into the angriest and best song on the album, New Magic Wand, which is...
Lord Have Mercy, the song that nobody would ever stop. So, pause there for a second. In Leadhead's viewpoint of themselves and how they're trying to discuss their like of Igor, they are attempting to use Igor as a way to describe how they deal with relationships and situations, and also how they dealt with building themselves back up in expectation for a new relationship. So, you watered down the album so that the best you get out of Igor is I should lie to help fix myself in my relationships. You then apply that to your past and say I should lie about how open I am and how connected I am, and I should perceive myself as a godhead so that I can protect myself on the outside looking in from my shortcomings. So that you can then justify this dichotomy that you have going on here right now with these two people on the screen. Since you're sitting here giving yourself the information with a record player playing the music.
All about how jealous he is, hence that line about my eyes are green, I eat my veggies. He's green with envy. Anyways, it's a song about how badly he wants to just make this girl disappear, even going into violent threats about how he's willing to kill her to make it happen.
And this is where she pretty much gives the rub of the next thing that's coming up. So, can't take responsibility, can't take responsibility of the head of the household, can't take responsibility as a member of a family unit, can't take responsibility of a found family unit, can't take responsibility for their own actions that caused them their own heartbreak. All of this does not read as lessons that have been learned about emotional safety and vacuity. This is taking all of the wrong lessons from Flower Boy, or from Flower Girl, and then applying them wrongly on their own personal life. But remember, they only got into this recently. In terms of the new music, if you really want me to believe that you are a current fan that had always been there.
Funnily enough, a lot of old Tyler songs from back in the day are edgy shit about how he wants to kidnap various girls he's in love with so that he can force them to love him back.
Example A. Oh, I press buttons. There we go.
Back then it felt like edgy, dark vibes. If you want to attach a horrible, horrible phrase to it, call it school shooter core aesthetics. All of that edgy talk about kidnapping girls
but it's not. It's just things that people say to be expressive in a song from an expressionist point of view for freestyle rap.
Pulling their new...
The same shit you would expect from MF Doom, and the same that you would expect from if Sam Hyde was to randomly become a rapper like right now. It's the same shit.
Boyfriends just felt like it was part of the aesthetics of the album, more than something that you should really take seriously. Likewise, here in New Magic Wand, I don't think we're really meant to interpret this as, oh wow, Tyler needs to be locked up because he's literally planning a murder. Instead, I read it as something scarily relatable. You can't just kill people, and Tyler knows that. He doesn't want to hurt anybody, he just wishes that this girl would disappear because even thinking about the two of them together hurts so much for him. I've been there. Granted, I'm fortunate enough to have not been there since high school, but you bet
That's a fucking lie. Because you were literally there in the bathroom.
Your ass, I've had people in my life that I wish would just stop existing because I had such passionate feelings for the person that they were dating. Shit, one time I found out that somebody I knew secretly wished that the girl who is now my wife would have killed herself so that she could be with me. That sure as hell is not a healthy way to be thinking, but man, humans can absolutely be pushed there by jealousy, and as comfortable as it is to think about, Tyler's willingness to talk about and really examine intrusive thoughts like this is part of why I love him.
Do you mean the way that you push people here to this level? from your actions and how you didn't take the right lesson away from them, which is to not make them happen? Blink, blink, blink. Blink, blink, blink. Hint, hint, hint.
And why I consider him to be the most honest artist out there.
I mean, he isn't, but okay, your opinion. It's wrong, though.
Anyways, as the album progresses, we go back and forth between "you're dangerous, stay the fuck away from me, I'm gonna tell your girlfriend that you cheated on her," and "sorry I got mad, can we please talk about it?" Until eventually we end up at the acceptance song, "Thank You," in which Tyler acknowledges that he's never gonna get to be with this guy and wishes that he could just stop falling in love altogether. Ultimately, we end on "Are We Still Friends?", where Tyler's apologized for being so possessive and manipulative and for trying to convince this guy that he knows what's in his heart better than he does, and just asks if they're still friends. To which, as anybody who's been in a similar situation will know, the answer is probably no. Then, like Cherry Bomb, we get another musical loop. You can't really play it smoothly on a record player since you'd have to flip the record, but just pull out your phone and put the album on repeat and play it for them. See, the last note of the album isn't the root note of the song, so the album ends on an unresolved harmony. Then the first note of the album, that droning noise that we started on, resolves the melody, implying again, like Cherry Bomb, that this album's story is cyclical. Not only is Tyler unable to completely bury his feelings for this guy, but if you want to look at it in a little bit more meta of a way, now he's going to be caught up trying to convince this guy that he's wrong for feeling like they can't be friends anymore. The first time you listen to the album, it's about Tyler thinking that the only reason that this guy didn't choose him over his girlfriend is because he's lying to himself, and how Tyler thinks that he knows this guy better than he does. Once the album repeats, albeit in a less direct way, it kind of becomes an album about how Tyler thinks that the only reason that this guy won't accept his apology is because he's lying to himself, and how Tyler knows better than he does what he feels. The same thing, but with a different context.
All of those wrong, because that's just your opinion and your interpretation of what you chose to take away from it. If 1 + 1 = 2, and you come along that phrase and you would rather that 2 + 2 = 5, the justification for anybody who doesn't accept that 2 + 2 = 5 is that they're lying to themselves and they haven't learned like you've learned from your background. But unfortunately, as we saw with what you had to say during your time and your experience with the shit that you got yourself involved with, specifically, where's my obsidian? Here it is. That you got yourself involved with, specifically during your survival after Hurricane Helene, you brought yourself to a position where, 1, you admitted that you adopted a 19 and 20-year-old boy and girl that you groomed, that you wanted to basically forget that you had needs that required you to loot stores for rations and supplies, that you felt comfortable calling grown adults children because they're emotionally stunted. You wanted to insert yourself into the relationship that they had with their parent. You call that parent transphobic for not allowing them to just simply be your kid. You explicitly announced on day 5 of that content that you were going to explicitly insert yourself into that relationship. And fortunately, that didn't happen, because they just simply denied you the ability. And then you were bragging about the fact that they rescinded their involvement because of your attempt to lecture them. You coped about it, and learned nothing from this. And then you just used that as a way to then flex about being a boring mom. Watch me flex my money while my found family flex it around with me. At the ending of your video, none of the things that leads to you understanding this are like that. No! alert. And put some fucking earbuds on! You're in public! At no point in time is that actually the lesson you're supposed to come away with from the music. It is instead what you chose to do. You chose to take that as the message. Because it helps you relate to your situation. You made a headcanon of what it is. So that it can relate to how you're currently feeling in this situation involving your friend.
Throughout the entire album, Tyler says over and over and over again that this guy is in total control of him. That's why the album is called Igor. Igor was a name used for an archetypical character in a lot of old horror movies, a hunchback assistant to the evil antagonist. So the guy is basically Dracula, and Tyler's just the thoughtless assistant that helps in his evil plans, with no agency of his own. The irony, then, is that he spends the entire album trying to manipulate and control this guy's emotions. Emotionally manipulative people kind of love to act like they're the ones being manipulated. Throughout the entire album, Tyler's talking about how badly he was hurt, when that could not possibly compare to the hurt feelings that this guy's girlfriend would feel if she knew about this whole situation. It'd be really easy to condemn Tyler for all of this if the album's a true story. Yeah, he's in love, yeah, his heart was broken, but he's kind of the scumbag of this story throughout the entire album.
Yeah, because that's what happens in life with people. If this guy is wanting to get at the girl that I want him to be gone. I want him out of the picture. Evil thoughts, evil thoughts, evil thoughts. Most men wouldn't go through with it. Some men do. Some women go through with it by manipulating them secretly. And now, with this man comforting her in her arms, she's able to latch her arms around that person and say, "You're mine. You're all mine. And it all belongs to me." That's fucking projection. Leadhead, that's projection. And it's bad.
Maybe even more than the guy who cheated on his girlfriend with him.
Like you?
That's why when I initially introduced the story of this album, I told it from the guy's perspective before switching to Tyler's. Really though, I can't condemn Tyler for all of this any more than I can condemn myself for the things that I've done at my lowest points, like with those girls that I'd simp for back in early high school.
Because you don't want to apologize for your past behavior because you don't think you're responsible for your actions?
I would argue that if these are in fact true events, Tyler couldn't possibly have made such a beautiful and self-reflective and self-critical album like this unless he realized that he was one of the bad guys in the story.
You're putting a lot of faith in an artist and hoping that they are self-reflective, when literally one of the things that we learned about one of those people that we were looking into on a story of Call at Home was a musician who basically got into a book-top affair with a man and then tried to justify her delusion of how she created a problem, inviting them out and creating the issue to be something that she thought she could just be able to vague post through, until it all blew up in her face, and then his woman, hand in hand with him, said, "This bitch is delusional, she's crazy, she doesn't realize what she's doing here, and I've accepted him for this, and I'm going to forgive him for his mistakes." And he made very firmly clear that he was picking her over you. With tears in her eyes, crying, saying, "I never meant to hurt you, I never meant to hurt you," as she's reading off of a script that you could only tell was a script in a Word document because it was reflecting itself off the back mirror behind her from her vanity mirror. This was not a real lesson to be learned, and that's not necessarily saying that this is something that he put together other than the fact that he was just dealing with raw emotions and not a real situation.
For a little advice, though, if you find yourself in a situation like this, so convinced that you would be a perfect partner for someone who isn't interested in you like that, just know that it's okay, and we've all been there, but maybe ask yourself why you want to be with somebody who doesn't want to be with you. I'm of the ever-controversial opinion that it's impossible to truly fall in love with somebody who doesn't love you back. You might think that you're in love with them, you might be convinced that you could fall in love with them, maybe you just love the idea of them that you've created in your head, but love kind of has to be fostered mutually. You'll never really be able to know if someone is a good match for you until they're sharing in that same vulnerability that you're willing to share with them.
Half true. It is possible for you to fall in love with a person, but it's possible that they don't reciprocate it back. This is where conviction becomes mixed with devotion. Both people need to be equally devoted to the Godhead in the mind of the other person's heart. So, if you want to use the perspective of knight and princess philosophy, the knight yearns for the princess. The princess wants the knight for strength and protection, but over time begins to fall in love with the knight and now worries about him, and when he throws himself at her feet for her protection and their danger. The more and more and more that they throw themselves out there protecting the sweet princess, the more the knight puts themselves at risk and harm, and the more the princess then worries about him and his pains and his scars. This is basically the relationship of fictional characters such as Steven Universe and Connie Masaswaran. The entire goal being that in trying to become his knight errant, she has to accept that she's going to put herself in harm's way. And one of the fears that they have is that because she's a human and not a gem, if something were to happen, a critical fatal wound to a human that would just simply be a scratch wound to a gem would cause her to die. And that's terrifying and painful. Unfortunately, this kind of relationship is not the relationship that Leadhead can even speak to, because none of her relationships ever start from mutual benefits and mutual outcomes. They are all based in self-perspective gains to be earned in the short term. Which is obvious when you think about how they make their content. Of course it is. That's how they view all of their material for their fucking vlogs. It's dumb. It's really dumb.
I know that this kind of makes true love sound like a paradoxical situation, but it can.
It's not paradoxical. It just requires everything to be in the right place at the right time.
Happen when two people's energies just match.
It's not just two people's energies matching. It's two people making the energy work for each other rather than work against each other.
Love isn't being reciprocated. Take a step back and ask yourself what exactly it is you're expecting to change if you two wind up together. If the answer is just more sex and more romantic bonding, you can get that stuff from just about anybody, not just the person that you're after. Back to the album. That friendship between Tyler and his love interest had to end. You just cannot be friends with somebody who had feelings that strong for you and who was that willing to emotionally torment you over those feelings.
Not unless you're actually able to come to terms and accept the fact that they have to respect their boundaries. That's the only way it's possible. But let's go with the simple answer. We had to cut them off. I had to cut the hoe loose. The hoe had too much mileage. When you are in fact the hoe with the mileage.
There was this girl a few years back. She was like my best friend. One of those people who I felt like could see and understand sides of me that hardly but anybody else had ever been able to. After a while, though, she started trying to get between my girlfriend and I. I didn't recognize the problem fast enough, and it got worse and worse until eventually my only real option was to just cold cut her out of my life. Just like an Igor. Like I said earlier, I later found out that she was secretly hoping my girlfriend would kill herself so she could be with me. It was a really, really bad situation. Looking back on it, she was seriously trying to get in my head, drawing these insane conclusions about my relationship and the type of person that my girlfriend was, basically trying to gaslight me into not wanting to be with the most perfect person that I've ever met. The woman who's now my wife.
The woman that you cheated on the first time with because things weren't right the right way, bro. Ah, it's ringing! No! I'm exactly at 1 hour and 27 seconds. Damn you, HPMCHD!
Like this, so to change. Then this girl, a few years back, she was like this girl was that willing to emotionally torment you over those feelings. There was this girl a few years back. She was like my best friend. One of those people who I felt like could see and understand sides of me that hardly but anybody else had ever been able to. After a while, though, she started trying to get between my girlfriend and I. I didn't recognize the problem fast enough, and it got worse and worse until Eventually, my only real option was to just cold cut her out of my life, just like an Igor. Like I said earlier, I later found out that she was secretly hoping my girlfriend would kill herself so she could be with me. It was a really, really bad situation. Looking back on it, she was seriously trying to get in my head, drawing these insane conclusions about my relationship and the type of person that my girlfriend was, basically trying to gaslight me into not wanting to be with the most perfect person that I've ever met. A woman who's now my wife, hoping that I'd break up with her. I'm not gonna pretend that I was a hapless victim in all of this.
You have in fact pretended you were a hapless victim in all of it. I got you on tape. I got you on tape doing it.
Go watch my video Honesty if you want more of the story, but for my...
You're even directing them towards the fucking evidence of you saying it.
My purposes, she was basically doing the Igor thing. Like I said, ultimately, I just had to cut her out of my life.
And thus, the frame control, where instead of taking accountability for your actions wholesale on yourself and your shortcomings, you instead are passing it off on somebody else again! Again! Again!
Then, a few months after all of this happened, Tyler released his next album.
Look upon it, everyone. Look upon it. The found family. So you've got a one with a man bun, and then you got one that has the male structure that at least fills out a blouse. Look at it. You're looking at 3/5 of the trans house.
Turns out that Igor had a pretty strong resemblance to something going on in my life. Call Me If You Get Lost was the first album of Tyler's that I felt had a downright uncanny resemblance. This one tells a very similar story to Igor, but with a few differences. Instead of anger and emotional manipulation, this time when Tyler developed feelings for somebody who already had a partner, he handled it a lot more maturely, with a lot less, I know you'd rather be with me, so quit lying to yourself, and a lot more, I'm sorry we didn't meet each other at the right time. I think we would have been happy together, but I recognize that I need to give you your space.
Yapping with a bunch of music.
I wish things could have been different between us, but just know that I'm always going to care about you.
Which is the more healthy way to look at most situations. The best thing that you can do in a relationship that is not working out or is about you not understanding where you're at is to simply let shit the fuck go. Especially considering that failed relationships is actually a part of the process of growing up. You need to have failed relationships in order for you to know what is right and what is wrong with building for your circumstances. So rather than using your found family as props in your background, or rather in this case, foreground, because you're in the background, you understand that some things don't need to be on camera. We don't need to see them here. But hey, this is you, again, flexing them in front of people's faces.
That, and a lot more coping. Something that Tyler's been doing ever since Around Wolf came out is a thing that I like to call flex coping. Notice how many of these stories revolve around the central premise of I have everything I could ever want except for the one thing I want the most. Whether that one thing is love interest or solitude or creative fulfillment or friends, there's a lot of I'm depressed as fuck but I just bought my third McLaren in Tyler's music. Usually this is paired with a little bit of self-awareness, but Call Me If You Get Lost seems to be Tyler's first album that's a full-blown examination of this flex coping habit of his.
It's not, but very nice of you to believe that it is.
It was a pretty prominent theme in Flower Boy too, but DJ Drama, the shouting hype man that follows Tyler throughout the whole album, really brings that concept to the forefront. Listen to how DJ Drama is used to almost distract from Tyler's depression.
Nigga, my heart broken. Remember, I was rich, so I bought me some new emotions. And a new boat, cause I'd rather cry in the ocean. It's tea, baby.
I
Trying to tell y'all.
As a matter of fact, in the same song, the second track on the album, we even get a pretty direct confirmation that that's DJ Drama's role in Tyler's emotional journey over this album. Listen here how he asks Drama to turn the music up once he starts getting too depressed to keep going.
About to spend millions just to fill voids of drama. I need you. Can you turn the noise up? Can you turn the noise up? Can you turn the noise up?
Upon first listening to Call Me If You Get Lost, DJ Drama hyping everything up felt really out of place in such a somber, introspective album about giving up on love, but as usual for Tyler, that juxtaposition, that contrast was kind of the whole point. The album is all about Tyler being in love with this girl who's already in a relationship and having an incredibly hard time ignoring the chemistry that the two of them have. Rather than spending the whole album frustratedly trying to convince her to be with him, as he did in Igor, this album's a lot more internal and revolves around him learning to accept that even though it's so clear to him what a happy life with this girl would look like, he just can't change reality like that.
Yes, and unfortunately, this is where your story diverges from his, because you did the thing that he was not supposed to do. You forced an outcome, and then cheated on your partner. All this yapping, but none of the self-reflection that goes with the yapping.
All he can do is take solace in the things that he does have and try to move on. The album has all this hype music that feels like it's just trying to cover up the sadness and feelings of defeat, hence flexcoping. Call Me If You Get Lost spends a lot of its runtime in this place. It's got more of those hype-sounding, high-energy songs that are usually Tyler's biggest hits. More horns, more rapping, more features. It sounds a lot more like a traditional rap album than anything Tyler's made since Wolf in a lot of ways. I once showed this album to a girl who wasn't really familiar with rap music, and she said that it sounded generic and not like the creative, expressive masterpiece I led her to expect with all my talk of Tyler being this visionary creator. Unfortunately, mindless flexing is kind of what most non-rap listeners think that the genre is all about, so when...
And that's their fault because they don't understand the genre, dummy.
That same flexing is done with the ironic twist of the album being about using your money and status to try and run away from heartbreak.
Dude, just stop being a pussy and talk about...
Standing in for the audience and making them say, stop being a pussy and talk about the person that you're trying to avoid talking about does not make it clever or cool. Also, using them as a prop, gay, lame, cringe.
Okay, look, y'all already understand what I'm trying to go on about. Let's,
No, we don't.
Address the elephant in the room and talk about the girl. I've kind of been talking about her here and there throughout the entire video, and in a lot of ways she's been the plot of this video. Like I said a couple minutes ago, she tried to get between my girlfriend and I until eventually I just had to cut her off and burn the friendship. And then this album came out. After a while, though, her and I became friends again.
Lessons unlearned.
Eventually, I was convinced that she had grown in the same ways that I had, and I reached out to her.
Probably one of the biggest lessons that you have to learn when it comes on to journeys of self-discovery and improvement. Not everybody is going to heal with you, and not everyone's going to learn the same lesson as you do on a path. Ironically, this is a lesson learned from films like Chronicle. One person can be a superhero with the power. Another person can learn to stop being an asshole and learns to mellow out. And another person thinks that he's the apex predator. Is so bad. And the only reason why we can best have material to demonstrate it is the lack of accountability and the lack of perspective on how this thing that she claims she's trying to be a part of works. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. God, it's so stupid.
We met up and apologized for everything. Her for being all Machiavellian and trying to gaslight me about my relationship, and me for not being more clear about the fact that I never had feelings like that for her, and for having to cut off such an important friendship and just leave her hurting like that.
Well, that's not true, because you stuck your dick in that. Yowanda was in a cave. You were mixing it up. You were mix all up in the coochie. Kind of hard for you to say you don't have feelings for him if you got heart for him, huh?
Let me tell you why I did it, though. why I mended the friendship after such a messy falling out. Our mutual friends encouraging me to try again with her was part of it, but another part, a frankly huge part, was Call Me If You Get Lost. I had this profound emotional connection to every Tyler album that came out before, feeling like each and every one of them was, in one way or another, basically just written about my life, but Call Me If You Get Lost is the first album that didn't really do that for me when it came out. I didn't relate to the story. There have been people I was head over heels for in the past, but I'd never been in a situation where I thought that those people must have secretly had feelings for me too, but they just couldn't act on them. No, unlike every other Tyler album which I related to so heavily, this album felt like it was written about her. Let's call her Rachel.
Now they're getting a name.
Rachel, like Tyler on this album, felt this insane romantic chemistry between the two of us that I just couldn't relate to. Looking back on it now, it seems to me like it was so clear, so obvious to her that we belonged together, and so she assumed that I was right there with her and wanted to be with her too. She assumed that me breaking up with my girlfriend and getting with her would make me happier too. I guess it was just one of those things where you lie to yourself because the lie sounds prettier than reality, and then after a bit, confirmation bias kicks in and you start believing your own lies.
Like the ones you're telling here?
Knowing what I know now about Rachel, me ever letting her back into my life feels so fucking stupid. But
because you should have learned the first time when they were trying to sabotage it? Question mark? After you sabotaged it yourself.
Let's get back on track and talk through what I think is the defining pair of songs on this album. I Thought You Wanted to Dance and Wilshire, and how those two songs recontextualized everything that happened between Rachel and I, and made me start to look at her with more empathy than I was able to at the time, amidst all the anger and betrayal that I felt towards her when I cut her out of my life. I Thought You Wanted to Dance starts out as this really, really sweet love song about how perfect this girl is and how happy Tyler is to spend his time with her, but then halfway through it switches to this grim, defeated vibe, talking about how utterly blindsided Tyler is by the fact that she's committed to her relationship and isn't going to break up with her boyfriend to try things out with Tyler. Tyler's just genuinely confused by the fact that they aren't a couple. It's a personally painful song for me to listen to, because I just know that that must have been exactly how Rachel felt about me.
Projection. You don't have them on camera to talk about it, and I don't know why you would, considering they're now a threat to your personhood.
Didn't feel that romantic chemistry at all, but she felt it so strongly that it seemed as fundamental and obvious to her as the sky being blue.
Cap.
That's the really emotional version of the story. A couple tracks later, we get Wilshire, a song that doesn't really sound like anything Tyler's made before. It's just this simple beat that totally gets out of the way of the lyrics, and like 8 minutes straight of really slow, monotone, and straight to the point rapping, where Tyler just tells the entire story exactly as it happened, with all the emotional weight of I Thought You Wanted to Dance just removed, so as to not muddy up the story with any bias or romanticization. See, that's the part that got me here, the lack of romanticization. With Igor, it's pretty easy to listen to that album and come away feeling like all the talk of the love interest knowing in his heart that he'd rather be with Tyler is just Tyler's twisted own perception of the situation, and that the guy actually is just happier with his girlfriend.
Says you. Comparing to your situation, you just believe your ex-friend is going to change for the better, and you involve them in something that gives them some level of vacancy and control over it, which then directly causes them to become a person who probably gets that damage broken permanently, because they don't respect
I was ready to talk about a similar situation with this song right here, but everything that's described in this song, and by extension the rest of the album, doesn't feel like an unreliable narrator situation. It feels like Tyler and this girl actually had that crazy chemistry, but that it was just bad timing because she also had those feelings about her boyfriend. That isn't how it went down with Rachel and I. With us, it really was this insanely strong romantic connection that one of us felt, but that just wasn't there at all for the other.
because you stuck your dick in it.
That's the mistake I made when I related this album to her so much.
Which you shouldn't do, because that's an album and that's a person that has relationship feelings and advice and ideas that don't relate to a object that is an actor in your psychosomatic play.
Should have realized that she was being more like Igor, but I assumed that it was this more mature, morally gray situation that's described in Call Me If You Get Lost. I shouldn't have let Rachel back into my life. I know that now. I'm gonna get into why that is in a moment, the recent revelation.
Oh my god! Get on with it and stop wasting the next 50 minutes of our lives. We're in the back half now, chat. We're 65% in. There's 50 minutes left. Brace yourselves.
Relations that made it so clear to me that I never should have trusted her again. But Wilshire does something that I really appreciate, which is a little bit hard not to fixate on as I write this. After Tyler's done rapping at the end of the song, he just talks directly for a moment, talking about how he's so scared to put this song, and by extension this album, out there. How this situation was so hugely foundational to him, but now, to his fans, it's just another story. Every time Tyler goes through something horrible, or does something horrible, and learns some huge life lesson, and decides to share that wisdom with his audience, to a certain group of people in his fan base, all it means is that it's just time to make another page on the OFWGKTA wiki. This human being, through his honesty, turns his own life into a saga for unempathetic fans to gawk at. That same shit happens to me all the time. I'll make a video about, for example, me coming to terms with the relationship that I have with my mother, and most people really appreciate the introspection, but to a select handful of no-lives, it's just...
Everybody who's looking at me in my life, you're a bunch of no-lives. All of you that are talking about my shit, you don't know anything about me, and there are other people who appreciate it, but you people are only interested in the deep, deep, dark details that I am explicitly telling you to go to the video that they're getting it from to then talk about. One of the things I can talk about, considering that when we opened that on the whole day, we took sample from Star at the suggestion of horror, I can now give as the other side of that for me. As a parent, even as a step-parent, one of the things that are very important when it comes to responsibility is that building for a home life, as I had a conversation with Star about this, means understanding that you are moving at the speed of a baby. That does not mean, for example, when I am going and I'm doing chores and I'm doing actions with Star and with Zulian in tow, whether it be events, functions, celebrations, or just going out and about on town for the purposes of either getting groceries or social functions that we've either pre-planned with friends or that we're just doing as spontaneity allows as a form of date night that I can supply her as a baller on a budget, that everything you do has to require you to consider the things that are there. So, considering the lobster means whenever we do anything, we are not going to be parents that are going to throw our child or children at a babysitter and then we go out and have a ball. Whatever that looks like with two geeked up and two sexed up fucking horn dogs that are obsessed with each other can do. And then come back and act like everything is hunky-fucking-dory. No. Zulian has to come with us. He needs to be in the car with us because, 1, developmental years. Most important years. 2, Star doesn't want to do that, and I certainly don't want to do that. And 3, even if it was given as an offer, so that we could then have said time to have personal alone time for the two of us to not have to worry about a child running rampant and running wild, it still means that we have to think about this kid. And the consequences that come with thinking about this kid. I want to go do XYZ, but because A, B, and C need to be fulfilled, A, B, and C come first before X, Y, and Z. And when we are on step Z, and someone complains, why did it take you so long to get X, Y, and Z done? It's because we're moving at the speed of a child. After we're done doing this, we gotta go pick him up. Then we got to put them down to sleep. Then we got to get up and do it again. And then we have to work around all the problems that come with life. Appointments, meetings, promotion potential, the lack of promotion potential, because we have to consider this child. These things don't matter to single people. You don't have those responsibilities. You don't have to have those responsibilities. In fact, a lot of that is at the core nature of what would cause a person to have to deal with the problems that comes with living a life. Single men getting involved with a woman who's got kids or has a kid, that means you have to start considering the shit that you're doing is going to directly affect that child's life. You have to decide if you're capable of being the dad that steps up or the woman that steps up for the children in that life. When you're dealing with this as a couple, you now have to discuss things as a group. So, all of the bullshit, plotting out your life and trying to explain it away for how that happens, you don't need to do all those steps. That's my job, to connect them to things that are relevant. It is so good that there are no children involved in your situation, because you're moving at the speed of a liar, whereas I have to move at the speed of a baby. Those circumstances of things that I can't do because I need to do something else first. It's not just that, because right now I'm moving at the speed of a cataract patient. Because recently we had to go to the hospital. Or rather, the equivalent of the eye surgery doctor, which was the eye hospital. Because my mother needed surgery. Now, I have obligations and responsibilities that need to happen before I can do other things. Not just for the content, and not just for the entertainment, but for the fact that they need to happen before anything else happens. Responsibilities come first. So, in moving at the speed of a medical patient, as well as moving at the speed of a baby, all the things that have to happen before other things happen become necessary factors that guide my interactions and my choices. So earlier, where we had to talk about it after it happened during the Saber Spot situation on that following Sunday, I have to explain those things because making choices that then lead to better outcomes means that somebody was removed from my server and from my friend group and from my life because they did not heed warnings that they were given from other people who told them, stop doing this dumb shit you're doing. And unfortunately, Leadhead is not heeding those warnings because they want to control the fiction that they're living in. It would become oh so more obnoxious if you actually involved real children. But, you know, things, words, actions, stuff, reasons.
Just feel for reaction content or arguments in the comments about whether or not I'm a good daughter. Like any of them really know anything about my life besides the little vignettes I find the time and the words to share.
But you see, people are then doing this thing called research, Leadhead, where you told them this information, and by talking about it, other people realize, hey, did you know about this thing that they did? Did you know about this thing that they did? Did you know about this thing that they did? And then you start getting people who are commentary reactors. You get Foggy, you get Cope and Sieve, which is Beckett. You get the Op Block as a group. You get SBF's Diesel, you get Pebbles, you get a bunch of other content creators, and then you start getting people like Mudahar. You start getting people like Adam and Sitch. You start getting people like Jay and myself and Mahler and EFAP. You start getting the shit posters on the collective-wide internet and the collective-wide Fediverse. You start getting us looking into your background because you decided to yap about how actually here's some stuff that I'm doing in your personal life. So then we start saying, okay, for content, I'm going to put some money. I'm going to put the minimum amount of dollars in so I can keep an eye on you. And all of a sudden, oh, these incels, oh, they think they know me. Well, yeah, you put all your information out there. It's still up in your Patreon. Anybody starts looking into you, and you start getting mad. Like I said earlier, the fear of being perceived.
They completely missed the point of my honesty and my openness and turned my life's passion into some dumbass meme.
No, they didn't turn it into a meme. You turned yourself into a meme. All they did was notice, and they start asking questions. They victim asked questions, and they got answers to those victim questions. which is, why are you like this? And like those like myself, no, I don't need to turn you into a meme. I can turn it into a active lesson. What's the lesson, chat? Don't be like this. Don't be a slut. You'll turn into Leadhead. That's it. You're not an honest person, Leadhead. So you're mad that they're noticing these things. That is what led to you crashing out and demanding that we stop paying attention to your content. That's what led to this. Like, you keep saying things like, I have nothing that these people can take from me. My audience is smarter than that. So let me be living in blissful ignorance. Let me just be puppy-brained so I can tell you about how I cheated on my girlfriend, now wife. Why are you looking into the details about how I did these things? You guys don't have anything. You can't take nothing from me. But we have. We've taken the fantasy of that cloak you've been putting over your eyes, blowing it up where everybody else can see it. You're now upset that we have taken away your security blanket. Inside of the hug box, you can say it's whatever it is you want. But outside, in the real world, the consequences of your actions, people ask questions, you don't have answers you're willing to offer, because you don't have an explanation, because you don't want to explain. If there's something that we, because it can't be me, it can't be this crisply crackety motherfucker in front of you. If there's anything that we, the Royal Collective, us, have taken, it is your peace of mind that your lies are not being seen for what they are. You're being seen for exactly who you are and what you want. And you have no explanations, you only have excuses. And unfortunately, you can sit here with a tough bravado in the back of the seat, with the back of the camera, like slightly illuminating your housemates. You are unsettled and disturbed by the fact that your actions now gets you criticized by the wider world. Sorry, you can't scare us into not looking at it, because now you're acting like a lolcow. Streisand effect!
Tyler having issues with relinquishing his privacy isn't anything new, and God knows that it's something I relate to a lot, but...
Anybody who has jobs and works in a business and industry like this is going to have problems with revealing secrets, because we don't want to make you think that you're closer to us by revealing parasocial knowledge that only can be used to then indemnify our OPSEC. It was the main reason why I didn't want to necessarily put Zully on the internet. Because the second people see that, they can use that as a tool and weapon against me, and her, and him, and his extended families. Because there are people who are weird, who want to have control, who, like you, right now, want to search for the control to make somebody feel scared for the rest of their life. Me, I ain't gotta worry about that shit. Peace is made of steel. You gotta worry about it, because you're not actually like that. You're not built for this. You're not made to be a content creator. You are an inside girl. You're an inside puppy. Boom! Crash! The sound of life around you is thunder, and you're pooping and shitting in your kennel.
This little outro at the end of Wilshire really made me reflect on that a lot.
The people cuddling in front of you seem to have cut you out of the frame. If only that could not be metaphorical and just literal.
Jesus, man. I was bulletproof. She proved me wrong, man. I felt 200% with her. It's beautiful. I was able to feel. It was bad timing. And I'm gonna have private with this side of my life because people are weirdos. I just try to keep anyone I care about in the shadows safe from the commentary and the spotlight and the thoughts.
Here's a secret, Leadhead. The way that Tyler feels about this is the way that most people feel about it. But unfortunately, we live in an industry and we live in a business cycle where the more drama people know about something, the more they want to talk about it. And unfortunately, the Chaos Gremlins, as I describe them, they are the representation of what that looks like. I don't need to have all my information out there because I do not want to let those monitoring spirits have that information. The more I put out there of myself, yeah, I'm living honest, I'm living true, I ain't got nothing to hide. But it also means that they know the first name, the last name of every person I know, where I'm going to be. And that kind of puts people at danger because people just don't need to know where I am before I plan for it. And I have security to protect myself and them. Because that's just common fucking knowledge. Suddenly, something that is very obvious to any person who understands operational security now becomes to you a case of, well, you see, they're haters on the internet. They think they know me. They think they take what I put out there the wrong way. They don't just worship me. They get mad. Sorry, you fucked your life. You made your own self cuckoo. You're the reason you ended up in that health spa. Doesn't work that way. It's not a song, it's your life. It's not a drama, it's your life. Take it serious and live it right.
Just a story from people outside of it. But I guess it's just another chapter in the book.
Over the course of planning and writing this video, one of the biggest points of contention for me has been how much of my story I'm really willing to share and tell here.
Not enough. This basic answer is that if you're asking that question, the answer is not enough.
Never really had a problem with being open and honest about my life on the channel, especially when it comes to the things I've done wrong in my life. Regular viewers already know enough about me to know that I used to be a massive piece of shit, and not even that long ago in the grand scheme of things.
No, you're still a piece of shit!
All that stuff is information that I volunteered freely because I thought maybe y'all could learn a lesson from my mistakes, and I could turn all that negativity and all that hurt into some sort of positive impact. Tyler does the same thing, especially on Igor and the next album, Chromacopia. He's got no issue with talking about how he's kind of a bad person in a few specific ways, and I'd like to think that I don't have an issue doing that either. It's a good thing when I do it, and it's a good thing when Tyler does it. The world becomes just a slightly better place in some small, minute way when we're open and honest about our flaws and mistakes and the ways that we're trying to fix them.
But when people talk about them and they make it into something that is what it is, which is investigation into a person who's put way too much about themselves on the internet, suddenly you have to private and unlist videos because people are taking the wrong integers from what you're saying. But you're not willing to make it all the way private. You're still going to leave a little bit there so that the right people see it the right way around.
But man, if you suffer from anxiety as extreme as mine, thinking about all of these people who don't know anything about you, but knowing so many little things about my life, it's really stressful. Seeing people discuss my life like they've got the grounds to say anything about what goes on when the camera's turned off, it's sickening.
They aren't saying that they should have a right to tell you about what you should do in your life. They're telling you, hey, can you stop putting this out there? Also, you did what to your fucking fiance, now wife? Lol, amow. You're not a good person. That's what they're saying to you. People criticizing you is not people telling you to do anything. That's your consciousness telling you to do something. That's your Jiminy Cricket telling you, maybe we should stop doing this bullshit. But you don't want to listen. The money's more important.
To be completely honest, that's the only word I have for it. The ironic thing is that I've got no issue talking about it when I made a mistake and I want to share my stories of personal growth, but...
That's a lie.
In a situation like this one, like the one I'm still trying to push myself to talk about today, where I'm the
still crying about a thing that you just can't blatantly say outright.
Victim, it's so hard to not censor myself.
Which means that you know exactly what you are and you know why you're here. So stop pretending or accept the role that you've made for yourself.
This is like the most frustrated that I've ever been making a video.
Good! Be frustrated! It'll make you honest!
The shit that Rachel has done to me and my loved ones, and the time that I've known her, the things that I've forgiven her for, the second chances I've given her, the times that I thought she learned her lesson just for her to go and hurt more people that I care about. It's all really raw for me. It's so hard for me to convince myself that I'm allowed to talk about it. To be honest, she's already got a history of lying about me to other people, and just the thought of her seeing this video just makes me so incredibly...
Get ready, boys. This is going to be the most annoying part of it, as they then talk about how they understand things like Saint Chroma. Also, half the reason why you're paranoid is because you lie to people. That's the actual truth about the paranoia there. If you stop lying to people about your background and you just start being honest about the shit that you're actually involved with and doing, then you'll stop being paranoid. But that would require you to be honest, and honesty is not your policy. So, I don't give a damn. Even got all color coordinated and everything. Oh, how nice of you.
A while after Call Me If You Get Lost dropped, Tyler released an extended version of the album called The Estate Sale. I didn't really think that it had much to do with the plot of Call Me If You Get Lost, so I decided to be a purist about it and treat them as two separate albums. I still kind of do that, but now I see that The Estate Sale was almost sort of foreshadowing what all Tyler was going to be trying to do with the next album, Chromacopia. Just like Chromacopia, The Estate Sale is all about acceptance, and more specifically, finding happiness, like real happiness, not just cope, amidst all these heartbreaking circumstances that Tyler's always talking about in his albums. Chromacopia really feels like an album that's kind of like the end of Tyler's story. Sort of like how Wolf was the end of the Bastard and Goblin story, Chromacopia feels like the conclusion to everything that's been building up in Cherry Bomb, Flower Boy Igor, and Call Me If You Get Lost. Shit, in a lot of ways, it actually feels like a new conclusion to Goblin, Bastard, and Wolf, too. I'm sure there'll be more albums after this one, but as of right now, Chromacopia feels like that moment where everything's pulled back and Tyler really introspects about everything that he has been and all these albums and all these stories that he's told through his music over the years. Truth be told, it's what inspired me to finally make this video. I also wanted to do that. I wanted to make that grand video that kind of re-examines and recontextualizes everything that you guys know about me. But that's hard to do. This situation...
No, it is not hard to do. You just open your mouth and do it. 43 minutes.
I'm in, at least I hope, is just about over, but... weirdly enough, what I'm looking forward to the most is just being able to be sad about something that has nothing to do with her. It feels like, and surprisingly, this is barely even an exaggeration, but it feels like every single problem I've had the couple years that I've known this girl, everything that's made me sad in the last couple years has all been centered around her in one way or another. Every mistake or betrayal or fear or doubt or heartbreak, everything from losing my apartment to my own negative perception of my sexuality to my wife's self-image issues to me fearing for my own safety and the safety of my family. It all ties back to this girl. Not all of this stuff is necessarily her fault, but she's been at the center of just every negative thing in my life in one way or the other. The other day I made my wife and my best friend watch Children of Men with me. It's a goddamn beautiful movie. I can't recommend it enough. About a man who went from being an activist to a totally broken down nihilist, eventually finding his faith again and reconnecting with his radical roots for the sake of a refugee woman and her baby. We were all crying our eyes out by the end. The reason I needed so desperately to watch such a depressing movie at such a depressing point in my life is, again, just because I wanted to be sad about something that had absolutely nothing to do with Rachel. It worked for an hour or two, but afterwards the weight of everything that she's putting us through just came crashing down on us once again. I've got a whole video written about that type of dissociation. The script is actually finished already, but the conclusion that I landed on in the video was that that type of dissociation just plain does not work long term. You can't just will your problems out of your mind.
The fact that you are setting it up as another piece of content that when people look into it, you're then going to get mad that they're reading the shit that you chose to write and tell them. Cinema. Mwah. Cinema. 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 Cinema.
All you can do is confront them, and if they're unconfrontable, you have to figure out how to find happiness in spite of them. You need to figure out something that you can look forward to if you want to be able to survive in this depressing-ass world. Well, that's what Chromacopia is all about. Just tearing out the carpets and exorcising the demons at the root. Addressing the problems that are stopping you from achieving happiness. Ultimately, no problem ever goes away unless you take the time to understand it and talk about it. It's the only way that you can really grow past any trauma that you might incur in this world. It's about closure and, more importantly, acceptance. Talking about those insurmountable problems is what Tyler's doing with Chromacopia. And that's what I've been trying to do with this video, and really all my videos. So let's take a quick look back at Tyler's previous albums and see if we can identify what some of these problems are, so that we can then see how the album goes through them one by one and showcases the closure and self-acceptance that they've all been met with, and how Tyler finds the beauty within himself that had been covered up by all of that trauma. So we've got a lot to go through here. Let's start with the most prevalent thing that Tyler talks about over his entire discography: love. For those first few albums, every other song is about a different girl that he says he's completely fallen for. Salem, Slater, She, whatever. Then we've got 2 whole albums, Igor and Call Me If You Get Lost, about 2 different people that he swore he was in love with. Being fickle like that when it comes to love is real shit. It's a problem that I used to have, where
You still have that problem. Stop lying about yourself.
I could very easily fall head over heels for anybody who would give me the time of day, and
Because you're extremely codependent.
my dating life started to feel more like an assembly line than a journey.
Because you're extremely codependent and a horny person who leads with your dick. Excuse me. You're Caitlyn Princess Wand.
There's a lot of fear of commitment that comes with a habit like that, and that's something that's always been prevalent in Tyler's music.
Because you're an addict.
Like I said, I've kind of grown out of that problem, or maybe I just found a woman who was perfect enough to stop it from happening, but
It's not really a perfect situation, because a open relationship context doesn't allow you to actually solve the problem. It's just a tactic that you're using as a staple. It's not going to hold on permanently. If you pull hard enough, it will separate the papers that it's connecting. The only way to truly bind it to a book with glue is for you to actually cut out all the superfluous things. If you can't do that, it ain't finna work.
regardless, it's a problem that I can really, really empathize with. Next up, we've got a related problem: hyperactive libido. Tyler's never really framed this as a problem per se in his previous work, but from the earlier, more sexually frustrated albums to the newer ones, where it's clear that sex is just a major part of how he processes his emotions, it's always been a very prevalent theme. In and of itself, a high libido isn't really a character flaw at all, but ever since somewhere around the time he put out the song Sorry Not Sorry, there's been a lot of talk of overlap with that previous issue, where Tyler's admitted to having a habit of leading people on and ditching them once his sexual or romantic interests lure him in a different direction.
Which is a bad thing, dummy.
Thankfully, I can't fully relate to that part of the problem, at least not since I was a teenager, but a hyperactive libido getting in the way of personal connections is very real, just like the last one. A lot of the time I worry that the people in my life kind of assume the worst of me and think that my intentions with them must just be sexual. Just
Considering that you have an open relationship, yes.
because I'm such a sexual person in a general sense.
Because you have an open relationship, yes.
For instance, I recently told somebody very dear to me to have fun on their way to a hookup, and I spent the next hour just laying in bed worried that they misinterpreted that as me having some sort of personal interest in their sex life, if you catch my drift.
The word, Leadhead, is voyeurism. Why can't you say you were worried that they thought that you had a voyeurism kink? You're open about everything else, but you ain't open about this?
The same goes for any time I want to randomly compliment somebody. There's always this fear that everything I do is being perceived as related to sex by the other people.
Just a high five for another Carl is a right moment.
It's a strange label to have attached to yourself.
No, it's a normal label. It's a normal bad scarlet letter, and you're feeling the shame from it.
Sexual one, because while again, in and of itself, there's absolutely nothing wrong with having a high libido, it definitely makes it easier for people to assume that you've got some sort of ulterior motive. Sexual motivations are probably the #1 most lied about thing in all of human history, to be honest, you know, if I had to guess. So it tracks. Anyways, on to problem number 3. We've got Tyler's intense passion and his ambitious mindset. It was a big part of the cherry bomb discussion, how people like him and me are never really satisfied because we're always just looking for the next mountain to climb. Whether
you're not satisfied because you're looking for the next molehill to get on top of.
Either creatively or just in our own life goals. Again, I can very much relate to this one. It feels like satisfaction, truly being happy with where you're at in life, is completely impossible for me sometimes. No matter how many of my dreams I accomplish, no matter how many people I have nearby that love me, no matter how the material conditions of my life improve, I'm always just looking for problems, and so sometimes those problems are all I can see. Then with Igor, we've got the narcissism angle, where you feel somewhere deep inside like you're right about everything, and anybody disagreeing with your subjective opinion is just the result of a miscommunication that happened at some point. A toxic trait of mine that I do my absolute best to suppress. Man, saying all this out loud in this video feels like a pretty big self-report, but I guess this whole video feels like a self-report. But whatever, publicly talking about my character flaws is a pretty huge part of what growth looks like for me. And something tells me that Tyler can probably relate to that. Fortunately for me, the final issue of Tyler's that I'm going to touch on here is one that I can't personally relate to in any way, but that is very important for the plot and themes of Chromacopia.
Not really. The reason you can't relate to it is because it's really hard for you to justify your transgender trans house and how exactly you went from, I have to lie to my girlfriend about how I cheated on her, to, aw man, Rachel's fucking my life up, to, well, Rachel's back in the friend group again and we're all having orgies, to, I adopted a 19 and 20-year-old and then I am a better mother than my mother has ever been. Which then leads us back here to, man, I can't believe this shit's happening to me, man.
Tyler's very first album was called Bastard, and unsurprisingly, his relationship with his absentee father has been a big theme in his music ever since the very beginning. I'm gonna put on the other screen a list of songs where Tyler talks about his dad real quick. Again, I really can't imagine what it'd be like to grow up without a father. The best that I can do here is just to listen to the music and try to empathize. So far, going through the previous work, Tyler's attitude has almost always been anger. Really, the song Answer off of the album Wolf is the only track I can think of off the top of my head that's about how Tyler just wishes he could have known his dad rather than calling him an asshole and just relentlessly hating on him. So, Chromacopia is an album about processing all of these emotions, admitting your flaws and the ways that you were wronged, and why that's such an important thing to do. How that discussion can help you to grow past your trauma and your weaknesses. It shouldn't be any surprise to regular viewers that talking about your problems to help fix them is something that I can really, really get behind. Starting the album out, we get a sort of thesis statement for the concept of the album, with the opening song, Saint Chroma. Tyler whispers this verse that gradually transitions into regular spoken aloud rapping about how he's got this fire inside of him, but he's thinking about whether or not it's time to wrap it all up and retire from making music.
The answer is no. Tyler should not stop making music.
Denying himself the chance to let that light inside of him shine. Importantly,
skipping directly to that song instead of actually covering the other one that comes before it.
He ends the first section of the verse saying,
I ain't never had it down south, and if I ever told you that I did, I'm fucking lying.
And anybody who's listened to Tyler knows that this is complete bullshit. I get being confident. To be honest, there are times that I catch myself gaslighting myself into thinking that all my self-doubt is performative, and I get the feeling that Tyler has intrusive thoughts that look like that too. But that is not how it works. That self-doubt is real. You may know in your heart that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. That's where I'm at, but that doesn't mean that you don't have doubts.
That is not where you're at. You are dealing with the fact that everybody can see what you're doing and that now you're physically aware of it because of how often people talked about it. So now you're mad that myself, Horror, Yacht Block, Cope and Seethe, FPS Diesel, and anybody who could fit inside of a greater space that they carve out for themselves in the commentary community of YouTube and the greater expansive internet will have the ability to tell people about your antics, and you become a form of a repeated villain in our rogues gallery. Change your behavior or stop coping.
No, this line, if I ever told you that I had doubts I was lying, has to be ironic. Or, not ironic, but more specifically, a deliberate example of the type of dissociation that it takes to thrive in a creative career. Shit, this very album, like all of his others, is kind of all about his doubts. What we end up with here in this introductory song is the tightest yet example of that never-ending struggle between the side of you that knows that you can do incredible things and the side of you that tells you that all your passion is cringy and will never be appreciated.
The content creator Jack shot. Can you be able to make content, or are you not capable of actually riding the lightning?
In Tyler's case, that's probably especially tied to his age and how long he's been doing this. I mean, Bastard, his first album came out 16 years ago now.
And there are people who are still out here in the game that are still fucking making music at 99. Let alone for the shit that Tyler's been doing since 16 years old.
I've been doing this channel for 6.5 years, and I'm constantly trying to prove to myself that I still haven't peaked yet.
That's because you keep trying to find ways to monetize your personal life. If you just did normal things and made normal content, you'd never run out of work and never have to ask that question. The only question you didn't have to ask is, what can I do to escalate this material? I feel like I could get back on edge with this. I want to try to do this, and I want to try to make this possible. That's where content springs eternal, sweetheart. It's called having ideas. If you can't have ideas, you're not going to have good content.
I can absolutely understand just wanting to quit while you're ahead and cement your legacy before you fall off. We're all going to fall off someday.
No. There's this thing called aging gracefully and retiring. Falling off is what a person who's in active duty and service is doing while doing an action. Oh, I skinned my knee. Carl, what happened? I fell off my bike. Man, Virus Software sure is a fucking lolcow now. Man, he really fell off. In order to fall off, you need to have been on in the first place. In terms of your content, where you monetize your personal dramas, and then you tell people you don't really understand it. You need to see it from my perspective. Super good that I happen to disconnect quickly and reconnect quickly. But no, your sense of falling off isn't actual falling off. Your falling off is what happens when everybody sees you for who you are, and you don't like the fact that everybody needs to know the next update. They're waiting for the next episode, the next recap, the next reveal. And in their need, you feel the fear that comes with being consumed. Now you're not the one who's providing it, you're the one that is being provided. You're getting passed around. You're getting passed around. Everybody's passing you around. And you don't like it. Because this isn't the kind of whoring you're used to. No, stop it. You can't share that part of my life. Who are you to say anything about me? I'm me. I'm me. And he's him, and he's them, and she's her, and she's him, and he's him, and him, and him, and him, and her, and him, and him, and him, and him, and her. And that's not even counting for the people who are in this lobby, who are watching live. Then there's the people who are going to hear about it from a friend of a friend. We are all using you. Your content. And in the use of your content, you feel super uncomfortable because now you're not in control of how that information is viewed. You're like a porn star who's scared about their backlog. Oh my god, I want to get retired from the industry, but there's going to be all these people who are going to be judging me and they're going to hold it against my kid. Or, more accurately, the better comparison, considering that you're happily, openly making content on OnlyFans, you want to be able to get to make your happy little queer content and talk about your little personal details in your life, but you don't want people to be able to say, hey, yo, don't go at a new fucking drop. That shit is trash. She's reselling old pictures. You don't want that connection. You want to have the ability to pull the plug on your content at any time you want. And unfortunately, you are a public figure. You don't get to pull the plug anymore. Or rather, you can, but you don't get to control the conversation that's happening outside of your control. You can't control other people, and you can't control content creators. Now, of course, you could try to strike it, but you see, you put your shit out there to be consumed. You either remove yourself, or you deal with the consequences of being a public figure. If you don't like it, you shouldn't have talked about it. So, no, you're not going to use the industry of being a YouTuber and say, nobody knows the trouble I feel, to justify how you feel about the fact that people are talking about you. Because you would be an interesting thing to talk about if you weren't doing crazy ass shit in your life. Ruining yourself. Just like Pirate Software. Or lolcows like Anision. Or lolcows that are beauty feeders. Or even Nick Ricada. All of these people, anyone you could bring up, they're not lolcows just because we decided. Although there are some people who will force that kind of content, but that's not what we're talking about right now. You feel the way that you feel because you know what it feels like to be here. Because that's what you've been doing to people in your personal life. Oh, is the goose not good for gander? Too bad, bitch. Quack, quack.
So, you might as well die young and leave a pretty corpse, right?
No. You can grow old and be happy with your fucking family unit. You fucking crazy person. It is not better to burn out than to fade away. No.
Well, ultimately, that struggle, that duality is the narrative that this album's centered around. Will the passion beat out the fear, or will Tyler leave the limelight early enough to actually be missed by his fans? Given that his body of music has always been so personal, seemingly the best way to answer that question is to acknowledge the history of baggage and trauma that's made his music so easy to connect with, and see if we still like him once that stuff's out of the picture. Basically, the question that the album is asking at this point is whether or not Tyler is still Tyler without hating his father, or without all those other personal issues that I mentioned earlier that have been prevalent in his music throughout his whole career. Is a sad song still relatable in the same way if the creator of the sad song isn't sad anymore?
Yes. And thus you failed the basic concept of music. Just because I wrote a sad song doesn't mean I'm sad forever. Because it can't rain all the time. The video that exists of me on my channel, of me crying over my dead best friend, just because I cried over his corpse doesn't mean I have to cry over his corpse forever. I can always hold a vigil on his birthday. I can always be able to remember him and the things that he not only did for me, but the fire he lit inside my heart. But that doesn't mean that I'm permanently stuck there in 2017. You have to move forward, dude. How you somehow failed to understand this about music, that's crazy as fuck, bro. That's stupid. That's dumb.
Or, alternatively, maybe Tyler takes that mask off and we find something beautiful hiding underneath. Well, one by one, we systemically break down those individual problems to take off the mask and get to that answer.
But you ain't doing that.
It's not the exact order of the album, but let's start with the fourth song, Darling Guy. This is a song about that flippin' love thing that I mentioned earlier, where Tyler finds it so hard to fall in love and so hard to commit because he's just always falling head over heels for the next person. Now again, there's absolutely nothing wrong with non-monogamy so long as it's properly communicated and consented to. I know plenty of great people who are polyamorous, but it's kind of a simple fact that if you're in your 30s, being poly probably would make it really hard to settle down and get married. And ultimately, for somebody as passionate as Tyler, I think finding a spouse or two and settling down really is the only way that he can enjoy his life if he weren't creating art anymore.
No shit, Sherlock, because that's what you do when you're doing things like that. You build a life around it. The fuck? Duh. Also, bye, Neo J.
That struggle between stability and creativity has always been a theme in his music. It's something he's been struggling with since Wolf back in 2013 at the very least. In this song, we seemingly finally get his answer, his final look on how he sees his future looking.
But when that gray hair finally come, at least I felt something if I ain't found the one. Nobody could fulfill me like this music shit does, so I'll be lonely with these Grammys when it's all said and done. Come on.
I listened to this album about 30 seconds after it officially released at around 6 a.m. a few months ago. And hear me when I say that this song was kind of an emotional moment for me. Now, am I one to get all emotional about the creative struggles of a complete stranger? No, not usually, but man, for the 6.5 years that I've been doing this channel, I've been listening to Tyler describe the exact same doubts that I've had since the moment I first hit my stride with these videos. I've even made whole-ass videos about how I'm just terrified of the emotional commitment that I've made to this channel, and my creative career as a whole. Frankly,
Cope, Cap, you're not a content creator, put it down. Quit.
I've been watching one of my biggest creative role models ask himself if he should just give up for like 9 years now, and listening to this song, I finally got to hear him say, no, fuck that, I'm too passionate about this shit to give up on it.
I don't believe that you are truly a fan of him and you're just using him as the framework so you can give us the update about how you're trying to cut this Rachel character out of your life after you cheated on your then fiance, now wife, with them.
It's a little bit embarrassing to admit it because this is the life of a total stranger that we're talking about here, but yeah, hearing that last bar in this song meant a lot to me. I'm lucky enough to have found a woman to be my creative muse, so I get to have the best of both worlds, but...
Creative muse is a nice way to call Cum Dumpster.
Man, that doesn't mean that I haven't spent my whole career thinking about giving it all up and getting a job as a delivery driver. That's the kind of closure that we're talking about with this album. If you've been paying attention, you know that I've had a lot of emotional investment in the various problems that Tyler's bumped up against over his career, and his life as a whole, really. Because I just plain see so much of myself in him, and yeah, maybe that doesn't...
And you want to be seen inside him. Kappa, that joke's on me.
Make me a stan, or like the song Colossus off of Wolf. But I just share a lot of his problems, and one by one, that same kind of closure I was just talking about is applied to so many different problems that I've had a similar level of emotional investment in for almost a decade. We've got him coming to terms with his hyperactive libido in Hey Jane, where he acknowledges that he should stop slut-shaming himself and just be transparent about the fact that sex is a core part of who he is. I can't tell you how much I've shamed myself for my sexuality, and I have an OnlyFans account for fuck's sake, but I still just sex shame myself. I mean, sex is part of my career, and I still just feel like it's this fundamental flaw in my character for some reason.
So you're not a YouTuber then, you're a pornographer. And you should accept the fact that people are going to look at you strange and weird because you choose to live an alternative lifestyle.
An inherent ontological evil within me. I don't slut-shame other people, but I do it to myself.
I mean, hoping that you use ontological in the correct context. Yeah, it's kind of load-bearing that you think that you can have the ability to shame other people about how you judge people, and then you can sit there and judge yourself and others by the same metric that somehow you can't take up for yourself. It's almost like you're a fucking hypocrite.
Can be volatile. You have to be very delicate with it, but it's not a bad thing by any means. It happens to be like my second most valuable form of self-expression. I can't go around having this horrible perception of something that's a fundamental part of who I am like that. My wife is the one who taught me that lesson, but man, hearing that lesson reflected in a song from an artist that's been such a huge part of my life and so many things I've felt over the years just feels, again, like an extra layer of closure.
That's nice. It still doesn't change any of the shit that you've said, and it also doesn't prevent the fact that you are now wasting 28 minutes of our lives instead of getting to the point that is the end of this video.
This album is just loaded with songs like these, where Tyler talks about all these issues and fears he's been talking about for his whole career, and each and every one of them just has this air of self-acceptance, and it's just so incredibly optimistic in a way that Tyler's music has absolutely never been before. All while keeping prevalent those fears and anxieties of becoming washed up and not finding happiness, not finding Okaga in time. It's just such a beautiful journey. It's got the best balance of different sounds that Tyler's created yet, the best pacing, the best theming. Cherry Bomb is still my favorite Tyler album. I think that's always going to be true. But you'd have a pretty tough time convincing me that Chromacopia isn't his best album yet.
It's his newest one. I wouldn't say it's necessarily his best one, but I think it's up there.
Eventually, though, getting towards the end of the album, we land on Like Him. This is the song about Tyler's father. This man's first album was called Bastard. Tyler being abandoned by his father really is like the single biggest piece of trauma that's been underpinning his entire career. If you want to go out and say that this thing is the plot of Tyler's entire discography, I don't think anyone would really be able to argue with you for more than a minute or two.
I can. The entirety of things like this is that realistically, Chromacopia isn't just a letter against himself about his father. It is the lesson that is what is effectively a slow-growing child in the form of his music career that reflects back who he is. When it says, "Mama, I'm chasing a ghost, do I look like him?" you could say that it's not just Tyler asking, does he look like his dad? You could say that it's Tyler's music asking if it reflects the life of Tyler and if it's living the same way that Tyler would have lived his life. His music becomes a bastard child that is alienated from the person that it came from because he's not the same person who conceived that music. Thus, the music asks the question of the life it's living as it goes through its own version of the life that Tyler has lived, arriving at Chromacopia when this person who's been wearing a mask about himself asks the question, do I reflect the blast that I came from? Do I look like his trauma? Tyler is the only one that can answer the question of whether or not the question will have an answer to the music. So if he writes another album, should he choose to go that way with this interpretation that I've chosen to give, which technically you could say that about any type of music, because remember, music is your child. It's a product of you. Just like kids are a product of your heart, of your crotch quarters. Only Tyler can answer that question. Look, I did it. I did it for over at least a minute and 30 seconds. Dummy.
So how on earth do we bring closure to something that huge, that unresolved? I mean, the man still hasn't come back as far as any of us know.
You let it go. You let it go. The way that you heal from something like being called a bastard and trying to figure out exactly where your origins come from is by choosing to give it up to the god of ecumenical politics, and you let it the fuck go. When you let it go, then you no longer have those issues. Because you'll stop letting it traumatize you.
Well, in a beautiful twist that addresses Tyler's narcissism that was the subject of Igor, the answer is empathy. The song starts with Tyler being told by his mother that he's starting to look exactly like his father, before he goes on to sing about how he's getting old and feels lost in his 30s, fearing his inevitable aging. All this stuff brings to mind a lot of the anxieties that this album has spent a lot of time talking about, specifically around parenthood. You've got Hey Jane, which is all about a pregnancy scare and how this girl who may or may not be pregnant just wants to raise the kid alone so that she doesn't have to commit to being caught up in Tyler's limelight and energy, and because she doesn't want to be with Tyler, knowing that she'd be holding him back from the things that he loves. You've got...
Well, that's a goddamn lie, because there's nothing stopping him from doing what the fuck he loves, because he's a goddamn millionaire. This is probably the stupidest thing people could ever say about people who have money. People with money have the ability to take care of children because they have the ability to pay for those resources. People like us, the brokies, children can destroy lives because we're not fully set up on our own. When you're that fucking wealthy, there's nothing stopping you from making music. You just simply move at the speed of a baby. Ta-da! The music is done when the music is done. People don't have to bother you about it. And in the meantime, they can watch the children grow up while you're raising them. It ain't that difficult, it ain't that hard. Celebrity will not be stopped because of a child's birth. Has any of that stopped the Kardashians?
Darling Eye, just addressing the fear of romantic commitment in general, and just in a broader sense, this album has that duality to it, where whenever Tyler's talking about adulthood and becoming too tired to keep going, the sound has a generally somber vibe to it, but during any discussion of sex, creativity, gender shit, or music, the energy is so high and optimistic in the sound. This is, if you ask me, all there to draw a parallel between Tyler and his father. Tyler has spent so many songs just passionately shitting on this man for choosing the single life over starting a family, but ultimately, over the course of the album, he's able to acknowledge who he is and what he wants out of life and finds a new way to love himself, all while he decides to choose his career over starting a family. It's not exactly the same. After all, Hey Jane is just about a pregnancy scare, not about literally having a child and choosing to abandon them, but this is the first time we see Tyler saying that he understands how his father must have felt when he made that decision. And furthermore, saying that he might do the same thing if he was in that position. So, if he can forgive himself for not being a family person, maybe he can forgive his father for it too. It's just fucking beautiful. I don't even have an absentee father. That's one of those problems that I explicitly can't relate to Tyler on, but God, I bawled my eyes out when I heard this song for the first time. It's just a relationship, dynamic, a perception of somebody that's defined the music that has meant so much to me over the years.
And the fact that you have to admit that you can't relate to not knowing what it's like to have absentee parents, that is half the reason why people are on your ass. How much time, how much energy, how much complaint, how much concern did you put into telling everybody that, oh my God, I'm gonna be such the best mom. I'm gonna be the best mom. I'm gonna be the best mom that you've never seen before. I'm gonna feed him with both my titties, both my man she titties. But you can't say you ain't had a father. And all the content, especially during Hurricane Helene, you didn't have a single bit of ability to lay any of that shit on your mother. Or your father. Multiple times. Your father chose to sacrifice his comfort for you. Your mother sacrificing her comfort for you. Multiple times. You reflected on it. Broke it. Multiple times, you reflected on it. And what were you doing the exact moment that they did that? Oh, that's right. You were bragging about how you were going to take over as the dad for one of your not biological children, but for one of your trans children from the biological father, who you were trying to insert yourself into, where you were then bragging about the fact that that happened at 2350 during that video. So no, Leadhead, you are emotional because you know you're full of shit. You're emotional because you know you're full of shit. And you, like every fucking poser who's never known the life, never known the struggle, can barely relate to their goddamn existence, and wants desperately to have your outside story reflect your inside story, you don't have what it takes to hang. Because you aren't from round here.
I told you the revisionism.
So look, I would have gotten there on my own.
So much revisionism.
You're not from. You're literally not from around here. You came from privilege. You have your parents. You just are so evil to them that you won't let them in. You sitting here playing Trans Babadook like, oh my God, oh my life is so bad, oh you don't understand what it's like to be me. Nobody knows the trouble I feels. Nobody knows my sorrows.
Transiduck.
Yes, Transiduck. But no, you don't have grief because you don't have a connection with your parents, or you could be able to have a connection with your parents like my woman has, because she can't actually introduce her child to her mother or her father. They're both dead in urns that she has. You have the ability to have connection. You just don't want to connect with them, because that means taking responsibility for yourself. And you can't...
Walking, talking first world problem.
And you can't stop talking about people fucking criticizing you, because you know that if you were to open yourself up to your parents, they would have their own criticisms. No matter how nicely they would word it to you, you'd still crash the fuck out, because any level of control that you don't have is not enough.
Yep. That's
why people were paying attention to you. That's my personal interest for doing my research on it. Lord knows you ain't never come from me on this shit. because you won't be able to argue it. You'll get dog walked. Because I can use your words against you. And no, it's not misunderstanding them and missing the point. No, I can understand who you are for what you see. Because there are many issues which people can be able to relate to you on. Some way and somehow in some level of your fucking life. But no, you're not finna fucking explain human connection to people when you are the most inhumane content creator that probably exists on top of YouTube right now. I don't know how you can try to factor in I do OnlyFans and people can't understand the reason why I want to do this thing and at the same time say, man, this is such a human connection. I'm such a big fan of his work. While purely missing how any of the stories that relate to yourself, you kind of have to just like stop pretending. Even if it was for a bit, the moment where your own family member tells you stop beating around the bush and be fucking open about it, you're still beating around the bush. You're still wasting our time. You're still putting on so much fucking fat. So many trans fats. That joke wasn't intentional. So many trans fats that you just insert into your content that is full of empty drama and empty calories. My life is hard. Oh, it's so painful. But you just can't tell the truth that you're the reason why your life is fucked up. You can never be prepared to have children. You would never be able to take care of a child. Because you can't live at the speed of a baby. You have to live at the fucking speed of your ego. The size of it. The sheer weight. The girth. It's just so beefy! Without that drama, you don't have content. Us? Us's? We'll be fine without your content. There are plenty of cows for us to milk. You don't want to be considered a lol cow? Stop doing lol cow behavior. You don't want to stop doing the lol cow behavior. That brings you your money. So, complain about the drama, complain about being talked about, complain about being judged, complain about being criticized, and have fake sympathy while continuing to waste our time. We ain't thinking go nowhere, baby. You can't shame us out of talking about you. If it didn't work for Dark Viper AU, why the fuck did you think it worked for you? You're here forever. Don't forget it.
Then there's another twist. At the end of the song, we hear what I'm led to believe is the voice of Tyler's actual mother, finally admitting to Tyler that she was the one who kicked out his father, and that he wanted to be there for Tyler all along, and she just asks him for forgiveness. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I could forgive that or not. If that's really is how it went down, if my mother just let me believe that my father abandoned me when in fact it was her that kept me from having a father. I don't know if I could get past it.
Do you notice the irony in this?
Of course I do.
Chad, do you realize the irony in this? Because, again, and I wasn't here when Carl saw this earlier, this is Leadhead not wanting to admit that she is the complete thing that she is talking about. She was the obsessive ex that couldn't let somebody go. She's the one that would get kicked out because she was fucking around
and would actively remove.
She cannot handle it.
Or actively remove herself from her own loving household because she's claimed that her mother and father literally didn't get it, despite the fact that then, to help them in their problems and situations, they actively brought them back in when all their shit went sideways after Helene, and even chose to put themselves at the detriment of trying to be a supportive adult towards these children she's adopted in their found trans family, at the detriment of their own comfort for their child. And yet, while that was happening, what was she doing? Inserting herself into the livelihood of that biological father's connection with their biological child.
But that's what I was poking at, was she thinks that she's a parent. She's the one that's kind of the, even though she said she's the mom, she's more the dad role in the family from what she describes.
Yeah, breadwinner.
So say her wife kicks her out. She's the one that would be held. She's the dad in the situation, and this is a way of her to hold shit against her wife online, saying, "If you were to leave me, you are taking me away from our found family." Mm-hmm. The manipulation.
The sheer level of
Good
projection and manipulation.
Good God.
It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's so stupid.
So stupid.
Then, well, if that is what's been happening to Tyler over his life, and that's not just a misinterpretation on my part, I'd like to
Like
think that
everything
his mother
else?
finally coming clean about this lie and asking for forgiveness is what inspired him to make this album, all about self-acceptance and coming to terms with the things that you wish you could change about yourself. I've had similar moments in life where one person's honesty inspired another person to be honest, and as somebody whose whole thing is personal growth, that...
What growth? Only thing personal about you that's grown is your bank account.
And the inspiration to be honest because of someone else's honesty, bitch, you were forced to be honest. You didn't have a choice.
I mean, before she had a choice, but now after telling all that shit, she doesn't have a choice anymore. The second you lie, people are going to jump on top of it. And when you say, how dare you do that, who makes you think you have the information? We just go,
You put it out there.
Patreon.com/Leadhead.
Yep.
Kind of the rawest, most powerful kind of personal growth that you can really have, at least in my experience.
You have no experience.
Ultimately, it's my interpretation that that honesty from his mother is what inspired Tyler, at the end of this album, to accept himself for all his flaws and commit to being the creator that he was just born to be. That honesty is what inspires him to take his mask off and let the fire inside of him out at the end of the album.
The name of the album she's talking about?
The big
Chromacopia. It's his latest one.
biggest juxtaposition
Let's do
of
what
this album is...
done. Because this is what Faugi did. He went and looked at information regarding how directly Tyler the Creator thinks about these things. And almost every single time he did it, proved Leadhead wrong. Because she can't even look into... What she should have done is she should have gone through this using interviews and perspectives of him and then transposing it against her own perspectives. But instead, she's grabbed what she thinks is what the album is for without the work and just decided to put it out in the world like a dumbass.
Yes. Very much so. Also, ew, she smokes American spirits. Ew. Old man cigarettes.
Name. Chromacopia is a reference to this old book called The Phantom Tollbooth, where a character called Chroma the Great is tasked with using color to orchestrate the sunrise and the sunset. The thing that grabs me about this title is how everything in this album is monochromatic. The cover, the artwork, the music videos, all of it is just pure black and white with a slight green tint. But the album's title itself is a reference to the color spectrum. There are all sorts of ways to interpret this juxtaposition, but here's the one that I landed on.
How much, chat, do you want to bet that they're going to wrap this around to a trans allegory?
I would wager about $10.
Said the small little Marcus that lives in my mind.
Ultimately, once you acknowledge a problem and accept the things that you can't change about yourself, you turn this caustic, volatile part of your life into a memory. It becomes a photograph of the past, static and unmoving, black and white.
No, it doesn't, Leadhead. When you accept the consequences and the faults of your actions and you move forward anyways, it just becomes something that's behind you. Yesterday's history, tomorrow's a mystery. That's why you live for now, because it's the present. Putting things in your rear view does not make them something that no longer can hurt you. It makes it something that you put in your closet and you put away, like a gun, or a sword, or your liquor in a cabinet, and you lock it up and you put it away, and you do the thing that every person does when they no longer have the energy or the social battery to deal with it for the day, and you retire to bed. So that if you have to bring out this instrumentation and show people what you have in your closet, where you keep your skeletons, what would normally be fear for the dark, you don't have to worry about it Because the dark that would be in the closet isn't the darkness in the absence of the mystery. Because it's not a mystery to you. You put it in there. Things that are seen through the eyes of the child can be transmogrified into something that we could never expect them to be. That's why children see monsters under the bed. They don't know what the shapes look like. So a person's jacket can look like a big scary monster that's haunting your mother and makes her want to kill you. If we want to keep in line with the jokes about the Babadook. But your grief in your closet, for some people, is actually the superpowered evil side that a person doesn't go into using anymore because they're healed from their traumas. For me, people choosing to use something about me, which the best thing that they could probably use is my passion. Using my energy to say, look at how upset he's being. That's proof that we know that he's a dishonest person. No person would act that emotional. It's because he's hiding something. Is the fastest trigger for me to say, oh, you want me to get passionate? I can just go ahead and turn all this table and actually show you what real passion looks like. And I don't have to ever use my words or raise my hands to ball a fist. Because my truth is my weapon. I hold my tongue and banish my wit and my deeper, sharp rapier wit in my closet. Because I don't want to scare people with what is the unhinged crash out that I know that I can be. Because I remember once upon a time when I didn't crash out for things that mattered. And I lost people for it. I remember when I used it incorrectly. And I lost people for it. So I put my nuclear option away under lock and key. And I only bring it out when it's time to use it. That's called sheathing your sword, Leadhead. If you knew how to do that, you wouldn't be in a relationship scenario where you feel so much shame for having put your business out there in the world that everybody knows every intimate detail about you and your drama, even as we have yet to get to the last 22 minutes of that shit that you've been holding back because of how you chose to write this piece of work.
And what's even more ironic about all of this is I went and looked up a few interviews or a few snippets of stuff from Tyler about Chromacopia, and none of it has anything to do with his mom apologizing for stuff with his dad. All of it is basically he's looking back at his life and comparing his experiences to that of his peers or the people around him and pondering the motherly advice that she gave him and finally realizing what it meant. And it's also a reflection of him looking at how he is now compared to his friends and family who have now got families of their own and he doesn't.
Yep.
Do you see the irony in that, Leadhead?
I mean, other than the irony that he is yet a case another example of Carl was right and he did it from downtown blind from the fucking half court. Because that means that his music is his baby.
Yep.
I didn't have to be a fucking vocalist and a voice actor to know that, Leadhead. But of course, when you're talking about commies that have no pride in their own work, they're just ephemeral. Everything they do doesn't really matter except for the moment that it becomes important to the fact that it threatens their career. You just miss things. Just right over your head. Just right over your head, boy. Flew right past you. Pay attention.
It's not about what it actually means, it's about what it means, what her interpretation of what it means is.
Yeah.
Ultimately an album about Tyler taking all the color, all the emotion out of all these things that have plagued his past, so that he can then use those colors to paint a new picture. Just like Flower Boy, growing a flower out of a pile of shit life. Only this time he's leaving the past behind him and looking solely to his future.
Unfortunately, that's like half right, which is to say that's half wrong. And the part that's completely wrong is where you held up your fucking object, your shoe, your physical possession that you associated with a philosophy and a feeling and a belief. That's the part that's extremely fucking wrong. This is how you feel about it based on how you feel when you wear these pair of shoes. Yet that's not what it actually is, Leadhead.
He's finally moving on. It's exactly what I aim to do with this video. Call it me being inspired by the album's honesty in the same way that Tyler created this album off the inspiration from his mother's honesty, if that...
That's nice. Who are you moving on from, Leadhead?
Is what happened. But I'm tired of keeping my own mask on when it comes to this,
You haven't had your mask on in over a year.
Everybody's seen you. We can see the dimple that was on your butt cheek.
Yeah. She's literally the sundial dude in Hercules.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted it. She popped in and said, "Wanna hear about my puppy play?"
No.
Cracker! Cracker! We see you! You've shown us your freaking magic. You've shown us the helicoptering princess wand. We know who you are.
I know what you are.
Trying to unlist shit and rewrite it in another video that anybody who subscribed to begin with didn't want to see.
All of them asking
does
questions.
not make it true.
Like all of them asking questions about why you feel comfortable doing that and being concerned about the fact that this feels like weird vibes. Your own audience is rejecting your fucking vibes, bro.
And and I wasn't here for it, but the one that really baffles me and the one that really got Falgy fucked up was when she was talking about the album where there was something about jailbait was talked about. I don't remember which one it was. And instead of realizing that he's talking about how disgusted he is with himself for finding a minor attractive, she took something completely different out of it. Of him being upset that he couldn't have the girl. No, dumbass. No. You're obfuscating your own issues and your own fuck-ups so that you could try and rewrite it as something heroic. No. Stop it. Get some help. Get offline.
This girl, someone who I've given so much love and trust and respect to as she's hurt us all time and time again, has finally lost me.
Can you take the fucking cigarette out of your mouth?
Won't even
Can you
say
not
what all
put your
she's done
purported
because,
bullshit?
frankly, you wouldn't believe me, and maybe even more frankly, I'm a little bit afraid of her.
You're afraid of her or afraid of what she might end up doing to you?
She's an abuser in every sense of the word.
And you're not?
Bitch, what?
Abuser will never see their own abuse.
Think of the worst thing that you can... Think of the worst thing that somebody can be. The worst thing you can imagine them doing, and it...
An energy vampire. The worst thing a person can be is an energy vampire.
A narcissistic trans creator, and I say trans in quotations because the way she puts how she became trans sounds so bullshit to me.
The born again lifestyle shit I'm not buying.
No. What you are is you're not just an energy vampire, you are a fake in every sense of the word. You're performative, you're a narcissist, you couldn't give two shits about anybody around you, all you care about is what they could do for you. And as soon as they can't do something for you, you look for it somewhere else. It's proved in your honesty video where you went and slept with somebody else because your now wife was so depressed and needed you as her partner to be there, and instead you were finding comfort in somebody else's bed between somebody else's thighs.
Bro needed a rock, and what you did was you lobbed a rock at their chest, right in their bird chest, and then you walked over them to see if it hit them in the chest, and then you picked it up again and you domed them in the head, Kane.
The audacity.
Or should I say candy? Should I say candy?
The audacity, the gumption, the unmitigated gall.
She's your transit dancer, dancing for money.
The chance it's on the list somewhere. I wish that was an exaggeration, but when you see all of her deeds listed out on paper, it looks like something that we all made up as a joke. Like a parody of a flawed human being.
Just slyly calling this person a flawed human being, as though you're not flawed.
In response to all this, she's lied and redirected herself away from personal growth, just repeating those same mistakes and doing the same horrible things that I once forgave her for to people who are even more vulnerable than I was when I first met her.
Hurt people, but all of this starts with you and what you chose to do. You put your dick inside of that cave, you swiveled it around, and you kept dipping your fun dip, okay? It starts with you.
Starts with one.
Ultimately, my family and I have made the incredibly hard decision to just cut her out of our lives.
And there we are. 20 minutes and 11 seconds till the end. You finally admit all this bullshit was not about fucking Tyler, but was about how you wanted to use Tyler in your personal growth experience with his music, which was some bullshit, to justify announcing that, well, we, the trans family on Man She He Lane at 22 Put It In My Ass Drive decided that we're gonna cut this person out and I'm going to expose them live on Twitter.com!
She was like a little sister to me.
I see you. I see you, bitch. I see you.
Shit! No! Not the Lena Dunham! No!
I was eating as they fucking said that.
Yeah! Frank no Cheerios, bitch!
We see you, bitch. We fucking see you, bitch.
She was like a little sister to me. That's why I fucked her.
Yup.
Oh, I got my white cheddar right here just for this.
Oh, he's lost it. He's lost it, y'all.
Oh, I was so good. Yes. That's what normal people do. They see people as members of a found family, and then they have non-stop screenplay sex with them. And then they fuck them in open relationships. And then
they get mad when they get attached.
Yeah, and then they get mad when the internet makes fun of them and they get attached. The emotions. They decide to go with what's easier. And then, instead of acting like an adult, sitting down and dealing with their problems, or not putting drama on the internet, they make content about their personal lives.
You're such a stupid bitch. Why are you stupid, bitch?
You see this redhead? You see these white cheddar puffs? Ah! That's content. And it's not my mouth I'm putting in, it's in all of their mouths. Keep making me money, Leadhead. God. Yeah. Help me buy my son more toys for Christmas. Please, keep doing this.
I thought that we could help her to grow past her violent and dangerous behavior if we just forgave her enough, if we talked to her about all the ways that we've grown since we met her. If we made sure that she was safe and never stopped loving her, surely she would see that trust, like actual trust, can exist between people. Surely we can make her accept that she needed a change.
Why should she trust you?
Why should she listen to you? Why do you think that you're the voice of reason here? Because it's certainly not because you're the one with the money. Everything
to be untrustworthy in your own actions. Because you had not only lied about your situation with her to begin with, you not only lied not just to her, but to your own wife, because obviously she thought that you were gonna break up with your now wife to be with her. And when she found that out, she blasted your ass to your own now wife. And not only did you do that, you kicked her out of the house, brought her back to mess with her emotions again, abuse her emotions again, and now you're upset that she realized the absolute cunt bag you are. Why should she trust you? Why should any of these people trust you?
Feelings.
You've not shown yourself to be trustworthy in any form or sense of the word.
Feelings can't be the answer. Because even if we want to take the opinion that you've given us, that you've done everything you possibly could, I don't believe that. Because the one thing you haven't tried is the thing everybody told you to do. Log the fuck off. In the alternate reality where you take our advice and you go listen to this album and you can then come away with the wrong opinions, if it then brought you to the correct conclusion that you should probably make amends, then you would be on the right path. Because all this starts with your choices. But no. Do you take accountability for your choices? No. Do you take accountability for the fact that you basically drove her insane? Certainly not because that dick is that good. That you drove them insane with your penis? Excuse me, your princess wand? I'd make a joke about Sailor Moon if I didn't respect Sailor Moon. You instead said, we, the collective family that lives at 22 Mansheehy Lane, have decided to vote off the 59% of this family that don't do shit. Family in air quote. Because really, you are kicking out what you're claiming is the deadbeat dad that don't do shit good for the people. And with your newfound family, where you divorced someone, you're trying to bring things together for the good of the family. This is just you taking out the trash. Your emotional and literal relationship trash. And you're framing it like it's an announcement that only you can make for the benefit of all of us, because you see all these clout sharks and all these people who are monetizing the content and they don't know things about me. They don't realize what it really is. This is grift, bro. This is a grift. It's a lie. All it takes is just a little bit of recording of you behind the scene. Maybe even a video that was taken while you were in the middle of the fucking act. And you will go down. You know, faster than you usually do to get on your knees for your friends.
But that...
I don't think she knows what friends are.
...was just denial. I was in denial about it. Everybody connected to this situation was in denial about it for years now. It wasn't even my initial decision to get her out of our lives. I had to be convinced through mutual tears by...
That sucks even harder for you. It wasn't even really your choice. So you weren't actually willing to man up. Woman up. To actually do your job and be the provider and the protector. No, you needed to be convinced into it. Weak. You are weak.
Multiple people to finally accept that this isn't what our life was supposed to look like. My wife put it the best. She said that we cut out a hole in our heart for her, and now there's nothing there but empty space.
No, there's a God-shaped hole next to the other God-shaped hole that already exists inside of you. It's not that you cut out and carved out a piece of yourself to give to them so you can connect to them. No. You want to give the appearance that you carved out a piece of yourself for them and their benefit. So that you can have the maximization of looking like you did the right thing while still maximizing, extracting the benefit from your audience at the same time. And then throwing a little shade at the people you claim don't know anything about you by showing that they have no idea about these deeper problems that are affecting you. Bitch, does this look like BlueSky.com to you? Interesting theory.
My part, it feels like I'm losing a limb. I would rather lose a limb. I mean, there's a lot of days where, you know, I wish that I could have just never found out about all the things she's done. I wish that I never caught her in her lies. I wish I was just... I wish I could just go back to a few months ago when I was just living and just surrounded by her comfortable version of the truth. However,
Stop with the sighing.
As as her apology for all this stuff has taken the form of her doing everything she can to make our lives harder, you know, as she makes her exit, it's impossible to ignore that she never wanted to change. And she was never truly sorry. People have done some really horrible things to me in my life, like things I can't talk about on YouTube without...
Bullshit, lies, I don't believe it. You're just being demonetized. You've talked about everything else under the sun, including you doing betrayals. I don't care. Cope, Steve, Cope. Stop lying. Hell, you probably still get monetized too because you're transgender. They give you preferential treatment. Shut that shit the fuck up. If you're really gonna complain all that much about it, go ahead and open a Rumble account like everybody else, or take your ass to the rest of the place where all the other bread tubers go to complain, and take your ass to Nebula. And put some fucking earbuds on. You're in public. Drinking game. Take a shot every time she sighs.
No,
if I bought a $30 bottle of alcohol, I'm pretty sure I'd get through that bottle of alcohol.
Instantly getting, you know, the video flagged. But for all the love I've given to this person, all the forgiveness and understanding, I've never in my entire life felt more used.
Oh, you didn't feel used when you were sucking and fucking your friends in high school? When you were getting bent over like a little twink and getting pumped and dumped and filled by all the heavy bodybuilders in school? Oh, that's so sad.
This is, turning out to have a lot less to do with chromacopia than I was expecting it to when I initially came.
No shit.
No shit! No fucking shit!
You think?
The fact the three of us all said that simultaneously. Holy...
I'm playing the world's smallest violin right now.
Fucking Christ almighty. No shame, zero flavor.
Fucking wild.
And keep in mind, people who will come across my video from Leadhead, because she'll hit on the metrics on SEO domination, you give this person money. You empower them to do this. All you gotta do to take that power away is start giving them money. And watch what happens. Leave the trans neighborhood. Move into the Negrohood. We've got houses waiting.
Concept for this ending. Chromacopia is an album about never giving up, but I'm using it to tell a story about how I've been forced to give up on something I loved so dearly.
I don't believe that.
Did you love her?
You didn't love her.
I don't think you understand what love is.
Love, Leadhead, is not a performance. It's like I said before in my thing. It's devotion. You are not devoted to shit except this money. You will do anything possible to keep this gravy train going. And to that end, your family serves that function. Let us find out you kick out another fucking person. Let us find out.
Or who the next person that's fed up with you and leaves.
Or that. I can't wait to see what happens then.
This is not finally finding happiness. This is world-shattering loneliness. This is an abandonment of the values of, you know, forgiveness and mutual growth that I've always prided myself on. Frankly, it's hard to feel like this outcome is anything other than me just becoming a worse person.
Yes. 'Cause you are?
You know, anyone who watches this channel knows that forgiveness, personal growth, and, you know, trust in people are things I value a lot and things I fought very hard to get back after I lost them.
You never gained them! You never gained them! You never gained trust and faith and understanding and belonging. You cheated. You took the shortcut. You did what any person in this age does, and you replaced real connection for parasociality, and you're still doing it. How is there still 17 minutes left in this video?
I'm assuming it's going to be just a non-stop length fest.
Well, if it follows suit with all the rest of the videos, there will be a preamble at the back end, and there's going to be a scroll read of all the Patrons that they are monetizing to make this content possible. I don't know. But bro, you did what any person in this age would do if money was their only goal. You chose to project rather than reflect. And because you did not genuflect, except in the only way you know how to do, with spit, to the life you wanted to build, you treated your life and the life you were building the way that you treated your body through your youth. Like an amusement park fairground with condoms in the storm drain. And maybe not even that. Because it sounds like you're the kind of person that likes it bareback. And so, after you desecrated the body of your temple, you then broke the bonds of trust between yourself and the people you were supposed to be devoted to. And now, to either save your skin or to be comfortable in your gilded cage, because everybody should know that the throne of an emperor is a gilded cage, you decided to sacrifice someone who is doing little to nothing for you and is putting that comfortable gilded cage at risk. So unfortunately, Leadhead, no, like I said earlier, it is in fact not better to burn out than to fade away. The only thing you can do now is either keep making content and eventually burn yourself out, because you're going to run out of content updates as everyone breaks everything around you, or you stop posting and you stop complaining. But along with stopping your posting means the stopping of your money. Your choice!
And it feels like I have had to abandon some of that, you know? Yeah, we gave her lots of second chances, but for me to just look at somebody and say, no, nothing you can do will make this better, it feels like I lost something. Not just Rachel. It feels like I lost a part of myself.
Cause you did! You sacrificed it!
Like I said, like I'm just a slightly worse person than I was before all of this.
Not slightly!
You're always the bad person.
I know that that's not true, though. I'm doing what I'm doing to protect the people I love. You know, the needs of the many and all that, but...
The needs of the many do not outweigh the needs of the few. When the desires of the many will outweigh the requirements of the one. Stop saying things.
The needs of the many versus the requirements of me.
You know, that's actually good enough that that's gonna be the fucking subtitle if I have Callum edit this. Callum, write that down! Write it down! Write it down!
The needs of the many versus the needs of me.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what the chromacopia connection here is.
I'd rather you not, but I have to let you talk anyways.
Let me tell you why I'm going to be listening to this album and crying my eyes out thinking about this situation for the next couple of years.
Because you're going to be thinking about them back shots?
The situation that I'm in, it might not be one of the ones that Tyler's made an album about, but the acceptance that chromacopia is all about, that's what I have to look forward to right now. That's what's going to be waiting for me once, you know, I finally start to heal from all of this.
The misinterpreting again.
Color will drain from this situation for me, and I'll be able to add those colors back into my palette. And this video, you know, hopefully is just the first step, the first demonstration of some of those colors that I'm going to be bringing back into my world and reclaiming. Even as I write this, as the overcast of winter fades from my town, I can see the blue of the sunrise, the green of the trees, the red of those candles over there, the whole spectrum of bulb lights that I have lining the ceiling of my porch more vividly than I've been able to for a long time.
How about the spectrum of the emotions that you had not the ability to spend time for because you were desperate for some way to cope?
And I mean that like as literally as I meant anything I've ever said. It's literally more colorful. I'm gonna go off script for a minute here.
Oh, now we're off script? Okay, let's lock in.
Your script fucking sucks, man. Holy shit.
Vivid. I was kind of just predicting how I was gonna feel. I was still in the middle of this situation. Rachel was still, you know, fucking with my life, all of our lives, and you know, I've gotten through depressing phases before, and that whole thing about things looking more colorful afterwards has been true in my experience. But now it's been like 4 days since the situation was resolved, quote unquote, and it's blowing my mind like how true that is. I mean, literally, like these shoes, my fucking Flower Boy shoes look so orange and so pink. Got some pill bottles over there that look just vivid. It's I hit the nail on the head on how this whole thing was gonna feel. And that's why, in spite of all of this, I'm able to have a little bit of hope right now. Things are peaceful right now in a way that they haven't been for a while.
Doesn't sound like it.
Nope. And how dare you play Cornucopia as a fucking
play
playout for your goddamn video?
Just something I lost, something I didn't win at, but you know, I got something to look forward to.
And so do we!
I'm getting those colors back, right? And
colors of the fucking poison dart frog!
I might not be at the end of this emotional journey that Chromacopia describes, but I am at the beginning of it. The colors that I once used to paint such an ugly picture of abuse and betrayal are fading from the past. And
your abuse? Your betrayals? You getting rid of the evidence in front of a live studio audience?
New meaning for my life. Some things can't be changed.
No, you can't be changed.
In a situation like that, all you can really do is accept it and move on. I could just give up and snuff out the fire, but that's not who I am. I'm not
fat boy dance.
You know, least of all.
Fuck you running.
As grim and defeated as these last few months have made me feel, as I look out at that sunrise, all I can think about is how excited I am to start the next painting.
You're gonna paint it with your tears and cum.
This is going off the script again. This is a scary video.
And probably pissed because she's a puppy girl.
I'm not supposed to be feeling these emotions.
I'm horrified about.
I'm not supposed to be feeling these emotions. I'm supposed to just be puppy brained. I'm supposed to be empty in head and arf 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 and bark 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 and lick 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 and scrape scrape scrape.
And skeet skeet.
What this video
what
affected me, you know. Because I just want this drama to end. I just can't.
Then why did you put it on the internet again? You fucking tard. Right. You twinky little tard. Stop it.
Right now, chat, this is the most honest Leadhead has ever been in their content. They are not lying. They want this shit to stop. Because that's what a narcissist wants. They want control over the situation and the ability to press a button and make it disappear. And you are responsible for it. You, and you, and you. All of us, we're responsible for them feeling like this. Truly.
Not their narcissistic desire to try and get pity points on the internet.
Bullying
works.
No,
that's not at all.
Bullying works, chat. Bullying works.
Live with this anymore. I need to get past it, and
you won't.
Well, unfortunately, talking about my life on camera is how I get past shit. So
it's up to you.
Worse, dumbass.
Well, if you are watching this with empathetic eyes, thank you.
Nope.
Nope.
But if you made it to the end of the video, I guess I just got one last thing to say to you.
What's that, Leadhead? What you want to say?
Never dim your light for anybody. And as impossible as it seems, find something to look forward to.
Oh, we will. We're gonna look forward to watching you burn yourself. In effigy.
We're looking forward to that stinky Google Docu that Rachel is gonna drop on
And if
you.
you believe in that, you know, like Flower Boy says, you can enjoy right now, today, even if it's still bad at the moment.
You ain't enjoying shit though.
No.
Having a soft cry over your cigarette. Oh. And then performatively making these niggas
artist.
Performatively making these niggas play music to play you out. Oh my god.
Chat, I want a toaster bath right now. I want a toaster bath. Make the pain end.
Keep in mind, chat, this is the third time I've watched this thing to completion.
No one in this house can play fucking bass. Every single one of them is a guitar player. Ugh. Look at it, chat. Look at it. Look at it for what it is. Leadhead, sitting in their gilded blue couch throne, making their slaves play music for their amusement and their sympathy. Yes, my music
everyone
slaves.
She knows. So all of 5 people.
All of 5 people.
They can tolerate you.
Just yes, the slow air pop guitar riffs. It soothes me. It soothes me. Come over here and pop a nipple.
Mommy needs her sippies.
And there's the scroll. So that means.
And we're done.
And
we're
yep,
fucking done.
yep. And then there's the fucking blurb in the back, with extra people. Lord have mercy! What a useless individual. What a useless individual. Okay, chat.
Oh.
Pack it in. They've learned nothing. They're still putting their drama out on the internet to hear. We're gonna still monetize it. We're gonna clip it. We're gonna farm it. We're gonna make our own money off of it. They're gonna get mad. We're not going to care. And they're gonna crash out again. And they're gonna keep crashing out and burning themselves out instead of learning to get the fuck off the internet. So sad. So sad. When there are updates, I'll learn about them, because horror's probably going to shove them down my throat.
Yes, I am. Like my massive non-existent dog.
What?
If Marcus could have seen the look that was on my face.
No. I was like, I looked at my fucking street. I looked. It just fucking. What? Huh?
I'm grinning from ear to ear right now. Giggling like a maniac.
Somewhere inside of California, there's a really short goblin that's really happy. Anyways! Thank you for joining us, chat. I will be leaving you tonight. And I will see you next time. Same Carl time, same Carl channel. And like I said earlier, to all of you that are responsible for giving this crazy person the ego, the chutzpah, to believe that they could stand up in front of the internet and say, these people don't know me. Again, you're more than welcome here in my audience. We'll take you in. We will only lightly bully you for maybe a month and a half. And as long as you learn consequences and lessons, you always have a home here in the HOA. Technically, I should call it the NOA. It's a very nice timeshare. You can even get to have an inward pass. No hard R's, only soft A's and long G's. Alright, chat. I need to make dinner. I will be seeing you all in the future. I will be reading you in the funny papers. And this time, I don't have to pay for my therapy, because Leadhead paid for all of it in full. Goodbye!
Bye now.